Where is number 107? Hansen spitted out some blood in his mouth and asked quietly. You will know when we get there. Ningyu did not talk to Hansen again and hit the road. Ningyu never expected to get much from Hansen's mouth. And there was no way he would let Hansen off the hook at this point. Hansen was curious about the number 107 Ningyu mentioned. However, the group of people did not speak about it at all. All they did was traveling. It seemed that they were in a hurry. Hansen understood the reason. All of them had evolved and could not stay too long in First God's sanctuary, otherwise their bodies would not be able to take it. Under this circumstance, Ningyu still insisted to take him to number 107, which made Hansen even more curious about it. Very soon, Hansen's question was answered. The group of people traveled across Devil Desert on sacred blood mounts and entered an arid mountain. There was only a very narrow path to enter the valley. Only one man could pass at a time. A couple of men took Hansen to enter the valley. When they approached the valley, Hansen saw everything. He could barely see any other creature. White rocks and sand were everywhere. In the middle of the valley, there was a giant blooming red flower that looked like a rose facing upward. Around the flower, there were many vines and leaves covered with thorns. The vines almost covered the entire valley, making it look like a greenhouse for the flower. Hansen looked around. In addition to the red flower and the vines, he did not see anything else, let alone any creatures. Is this number 107? Hansen asked, surprised. That's right. This is number 107, Ningyu answered him, to Hansen's surprise. Ningyu then continued, every time Starry Group finds a creature that is suspected to be something beyond sacred blood creatures, we would give it a number and record it. This is number 107. You mean this giant flower? Hansen checked out the red flower, which looked like a plant in every way. Although it was huge in size, there was no way it could be a creature. You will know that very soon. Enter the valley. Ningyu asked his men to aim their arrows and weapons at Hansen, forcing Hansen to go inside. Go inside. After Lu Lin unchained Hansen's legs, he pushed Hansen hard. What is in there? Hansen almost lost his balance, but he did not pay Lu Lin any mind. Ningyu did not ask for his beast souls. Although there were a lot of vines growing in the valley, as long as he had sacred blood wings, it would be easy for him to fly away. He could not see how the valley could trap him. Give me the dagger now, and you don't need to go inside, Ningyu said calmly. I do not want to give you my dagger, and I don't want to go inside either, Hansen replied. You can try to kill us all and run away, Ningyu said with a smile. Ningyu's words made the evolvers laugh. They all pointed their weapons at Hansen, indicating that they could take Hansen's life anytime. No one believed that Hansen could run away under the siege of 14 evolvers. In addition, Hansen's upper body was chained with the special Z-steel locks on his joints. Even an evolver could not get rid of this kind of locks. Only those strong evolvers with their fitness level around 80 could break free from the locks with their own strength. Young master, why do you have to kill me? If you resent me for killing your doppelganger, I could pay you. Hansen stared at Ningyu. If you have just crossed me, I will never try to kill you. Unfortunately, you gained something you shouldn't have. Give me the dagger or go in the valley, your pick, Ningyu said quietly. I choose to kill. Hansen shook his body and twisted in the weirdest angle. All the locks that were on his joints fell from his body. Hansen had been practicing jade skin for a long time and was better and better controlling his own body. Moving his bones and muscles, he felt the locks were completely useless on him. After removing the locks, Hansen quickly summoned the cursed wolf dagger and stabbed it at Ningyu. Ningyu did not look surprised. He summoned a slim sword and wielded it at Hansen. The 13 evolvers also summoned their own weapons and started to attack Hansen. If Hansen insisted to kill Ningyu with his dagger, he would be facing 13 weapons himself. Therefore, he had to go backward and wave his weapon at other people. The fitness level of Hansen was slightly weaker than the Sacred Blood Evolvers. Although he could increase his strength and speed using Heresy Mantra and Overload, his original fitness was not improved. When cutting by the Evolvers, he would still get hurt, which was why Hansen was still trying to dodge their attacks. This way, however, Hansen felt himself trapped. Even with Heresy Mantra and Overload and the Cursed Wolf Dagger, he still found it difficult to get rid of the Evolvers. Hansen could not even hurt an individual or damage a single weapon. 13 different weapons came at Hansen continuously, leaving him at an absolute disadvantage. Hansen had to retreat into the valley. It was not because the 13 Evolvers were strong, but because of Ningyu. The sword skills of Ningyu did not seem very impressive. Instead, it was somewhat irrational. Sometimes, the sword did not even come at Hansen, but toward empty space. However, it was exactly the sword skills that connected the attacks from the 13 people together, making it into a trap which Hansen could not run away from. Hansen did not even have an opportunity to fight back. Although he had a sharp weapon, he had to retreat again and again. The sword skills, called Ke, focused on sacrificing oneself to complete other people's attack. The 13 Evolvers were from different shelters and did not have much time to practice their collaboration. However, with Ningyu present, they were connected into one killing machine. Even Hansen could not find any cracks. Ningyu looked extremely calm. All his moves looked effortless but followed some incredible rules. Although his attacks were not aggressive, he managed to turn the moves of the other 13 Evolvers into a part of himself, forcing Hansen into the vines. Ningyu did not want to kill Hansen in the first place. He only wanted to see for himself the fights between Hansen and those incredibly strong creatures. Either Hansen killed the creature or got killed, his doubts would be answered. "Young master, do we really need to fight this out?" Hansen asked while retreating, as he understood Ningyu's intentions. "If I am alone, I would be glad to be your friend and never hurt you." However, Ningyu said and never stopped his sword, forcing Hansen to touch the vines. "What a shame. I did not want to kill, but..." Hansen sighed and said. He was speaking his mind. Before figuring out the relationship between the Nings and the Hans, Hansen did not want to kill. However, he was left with no choice. Same as Ningyu, Hansen was the kind of person that would leave no mercy when he decided to kill. "Kill? You? You think you are good with that sharp dagger? That doesn't do anything. You are merely a beast trapped in a cage." "Your life and death depends on our wish," exclaimed Lu Lin fiercely. "Is that right?" Hansen curled his lips. Watching the weapons coming at himself, he did not go further back but pointed at Lu Lin. "Retreat." Ningyu suddenly had a bad feeling. Although there was no way that Hansen could block so many weapons, for some reason, Ningyu felt danger. As the weapons were about to reach Hansen's body, it was too late for Hansen to run away and for the Evolvers to take back their weapons. Despite Ningyu's command, his men could no longer stop themselves. Boom! A giant monster in jade armor that looked like the cross between a scorpion and a bee suddenly appeared next to Hansen, knocking away all the weapons about to hit Hansen. The weapons used by the Sacred Blood Evolvers were top-notch in First God's Sanctuary, but none of them could hurt that monster. Instead, the Evolvers were knocked back. Crack! A pair of claws that looked like the sickles of the death crossed above Lu Lin's shoulders, sending his head into the air. Lu Lin's eyes were stared wide even after death, filled with terror. The fierce super golden rockworm king killed his way into the group. Its 4 wings buzzing, the worm king danced with its 8 claws moving up and down. It was a true slaughter. Wearing super pet armor, the super golden rockworm king did not even look like something that belonged to First God's Sanctuary. Even the Sacred Blood Evolvers could not hurt it. Instead, anywhere the Worm King went, limbs would fall, and blood would jet out. In front of absolute strength, even the Ke sword skills were completely useless. At this point, the Super Golden Rock Worm King was even stronger than the turtle. After all, its speed and strength were the same as the turtle. And what the turtle was best at, defense, was not as strong as the pet armor. Paired with its flying ability and sharp claws, it was as easy as slaughtering a dog for the Golden Rock Worm King to kill the Sacred Blood Evolvers. There was no chance for the Evolvers to retreat as well. The path connecting the valley and outside was so narrow that only one man could pass at a time. In addition, their speed was far worse than the Golden Rock Worm King. As the group of people reached the path, a better half of them had already been killed by the Super Golden Rock Worm King. Only 3 men made it to the pass. As tough as Ningyu, he felt shocked when seeing the Sacred Blood Evolvers that Starry Group took a lot of time and effort to cultivate slaughtered like this. What shook him even more was the existence of the Super Golden Rock Worm King. Could it be something beyond a sacred blood pet? Ningyu regarded the Worm King, which was too huge to enter the narrow path, with complex emotions as he walked out of the path. Hansen quickly took the pet back and entered the path himself with the cursed wolf dagger. There was no way he could let Ningyu run away like this. Using heresy mantra and overload, Hansen's speed was much better than the 3 survivors. It only took him a moment to catch up with them. The 2 Sacred Blood Evolvers falling behind Ningyu tried to defend themselves, but there was no space for them to dodge in the narrow path. In addition, their weapons were slashed in half by the cursed wolf dagger. Hearing 2 screams and seeing the blood, Ningyu knew that he was all alone, and Hansen was in his face immediately. Ningyu knew there was no way he could get out of here alive. After all his calculation, he did not expect Hansen to have such a frightening pet. Ningyu sighed and gave up, standing still and waiting for death to come. Ningyu, what's so special in this valley? Hansen asked, with his dagger on Ningyu's neck. Just kill me. Don't ask. Ningyu did not move a muscle, not even opening his eyes. It is not that easy to die either, Hansen said calmly. Suddenly, a beast soul was summoned and rushed to Ningyu. Ningyu's expression suddenly changed after he heard what Hansen said. He quickly opened his eyes and saw an ugly dark purple beast soul that looked like an alligator in his face. Boom! The beast soul did not pause and entered Ningyu's body. The giant creature sent itself into Hansen's chest with ease. Ningyu felt his whole body was stabbed and impaled, like someone was slicing his muscle. However, that feeling only lasted for a second. Shortly, the ugly beast soul came out of Ningyu's body and curled up next to Hansen, its spooky eyes fixed on Ningyu. For some reason, Ningyu started to shiver when watched by the ugly beast soul. It felt like his soul was shaking. Without hesitation, Ningyu turned his sword around and stabbed it at his own chest, trying to kill himself. Roar! The ugly beast soul opened its mouth. Suddenly, Ningyu lost the control of his body. He spread his hands and dropped the sword on the ground. Watching Ningyu, who was pale as a sheet of paper, Hansen said quietly, I told you that it is not that easy to die. Answer a few questions, then maybe I will let you die. What beast soul is that? Ningyu coughed but did not answer Hansen's question. Aqua Reaper, a parasite beast soul, Hansen said. Hansen had been looking for the information on beast soul parasites on the Skynet, but he failed to find any. After doing a lot of tests, he finally understood how the beast soul parasite is used. The Aqua Reaper could inhabit on any creature or man and share its or his life. At this point, Ningyu's life no longer belonged to himself, as the Aqua Reaper could also control his body. How much control it had depended on how much strength the beast soul and its host had respectively. There was no doubt that the Aqua Reaper as a super beast soul was much stronger than Ningyu. Therefore, the Aqua Reaper naturally had the priority to control Ningyu's body. Ningyu's moves, and even thoughts, could be sensed by the Aqua Reaper and sent to Han Senator. Therefore, Han Sen could tell partially what Ningyu was thinking. The beast soul parasite also had its shortcoming. If its strength was weaker than its host, it would be controlled by the host in turn. Of course, if the host was stronger than the parasite, or as strong as the beast soul parasite initially, it would be difficult for the beast soul parasites to inhabit on the host if the host resisted it. Once it settled down, the beast soul parasite would start to absorb the strength of the host's body. The stronger Ningyu got, the Aqua Reaper would also grow with him. It would be difficult for Ningyu to ever get rid of the Aqua Reaper. In First God's Sanctuary, Han Sen did not think there was any human who could be stronger than a super beast soul, so inhabitation would almost always be successful, unless the host was a super evolver. So far, in First God's Sanctuary, there was no such person. Han Sen had not even maxed out on Super Geno points himself. Han Sen asked a few more questions, but Ningyu answered none. Using the Aqua Reaper, Han Sen only got very limited information. Ningyu's will was too strong. What a man. It is so impressive that he had such strong will. Han Sen gazed at Ningyu and met his eyes. Kill me. It is impossible that you get anything you want from me, Ningyu said calmly. Ningyu, do you recognize this? Han Sen realized that ordinary questions could not shake Ningyu's will. He pondered, took out the red crystal pendant that looked like a cat or fox, and showed it to Ningyu. The moment Ningyu saw the pendant, his expression suddenly changed. From what the Aqua Reaper had read from Ningyu's mind, Han Sen heard crazy exclamation, 9-life cat. How could it be the 9-life cat? It is impossible. I have investigated into your background. There is no way that you are the offspring of Instructor Han. Watching the red pendant in Han Sen's hand, Ningyu spoke. Why is it impossible? Seeing that Ningyu's guard was down, Han Sen asked immediately. Ningyu seemed to be dazed by Han Sen's question. A long while later, he suddenly stammered, yes, you should be his offspring. Yes, you are. Otherwise, how could you be so strong? And how could you? Ningyu suddenly looked up at Han Sen with a complicated look. If you showed me the 9-life cat earlier, we would never end up this way. Instructor Han is a benefactor of the Nings. If I knew earlier that you are his descendant, I would never dare to disrespect you. Han Sen snorted and said, even if he had saved the Nings, it was a long time ago. If I don't have the strength to defend myself, I don't think you would mind killing me. Ningyu shook his head and said, we have a family instruction saying that if we meet any descendant of Instructor Han, we have to treat the person as a benefactor. The Nings would never dare to be disrespectful to you. Han Sen was very surprised. He could sense what Ningyu was thinking with the Aqua Reaper. Han Sen knew that Ningyu was telling the truth. However, Han Sen could not ask why the Nings would never dare to be disrespectful to the descendant of Instructor Han. If he had asked that, Ningyu would probably question whether he was really related to Instructor Han. In that case, Han Sen would not be able to get more information from him. And Han Sen was not so sure that he was actually related to Instructor Han. After all, the whole thing was rather strange. With the Ning's power, there was no way that they never found out the great-grandfather of Han Sen was the same Han Jingji as Instructor Han. Han Sen was wondering himself whether the two were the same person. After all, they did not seem to be of the same age. As Han Sen was wondering what question he should ask, Ningyu smiled wryly and continued to say, if I knew you are related to Instructor Han, I would never have spent so much effort and lost all the good men the Nings cultivated. It is just so predictable that someone of the Hans could kill those strong creatures. It seems that you know a lot about what happened in the past, Han Sen responded. He wished that Ningyu could continue to speak. When it came to someone like Ningyu, if he did not want to tell you something, you would not be able to get half a word even if you killed him. The old people in the family were reluctant to talk about what happened in the past. I don't know a lot, but since Instructor Han was a benefactor to my ancestors, We have a family instruction that was passed down from previous generations to never forget about the favor. That's the only reason that I know about it. Ningyu sighed and said, I have heard a lot about Instructor Han's deeds since I was a kid. I have always wanted to become someone like him and repay him. I never expected to antagonize his descendant before I thanked the Hans. Oh? Tell me about it, what did the Ning say about him? Hansen asked, trying to learn more about the past. Ningyu did not try to hide anything and started to talk. However, the deeds of Instructor Han Ningyu mentioned made Hansen feel utterly surprised. He could not believe that he had such a person as great-grandfather. The Secret Service were the first men who ever used the teleport technology. The very first who came to God's sanctuary were not Han Jingji and the ancestor of the Nings, but ordinary crew members. After they arrived at God's sanctuary, they found something and had a few accidents. Only 2 persons made it back to the Alliance. Those 2 persons reported what they found on the other end, which made everyone overjoyed. Very soon, the second unit was sent through the same way. This time, the personnel dispatched were no longer ordinary crew members, but a unit made up of elite. There were 11 in total, which included the instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force, Instructor Han. That unit was Unit 7. The unit stayed in God's sanctuary for less than 7 days. Less than half of them made it to the Alliance, which included Han Jingji and the ancestor of the Nings. After teleporting back, they were investigated respectively. No one knew what was asked and answered. However, since then, the experiments were no longer conducted with human beings. Instead, the teleport device was redesigned. A few years later, the modern teleport device was invented and the news about God's sanctuary was published. The survivors of Unit 7 all died in a weird way shortly after they returned. Before they died, maybe it was for the surveillance on them, they did not say much about what had happened in God's sanctuary. However, they still left some messages. For example, the ancestor of the Ning said to his family that Han Jingji had saved the unit from a monster and described Han Jingji as a true Qigong master. In his words, Han Jingji was a superhero. The 9-life cat was Han Jingji's belonging. Han Jingji was always taking it with him, so everyone in Unit 7 knew about the 9-life cat. Because he was under the surveillance of the Alliance, the ancestor of the Nings did not say much in the first place, and less was passed on to the younger generations. After the ancestor died, the Alliance loosened its control on the Nings. At that time, they found the hidden messages left by the ancestor and learned some things. The Nings did not know much, and Ningyu knew even less. That was basically all he could tell. From the Aqua Reaper, Hansen knew that Ningyu was telling the truth. The Nings were indeed thankful to Han Jingji, and to some extent, they feared him. After all, the ancestor of the Nings described Han Jingji as a very strong Qigong master, which made the Nings terrified of the guy. You have looked into my background, so you should know about the acquisition of my family business by Starry Group. Why have you targeted us? Hansen stared at Ningyu and asked. Han Jingji's deeds were ancient history, but he had to know about his father's death. Ningyu paused and said, You are not saying that my family murdered your father? Whether you believe it or not, I can tell you for sure that there is nothing of the sort. To be blunt, Starry Group had too many means to acquire your family business that did not involve killing. In addition, if it was my family that killed your father, my brother would have killed you as soon as he saw you the shelter. No one would let the son of his victim hang around. Hansen frowned slightly. In fact, what Ningyu said was what had always puzzled him. Son of Heaven had looked into his background a long time ago. If Starry Group had murdered his father, there was no way that Son of Heaven would let him live. After all, it was a piece of cake for Son of Heaven to kill him at the time. Why did the Nings acquire my family business? Hansen asked again. I have reviewed the materials carefully. The business decision was made mainly because your factory was producing several types of alloy more efficiently than the Starry Group. All the procedures of the acquisition were in compliance. Although we had some difficulties in the middle, because of your father's accident, everything became smooth. We did not even need to use the agenda that we had prepared. Ningyu continued, however, your father's accident had nothing to do with Starry Group. Even the manager who was in charge of the acquisition felt surprised about your father's accident. However, even without the accident, Starry Group had prepared a lot of financial means to acquire your family business. If Starry Group needed to kill someone for such a small acquisition, then it will have nothing to do all day but murder. Ningyu paused and said, I'm not saying this to beg for my life. It is simply something that we are not responsible for. Hansen frowned at Ningyu for a while, pointed to the vines and flower, and asked, what is that about? The giant flower and its vines are a strong creature. Initially, I wanted to force you fight it. If you managed to kill it, I could take the opportunity and gain its body. However, if you are killed, I would be able to get rid of a huge threat and learn more about the creature, said Ningyu. Hansen looked at the flower and vines again with interest and asked Ningyu, with his eyes squinted, do you want to live? Do you dare to let me live? Asked Ningyu. This is number 107. Your family should know a lot of places like this. Give me the information and I will let you go, Hansen said. Okay. Ningyu did not even ask whether Hansen would let him go after receiving the information before telling Hansen all the locations. This information was what Hansen needed the most. Only when he maxed out on Super Geno points could he evolve. If he were to rely on himself, it depended a lot on luck whether he could find a super creature. With the information accumulated by the Nings for generations, Hansen could easily locate the super creatures. You can go. Hansen commanded the Aqua Reaper to loosen the control on Ningyu. However, the Aqua Reaper was still inhabiting on Ningyu. Unless Ningyu's strength surpassed the Aqua Reaper, Hansen could still order the Aqua Reaper to control Ningyu to commit suicide from 1,000 miles away. Ningyu was dazed. He did not expect Hansen to let him go for real. Momentarily, Ningyu knew what Hansen was thinking but did not react. All he said was, the offspring of Instructor Han would only be a friend of the Nings and never an enemy. Ningyu turned to leave without explanation. If Starry Group did not do it, how can I explain my father's accident? Hansen felt puzzled. Although Ningyu must still be hiding something and could not be trusted completely. He could not have lied because of the Aqua Reaper. In addition, before the accident, his father did ask them to find the Nings, which meant the Nings were unlikely to be responsible for the accident. It also seemed that Hansen's father already knew something was going to happen. However, under that kind of circumstances, even if the Nings were not behind the accident, would they help us because of a favor that long ago? Is my father such a gambler? Unless... Coldness flashed in Hansen's eyes. Unless the people behind the accident are the enemies of the Nings, and the Nings would antagonize them anyway. Although Hansen had guessed something, it was difficult for him to find out more. The reason he did not kill Ningyu was that he wished he could use this connection to get more clues. With the Aqua Reaper on Ningyu's body, Hansen could decide the life and death of Ningyu. Meanwhile, Hansen could learn a lot of information from him. For Hansen, Ningyu was more valuable living than dead. Hansen turned his eyes to the giant flower and vines in the valley. He did not mean to take the risks himself. Hansen raised his hand and summoned the Holy Angel. He had always been wondering how strong Holy Angel was, and this was the perfect opportunity. At Hansen's command, the Holy Angel quickly transformed. Her armor, hair, and eyes all turned golden. Flapping her golden wings, she flew toward the giant flower. Her speed was not fast. The moment she reached the vines, all the vines in the valley started to shake. Hundreds of vines as thick as arms swept over at her at an incredible speed. Holy Angel suddenly moved. She flapped her wings hard, and the hundreds of vines suddenly looked slow in comparison as the gorgeous figure flashed across. Boom! As the holy angel brushed by the vines, they broke one by one. The giant flower quickly shrank and made spooky noises. The remaining vines started to shake and came at her again like the chains of death. However, that was completely useless. As the holy angel flew by, she waved her hand and the vines were cut off as if they were grass. Instantaneously, the holy angel had made her way to the flower with ease. Roar! The flower suddenly turned into the mouth of a beast with fangs bared. It quickly swallowed the holy angel that was approaching. Hansen regretted that he did not put the super pet armor on the holy angel. After all, this was very likely to be a super creature. If the holy angel who had just evolved was swallowed like this, it would be a gigantic loss for Hansen. In addition to being a super pet, such a pretty humanoid pet was extremely valuable itself. As Hansen was regretting, he suddenly saw the flower split from the middle. The gorgeous figure came out of the flower as regal as a queen. Her body was not even colored by the gushing blood. Super creature purgatory flower killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Surprisingly, the voice sounded in Hansen's mind, making him feel emotional. Back in the days, he could not even break the eyes of the baby golden growler, while now even his pet could kill a super creature like killing an ant, which made Hansen felt unreal. Amazing. Truly amazing. This girl is even more incredible than the golden rockworm king, which is also a super pet. Hansen did not come back to himself until the holy angel returned to him. He hugged her in excitement and was about to kiss her on her cheeks. Hansen did not have any lewd thoughts. It was just an unconscious move. However, although the holy angel let Hansen hug her, she raised her hand to Hansen's lips, so Hansen only kissed her cold armor. Hansen was dazed and looked at her gorgeous face, which was completely emotionless. Hansen frowned and took back the holy angel. Walking deeper into the valley, Hansen saw a basketball-sized green crystal, which was the life essence of the disappeared purgatory flower. Hansen took the crystal up and started to lick. The cool liquid turned into a coolness and filled Hansen's body as he drank. Hansen felt like his whole body was cleansed. Life essence of purgatory flower consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Shortly, Hansen heard the exciting voice, which drove him to lick the life essence harder. After consuming the entire piece of life essence, Hansen had acquired 8 more super geno points. At this point, he had 68 super geno points in total. Although Hansen had not been to a test center for a while, he estimated that his fitness index should be approaching 30, which was the same as a sacred blood evolver. Before Hansen even maxed out on the super geno points, he had already come close to this number. Hansen was really looking forward to gaining his super body in the evolution pool. At that point, his body must become incredibly strong. If you come too late, you would not even be a worthy enemy, let alone friend. Hansen suddenly thought of what Son of Heaven said and smiled. Although Son of Heaven evolved earlier, it was not easy for him to get his fitness index over 100. In comparison, according to the speed at which Hansen was improving, when he maxed out on super geno points and entered Second God's Sanctuary, all he needed to do was to acquire some random geno points to be over 100 in fitness index. An evolver with the fitness index over 100 would be considered a top evolver anywhere. And for Hansen, that was already within his reach. Hansen summoned the Golden Growler and had an even better same experience than driving a top sports car. As the mount ran, Hansen felt the objects next to him were going back like a blur. In addition, on the Golden Growler's back, Hansen felt absolutely no bumps. Within less than an hour, Hansen had already returned to Steel Armor Shelter. This trip would have taken him 1 or 2 days before, and this was not even the full speed of the Golden Growler. Hansen was overjoyed. With the speed of the Golden Growler and the locations of the super creatures that he learned from Ningyu, he could easily kill a lot of super creatures in a short amount of time, so that he could evolve as fast as possible. Although Hansen wanted to hunt the super creatures on the back of Golden Growler immediately, he held back his urge. Before long, he would have to take a graduation test. There was also a decision to be made on his military rank and position. These all had a tremendous influence on Hansen's future, so Hansen planned to max out on his super geno points during the break before he served in the military and after graduation. After returning to the shelter, Hansen contacted Lin Beifeng as he had promised to sell Lin Beifeng the Phantom Ant armor, which he no longer needed. Lin Beifeng was overjoyed getting his hands on the Phantom Ant armor. It would still be 2 to 3 years before he maxed out on Sacred Blood geno points, so he could use the armor for a long time. The practical reasons notwithstanding, Lin Beifeng was happy with how it looked anyways. Hansen did not take cash from Lin Beifeng, but asked Lin Beifeng to collect some Sacred Blood meat so that Hansen could fill up his Sacred Blood geno points, which he now had 85. Currently, Hansen had no time to hunt Sacred Blood creatures, given how much he had on his plate. Lin Beifeng could not collect so much Sacred Blood meat on such short notice. However, Hansen was not in a hurry and asked Lin Beifeng to give him the meat when Lin Beifeng had it. Hansen had to prepare for the graduation test and other procedures, so he would to stay in steel armor shelter for a while. That phoenix-like creature is the closest to steel armor shelter. I will kill it when I have time. If I put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel, she should be able to resist the flames. If I could have a beast soul from that creature, then it will be so good. Hansen thought to himself. When Hansen returned to Blackhawk, his roommates were all in the dormitory. It was rare that none of them was in God's sanctuary, so they went to the cafeteria to hang out. They had agreed beforehand that none of the guys could bring a +1. Hansen, where do you plan to go after graduation? Shi Zhikong asked Hansen with one arm throwing around Hansen's shoulders, tipsy. I will let the AI decide for me, Hansen said helplessly. Although Hansen wanted to serve on the warship where Ji Yanran was, even if he had to be just a soldier, he could not even find out which warship Ji Yanran was on. Hansen did not plan to have a career in the military, so it did not matter where he went if he could not see Ji Yanran, as long as he was not sent to the front to become cannon fodder. Even if he was sent to the front, he was still an elite who graduated from military school, so he would still be an officer instead of a common soldier. In addition, he was the head of the special squad, which would also be taken into consideration by the AI. Of course, he could use connections to decide on the exact position he served. However, that did not mean much to Hansen and would take some effort. The roommates were talking and laughing, chatting about their dreams and ambitions. They didn't return to the dormitory until midnight. Hansen rarely had time to enjoy school life. In these days, he was focused on learning theoretical knowledge as well as the ancient language. To learn the ancient language seemed easy. However, if he were to really understand the meaning of Dongxian Sutra, it would take him a lot of time and energy. Hansen did not feel like it was a tough mission. He was so curious about Dongxian Sutra. A martial art that allowed a human being to break the vacuum with his own body and teleport to God's sanctuary sounded like a fairy tale to him. Even in such an era when martial arts had been highly developed, none of the demigods dared to say they could tear apart the vacuum with their own body. If I could practice Dongxian Sutra, no one in the Alliance would be my match. I don't even need to be as good as Dongxian. If I am half as good as him, I would be invincible in the Alliance still. Even demigods meant nothing to me. Every time Hansen had such thoughts, his blood would start boiling, which motivated him to learn the archaic characters. Fortunately, as the genes of mankind were highly developed these days, everyone had stronger brains than previous generations. Many unevolved persons with their geno points maxed out had strong memory skills, and Hansen was especially outstanding. It did not take him much effort to learn. It took patience to learn the ancient language. But once he mastered the language, he could actually read Dongxian Sutra. Hansen enjoyed a few days without hunting and killing. All he did was teleporting to the shelter to enjoy the sacred blood meat Lin Beifeng sent him and studying at Blackhawk. Soon, it was time for the graduation test. Although Han Sen had controlled his strength very well, he was still the absolute number one in the test and became a major in the military. Each military school only had a few quotas for that kind of honor. However, based on Han Sen's grades and his contribution to the school, his rank was well-deserved. In 48 hours, the AI would make a decision about his assignment. Brother Han, I'm sorry. When it was time for Han Sen to check where he was assigned, Wang Mengmeng came to him with her head bowed. Han Sen felt she did not dare to look at him. Her voice was so low that Han Sen could barely tell what she was saying. What's wrong? Han Sen smiled and rubbed Wang Mengmeng's head. Although Wang Mengmeng was 20 years old, Han Sen felt she was still a little girl. Brother Han, I'm sorry. I used my connections to assign you to the Warframe force where I'm about to go to without your consent. Brother, I'm so sorry. Wang Mengmeng was basically whispering. Her face was red, and she was avoiding eye contact. That's no big deal. The Warframe force that you will go to is definitely a good one. I probably should thank you for that, said Han Sen, searching for his assignment information. However, the information shown on the display made Han Sen pause. Sister, is the Warframe force you're going to join called Daphne? Han Sen looked at the information AI displayed incredulously. Daphne? We're supposed to go to the Royal Warframe force. Wang Mengmeng looked to the display without doubt and was also shocked by the information. It clearly said that Han Sen was assigned to the cookhouse of Worship Daphne. So strange. Did they make a mistake? Wang Mengmeng became anxious and dialed a number with her comm link. Shortly, Wang Mengmeng had an odd look on her face. Who did this? Han Sen asked calmly. The information displayed was very weird. It did not tell him about the exact location or even the number of the troops. All he knew was that he was going to serve at the cookhouse of a warship called Daphne. A major who graduated from a military school was assigned to a cookhouse. That was rare, but possible. However, it was only possible for the several top warships in the alliance, which did not include Daphne. Han Sen would not believe it if no one had tempered his assignment. I don't know. The connections I used were not able to do anything. Your assignment was decided by the central AI. No one could change it without top authority. Wang Mengmeng suddenly stared her eyes wide and looked at him. Brother, did you ask anyone to do this? If it were me, I would not have asked you who it was. Han Sen pondered and asked, is it possible for me to find out who did this? Wang Mengmeng shook her head, looking confused, and said, we do not have enough authority to access that information. However, only a few people would be able to do this. Is it possible that Starry Group was behind it? Han Sen asked again. That is unlikely. Although the Nings had some influence in the military, they would not have such high authority. And we would be able to know it if it were them. Wang Mengmeng shook her head and said. Then there is no need to think about it. I'm okay with any post. If someone wanted me to go there, I'll go have a look. Han Sen had a relaxed attitude about it, since he would not be able to resist someone who could pull this anyway. In addition, the authorities of the alliance were always law-abiding. He did not worry that anyone would harm him. Even the cookhouse needs a major. I wonder what kind of place Daphne is. Han Sen even felt expectant. He still had 3 months before registering at his assigned post. Han Sen planned to utilize the period of time to max out his super geno points. It would be ideal if he could evolve before serving in the military. Fortunately, Han Sen was only 3 sacred blood geno points away from maxing out, thanks to the meat Lin Beifeng provided him with. During the 3 months, Han Sen could choose to stay in Blackhawk or go home. The roommates of 304 had a last supper with Wang Mengmeng and her friends. Everyone was feeling a bit sentimental. In the end, they went to a holographic karaoke. Kong sang a song called The Brother Who Shared My Bunk Bed, which made the girls wet their eyes. Brothers, our time had just begun. On the way to conquer the universe, we will meet again. When we see each other, I hope you will still remember my face, because everywhere else of my body would be decorated with medals. Zhang Yang jumped on the table and exclaimed in the microphone. All Hansen remembered was that he had a lot to drink, and so did everyone else. In the end they hugged each other, shouting and jumping, singing the song called My Future Is Not a Dream. Hansen did not remember much other than that. Although he was able to stay sober using jade skin, Hansen chose not to do that. Sometimes, he did not need to be sober in life, and this was one of those times. I know my future is not a dream. I care for each minute. My future is not a dream. My heart beats with hope. I know my future is not a dream. I care for each minute. My future is not a dream. My heart beats with hope. When Hansen left Black Hawk, he did not tell any of his friends, but walked out of the gate alone. Looking back to the place where he had studied and lived for 4 years. Even Hansen felt emotional. The sadness of leaving and the eagerness of reuniting with his family made it hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. My life has just begun. Hansen turned and left, walking into the space harbor and boarded the spaceship that was going to take him back home. There was no place like home. Hansen felt the saying was so true, as the days he spent at home were the most comfortable in years. Eating and chatting with his mother and sister, watching games with Zhang Danfeng, Hansen felt on top of the world. There were some people in the world that could still be the most intimate ones in his life, despite the longest separation. Initially, Hansen was worried that the Nings would look for trouble, but they did nothing. Hansen had been using the Aqua Reaper to watch Ningyu and had some ideas about what the Nings were doing. After learning about the relationship between Hansen and Instructor Han, the entire clan were surprised. They only did some investigation and forbade anyone to mess with the Hans. Hansen was very curious what Instructor Han did back in the days to make the Nings terrified of him until now. 13 sacred blood evolvers were not easy to cultivate even for a large corporation such as Starry Group. They must have spent a lot of money and effort on it. The disappearance of 13 good fighters did not even make the Nings retaliate. They even asked everyone to avoid conflicts with Hansen, which made Hansen feel quite surprised. However, Hansen also felt more at ease. At least he did not need to worry about the safety of his family when he hunted super creatures in God's sanctuary. The first target was naturally the fire bird on the snow mountain. Before leaving, Hansen still made a lot of preparation. He had to max out his super geno points as much as possible before registering at Daphne, which would take more than just the fire bird. Little birdie, here I come. Hansen set out on his way riding the golden growler, feeling quite excited. When there was no one around, Hansen commanded Golden Growler to turn into its largest form and run at full speed. Hansen could not even begin to describe how fast it was. Each step it took would bring Hansen 50 feet closer to his destination. Hansen felt the Golden Growler was some kind of ancient monster. With the Golden Growler, Hansen was confident that he could hunt a lot of super creatures within 3 months. Otherwise, it would take him a lot of time to just travel. The white sand desert looked desolate and dismal under the moonlight. Occasionally, some howling could be heard. The firewood was crackling. Next to the fire, Hansen was barbecuing some meat with the bony fish arrow as the skewer. Meowth was lying on Hansen's legs in its untransformed state, its eyes fixed on the sizzling barbecue, trying to reach out its paw at times. However, it seemed to fear the fire and quickly withdrew its paw. Don't hurry. It will be ready very soon. Hansen was amused by Meowth. Initially, Hansen was going to hunt the phoenix-like creature, but he had only been there once. Last time he was here, they went to the carbonized tree first and then found the snow mountain. However, when Hansen reached the area, he did not see any burned tree or other familiar signs. Then he had to look for the snow mountain according to his vague memory. After an entire day of searching, he did not spot any mountains. He had to rest for the night and continue the next day. When the barbecue was ready, Hansen gave half of it to Meowth. As the man and the cat were enjoying themselves, messy hoofbeats came from afar and became louder and louder. Hansen heard people talking as well. Fire. There is fire. It looks like someone is over there. Hansen looked up and saw 4 mounts coming his way. On the back of the mounts were 2 men and 2 women. Judging from the mounts and their armor, they were not ordinary people. Whoever dares to come to the Devil Desert should be extraordinary anyways. Hansen took a look and bowed his head, enjoying the barbecue with Meowth. The 4 rides quickly came close to Han's senator. After seeing Hansen, they looked excited and got off their mounts, walking toward the fire. A young man with thick eyebrows like caterpillars asked, "Friend, can you sell us some of your water?" The other 2 women and 1 man stared at the water bags next to Hansen, licking their dried-up lips. It was easy to find food with lots of creatures around in the desert. However, water was rare. Although the blood of the creatures could provide some liquid, but it was like seawater. The more you drank, the thirstier you would get. The group of people had been lost in the Devil Desert for a month, and it was the first time they saw someone. The first thing they were asking was not the way out, but water. The 4 knew very well that no ordinary guy dared to enter Devil Desert, so they never thought of robbing Han's senator. In addition, they still needed to ask the man how to go out, which was why the young man with thick eyebrows named Jia Changfeng was being very polite. Without speaking, Hansen threw the bag of water at Jia Changfeng and continued to eat. "Thanks so much." Jia Changfeng was overjoyed. Initially, he planned to pay a lot for the water. They were in a desert after all, where water meant life. Jia Changfeng did not expect the guy to be so generous. "Don't." Jia Changfeng took the water back and was about to share it with the rest. The other guy, who was thin, stopped them. He then took out some test paper and dipped it into the water to see if it was poisoned. When he saw the result, the thin guy named Xiao Lingfeng let out a sigh of relief and let everyone drink. "Friend, thank you. How shall I call you?" After Xiao Lingfeng drank some water, he asked. "Hansen," replied Hansen, caressing Meowth on his laps. Xiao Lingfeng searched that name in his memory, and it did not ring a bell. Xiao Lingfeng continued to ask, "Friend, do you know how to get out of the desert? If you could take us out, I can pay you well. The payment is unnecessary. I need to hunt here, so I'm not going out. Follow that direction and you could get out of the desert in 3 to 4 days, Hansen said, pointing at a direction. "Friend, if you are willing to lead the way, I can pay you a sacred blood beast soul," Xiao Lingfeng said. Hansen did not look at Xiao Lingfeng, but fed a piece of barbecue to Meowth. Even without thinking, Hansen knew that Xiao Lingfeng was afraid Hansen was giving them a wrong direction. It was okay to be wary, but Xiao Lingfeng seemed to be too nervous and have poor judgment about people. Hansen did not want to bother to talk to him. A sacred blood beast soul was valuable, but Hansen did not want to waste his time on a beast soul that would mean nothing to him. Seeing Hansen was unimpressed, both Xiao Lingfeng and Jia Changfeng were surprised. The 2 girls also looked to Hansen, feeling incredulous. A sacred blood beast soul was always a treasure. Even they themselves could not stay so calm in front of a sacred blood beast soul. All Hansen needed to do for the beast soul was to lead the way, but Hansen was not considering the option at all. He even seemed to have a look of contempt on his face, which made them regard Hansen more carefully. The name Hansen was well known, but only in military schools and steel armor shelter. Among the aristocrats, few people knew about him. Obviously, Xiao Lingfeng and Jia Changfeng were not from steel armor shelter, so they had never heard about Hansen. The 4 people looked Hansen up and down for a while, but none recognized Hansen's origin. "Friend, have you heard about Iron Fist Demigod?" Jia Chongfeng and Xiao Lingfeng exchanged a look, and the latter asked Han Sen. Jia Sadeo? Han Sen looked at Xiao Lingfeng in surprise. Iron Fist demigod was quite famous as one of the oldest demigods. Rumor has it that the Jias had the heritage of martial arts and was great at fist skills. Iron Fist of the Jias was said to be the best hyper-geno art in fist skills. Han Sen did not know if that claim was true, but Jia Sadeo used those skills to gain his demigod status, which made his family and skills known in the entire alliance. Jia Sadeo did not become a politician but started a business of martial hall to teach students. Different from Ares Martial Hall, which took everyone in, all the students of the martial hall run by the Jias were children of prominent families and politicians. His name is Jia Chongfeng, and Jia Sadeo is his grandfather. Lead the way for us, and we can make sure you join the Iron Fist Martial Hall. Iron Fist demigod will instruct you himself, said Xiao Lingfeng, pointing at Jia Chongfeng. Being able to be instructed by Jia Sadeo himself was the dream of many among the celebrities and aristocrats. However, Han Sen was not really interested in it. If it was before, Han Sen would consider it. Jia Sadeo was a demigod after all, and Iron Fist was one of the most well-known hyper-geno arts. However, since he got his hands on Dongxian Sutra, Han Sen had been studying the ancient language. Although he still did not understand everything, the parts that he understood made him overjoyed. Rather than wasting his time on learning Iron Fist, Han Sen would rather spend his time on the ancient language. If he could understand Dongxian Sutra, it would be very easy for him to become a demigod himself. However strong Iron Fist was, it could never make him tear the vacuum apart, let alone teleport to God's sanctuary using his own body. I thank you for that. But I really have my own thing to do. I think you should leave on your own. Han Sen spread his hands and said. The four were even more surprised hearing Han Sen's words. They did not understand someone would turn down the offer to become a student of a demigod. Friend, maybe you don't believe me. That is okay. I will teach you some skills in Iron Fist right now. How about you lead the way after learning? Jia Chongfeng thought about it and decided that Han Sen must think they were lying, which was the only explanation for him being dismissive. Han Sen was speechless, as he was really not interested in learning Iron Fist. However, since the group of people did not mean him harm, Han Sen did not want to let them down. He asked Jia Chongfeng, on your way here, have you seen a snow mountain? I'm looking for that mountain, and if you could take me to find it, I could take you out after finishing my business. Jia Chongfeng was dazed, and then understood that Han Sen was sincerely not interested in learning Iron Fist. He blushed. Snow Mountain, are you talking about that one? Hearing Han Sen's words, one of the girls suddenly looked at him and asked, are you talking about a large mountain with only its top covered in snow? Yes. Did you see it? Han Sen was overjoyed. He was only trying his luck, because if they had approached the mountain and ran into the fire bird, it was very unlikely that they could survive. We did see it, but there were some strong creatures nearby, and we did not dare to approach. Said the girl. That is great. If you take me there, we could go out together after I finish my thing, said Han Sen hastily. Friend, you're not trying to hunt those evil goblins? I think you should forget about it. There are at least 1,000 of them, among which at least 20 are mutant and 1 is sacred blood. Such a group would take more than just a few people, not to mention you are all alone, said Xiao Lingfeng. Han Sen frowned. Last time he was there, he did not see any other creatures. However, according to the four, there were also a group with a sacred blood king. It was the same for Han Sen either way. He would be happy to see a group of creatures there, since he still needed 3 more sacred blood geno points. If you're willing to take me there, I will be very grateful. If not, you could show me the direction and I will be equally grateful. Han Sen did not want to go together with the group. Although their mounts were good, compared to the Golden Growler, they would be too slow. It would be a waste of time for him to slow down for these people. We could take you there, But do you have enough water for all of us to get out of the desert? After some discussion, Jia Chongfeng asked Hansen. Water is sufficient. Hansen patted the water bags piling up next to him. He had brought a lot of water because he planned to go to one of the locations Ningyu told him directly after killing the fire bird. Since Hansen had enough water, the group of 4 felt relaxed. After resting for a night, they were about to set out on the road the next morning. Friend, you have so many luggage. It must have taken you several mounts to bring all of this with you, right? Xiao Lingfeng asked, seeing all the things Hansen had brought. Just one, Hansen said and summoned the golden growler. He did not want to scare the group and used the smallest form of the lion, which was the size of an elephant. What a magnificent mount! They were still surprised by the golden growler. Hansen smiled and did not speak. He lifted everything to the back of the golden growler and mounted the lion himself. The 5 of them started to travel. Because the group of 4 only had one sacred blood mount, and the other 3 were mutant, their speed was not that great. Feeling upset, Hansen had to control the speed of the golden growler to follow the group. Fortunately, the location of the snow mountain was not that far. It only took them 1 day to get there, which was why Hansen was not too worried about time. Hansen got to know the group of 4 a little better. Jia Chongfeng was the grandson of Jia Sadeo. Xiao Lingfeng was a student of Jia Sadeo. As for the 2 girls, the plump one was named Jia Yan, and the slim one was named Xiao Wei. Jia Yan was Jia Chongfeng's younger sister or cousin, and Xiao Wei was Xiao Lingfeng's older sister. Hansen, your mount must be a sacred blood beast soul? Jia Yan rode next to Hansen on a mutant antelope beast, asking curiously while checking out the golden growler. Yes, replied Hansen casually. You must be from a prominent family to have such a mount. How come I have never heard of you before? Jia Yan asked, blinking. I am from an ordinary family instead of a famous or aristocratic one. I'm just luckier than others. Hansen was speaking his mind. Although he was hardworking, his success was largely due to his luck. Hearing that Hansen was not from a prominent family, Jia Yan was even more curious and asked, then why are you not interested in becoming the student of my grandfather? Don't you know what it means to be a student of Iron Fist Demigod? The other 3 also listened carefully, wanting to know why Hansen would turn down an offer like that. I am a free spirit and do not like to go by the rules. If I piss your grandfather off and get my ass kicked, it will do me no good, Hansen answered with a smile. You're funny, Ji Yanran grinned, hearing Hansen's words. Because Hansen was easygoing and they were all of the same age, they quickly started to chat as they marched toward the destination. Look. It's right there. After traveling for a day, Jia Yan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a mountain far away. Hansen had much better eyesight than Jia Yan. In fact, he had seen that mountain a long time ago. However, Hansen frowned because the mountain looked different from the one he remembered. Although this mountain was also covered with snow on the top, but it was much higher and steeper than the one Hansen remembered. Where the firebird was seen to be a volcano, while this one was much rockier. Is it a mistake? Hansen felt upset because he wasted all day and ended up in a wrong place. We can't go any farther. It is the habitat of the evil goblins in front of us. Jia Chongfeng was leading the way, stopped and asked everyone to pause. Hansen got off the back of the golden growler, climbed up a dune with the rest and looked toward the mountain. The mountain was arid. No plants were growing on it. Even in the desert, it was still an uncommon scene. Different from the white sand in the desert, the rocks on the mountain were black. Only the top of the mountain was covered in white snow. On the black mountain walls, there were many thickly dotted holes, which would make a person with trypophobia vomit. There were many red centipedes as thick as arms climbing out of the holes. The centipedes were about 6 feet long and looked extremely ugly, crawling around on the mountain walls. Hansen took a closer look at them. Although they looked like centipedes, they had a triangular head on each end of their body which was made of red bones. Connecting each bone was a pair of red hands with only 3 fingers. As they moved, the small hands were moving like the feet of centipedes, which was creepy to look at. Some of the holes on the mountain were especially wide, about 3 feet in diameter. Hansen was staring at a big hole and saw a giant evil goblin slithering out of it. The evil goblin was as thick as a barrel and more than 30 feet long. A part of its body was still in the hole, so Hansen could not tell how large it actually was. The giant evil goblin twisted its body on the mountain wall as the hands on its body moved, which was sickening. Hansen, that evil goblin king is very scary. I suggest you think twice before trying anything, Xiaowei whispered. Hansen nodded, but his gaze was still lingering on the giant evil goblin. It looked quite strong. Could it be a super creature? Hansen pondered and summoned the horn bow and bony fish arrow, trying to take a shot at it. If it was just a sacred blood creature, it would not be able to block a sacred blood arrow with the spinning force. What are you doing? Xiao Lingfeng quickly held Hansen's hand down, seeing what Hansen was doing. Since I'm already here, of course I am trying to kill the sacred blood evil goblin, said Hansen matter-of-factly. Xiao Lingfeng became annoyed and said, their bony bodies are as tough as metal. It is difficult for one to hurt them with beast soul weapons on the same level as the creatures. Even if the bow and arrow you're holding are both sacred blood beast souls, the distance is too long for you to hurt the king, not to mention your weapons might not be sacred blood. These creatures are very petty. If you started to attack them, the whole group will come this way. You might be able to run away on your sacred blood mount, but we will die for sure. You're right. Since that's the case, you can leave first. I will join you after I kill them, Hansen pondered and said. You don't think you can really kill the king alone, do you? Jia Yan stared at Hansen with her eyes wide. Here's the water. Leave now. If I fail and die here, you will have enough water to go out. Hansen threw the majority of the water bags to the guys, only saving a few for himself. The group looked at Hansen in surprise. Hansen had given the majority of his water to them. If they took the water away, it would be difficult for Hansen to leave the desert with the remaining water after killing the evil goblins, if he could kill the creatures at all. The 4 persons were all confused, not understanding what Hansen was thinking. They had no idea about the golden growler's real speed. If the mount went at its full speed, the remaining water was enough for Hansen to come and go several times. Hansen, if you really want to kill the evil goblin king, maybe we can work together to do it. Xiaowei felt reluctant to leave Hansen alone since he had given them most of his water. There's no need. Go ahead. I could do this alone. Hansen did not want to waste more time. He would kill this goblin king first and then hurry to find the fire bird. Hansen, think about it. These creatures are very fast in the desert. Even with your sacred blood mount, you might not be able to outrun them, Jia Chongfeng also said. If you don't leave now, I will start to shoot. Hansen aimed his arrow at the evil goblins. Let's go. This guy is crazy. Xiao Lingfeng did not think Hansen was joking and quickly pulled his sister away. Jia Chongfeng also pulled Jia Yan away with him. They did not want to cross the evil goblin king. They had once met an evil goblin in the desert, which was only a mutant one. Even so, the situation was extremely risky, not to mention this one was definitely a sacred blood king. In addition, the sacred blood king was also leading an entire group of 20 mutant creatures and 1,000 primitive creatures. Once trapped in the group, it did not even matter however good a fighter one was. All of the creatures were poisonous. Once injured by them, one would die most of the times. Be careful. Even when cut in half, the evil goblins would not die immediately. They could still launch deadly attacks. And try not to touch their blood, which is poisonous, Jia Yan said to Hansen before she left. Understood. Hansen's gaze was fixed upon the giant evil goblin king. When the group went far, he pulled the bow to the fullest. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Hansen shot the arrow at the evil goblin king. The bony fish arrow flashed across the sky and reached one of the two heads of the giant evil goblin king. The evil goblin king quickly stood up like a snake, all the three-fingered hands under its body facing the incoming arrow. A pair of hands grabbed the bony fish arrow, which continued to spin, making strident noises. However, momentarily, many hands covered the arrow and held it down. Even with a strong spinning force, the arrow was caught by the creature. Cheap! The evil goblin king squeaked with its head facing where Hansen was standing. The sound was so penetrating that even people miles away would feel a headache. Boom! As the king squeaked, the evil goblins started to crawl out of all the holes in the mountain wall, which looked like a red waterfall, flooding toward where Hansen was standing. Hearing the sound made by the evil goblin king, the group of four covered their ears and turned back to look at the mountain. The guy really did it. Jia Changfeng muttered to himself, looking in the direction of the mountain. He has saved our lives. Should we really leave him alone? Jia Yan was hesitant. What can we do? You all know how strong the evil goblins are. They are so hard to kill and poisonous as well. Even if we could cut them, we would die if we touch their blood, said Xiaoling Fang. Xiao Wei said helplessly, even if we want to save him, it is too late now. Let's wait right here. He has a sacred blood mount, so maybe he could run this far. And maybe we will be able to help him at that point. Jia Changfeng nodded and did not speak. All four of them were staring at the mountain, hearing the noises getting louder. Hansen was more happy than surprised to see his arrow held by the evil goblin king. An ordinary, sacred blood creature would not be able to stop his arrow, which meant this evil goblin king was very likely to be a super creature. Although he was in the wrong spot and failed to see the fire bird, another super creature would be more than welcome. Seeing the evil goblins coming toward him like red flood, Hansen quickly summoned the golden rockworm king and put the super pet armor on it. The pet quickly flew toward the evil goblin king. Hansen did not dare to be careless. There were simply too many of the creatures. It would take him a long time to wipe them out. He jumped on the back of the golden growler, which shook its body and roared, growing into a small hill and rushing at the group of evil goblins. The giant body of the lion stamped on the evil goblins, killing countless creatures as it ran. The group of evil goblins were like a red pond in the eyes of the golden growler. Although the golden growler was a mount and did not have the ability to attack, it was so huge in size and so tough that even the walls of the shelter could not withstand it. In that sense, it was a weapon of mass destruction as well. Hansen was pleased to see the golden growler crushing the group of evil goblins. Hearing the voice telling him creatures killed, Hansen occasionally gained a few beast souls. The seemingly impressive evil goblins were even weaker than earthworms under the paws of the golden growler. There was no need for Hansen to move a muscle. The poisonous blood of the dead evil goblins had no effect on the super mount, and there was no way they could reach Hansen, who was sitting high. Holding Meowth in his arms, Hansen looked at the golden rockworm king fighting the evil goblin king. Circling around the goblin king in the air, the golden rockworm king attacked it with 8 sharp claws. The evil goblin king had extended the better half of its body out of the hole, squeaking with its head high. Moving its hands, the evil goblin king was trying to capture the super pet. However, the golden rockworm king was fast and flexible. Although the evil goblin king tried a few times, it failed to capture the super pet and lost a few hands to its sharp claws instead. This way, the evil goblin king became agitated and threw itself at the super pet. Although the super pet hurt the evil goblin king a couple of times, it did not have the absolute advantage. The two monsters kept fighting each other, squeaking at times. With the super pet armor, the evil goblin king could only manage to scratch the armor and could not hurt the super pet. If the fight went on, the super pet would win sooner or later. Hansen was very pleased that the evil Goblin King was the match of the super pet. It was almost certainly a super creature. However, Hansen did not want to watch the fight anymore, so he summoned the Holy Angel and ordered the Golden Rock Worm King to go harder at its enemy. Although the sharp nails of the evil Goblin King were stabbing at the super pet, it could not hurt the Worm King because of the armor. Boom! The gorgeous figure of the Holy Angel flashed on the mountain wall. She waved her hand and cut the evil Goblin King, which was held down by the Golden Rock Worm King, in half. Half of the body of the evil Goblin King quickly fell from the mountain and made a huge pit in the sand. However, when it landed, the half of the body was still moving. With poisonous blood flowing, it threw itself once again at the Golden Rock Worm King, and even the super pet armor was left with some marks. The Holy Angel used her hand like a sword. Momentarily, the half of the body was sliced into pieces and stopped moving. The triangular head was even cut into 4 pieces and exploded. This time, the evil Goblin King was completely quiet. Watching the evil Goblin King killed, Hansen looked to the hall on the mountain wall, upset. The other half of the evil Goblin King's body had disappeared, and Hansen did not hear the voice telling him the creature was killed. And the pieces of the body in the sand were corrupting quickly, which seemed abnormal. Without any hesitation, Hansen took the Golden Growler and the Golden Rock Worm King back and entered the hole with Holy Angel. Why has it become quiet? Jia Yan looked to the mountain with doubts. It's probably finished, Xiao Wei sighed and said. I'll go back to have a look, Jia Changfeng said and rode toward the mountain. Let's go together. Be careful not to attract the attention of the evil goblins. Xiao Lingfeng followed him. The group of people returned to the area of the mountain. What they saw made them feel so appalled that they could not shut their mouths. The bodies of evil goblins were everywhere. The blood had formed a river and the bodies had become a hill. White sand was colored into burgundy by the poisonous blood. Half of the evil Goblin King's body was lying on the ground. Although corrupted, it still looked shocking. He killed them all. Jia Changfeng did not know what to say. Who is this person? Xiao Lingfeng thought with complex feelings. Someone as strong as this was simply beyond his imagination. Where is Hansen? Jia Yan and Xiao Wei had come back to themselves. They looked around but did not see Hansen. The 2 guys also looked around and did not see Hansen either. They all had a strange feeling. Initially, they thought they just ran into an ordinary guy, yet the guy was so impressive that they could not even begin to describe it. At this point, Hansen had already gone deep into the hole on the mountain wall. Inside the mountain, the channels were interconnected like a labyrinth. Hansen commanded the Holy Angel to scout for him, following the blood of the evil Goblin King. After a while, they were still unable to catch up with the creature. If Hansen did not see the blood, he would wonder if he was in the wrong direction. Quite fast, this guy. Hansen put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel and ordered the Holy Angel to follow the traces of blood. The super pet and super pet armor was almost invincible in First God's sanctuary. There was nothing she would fear. After 3 to 4 hours, Hansen eventually entered a large space, which was a cave shaped like a cylinder. The cave looked like the inside of a church tower. The ceiling was about half a mile high, and the stone walls were dotted with holes of different sizes. The traces of blood had disappeared at this point. Hansen frowned at the countless holes on the stone walls. Without any clue, it was impossible to find the evil Goblin King with so many holes. Hansen lighted a torch and looked around in the cave. He suddenly saw an alloy case in the corner. Someone had been here before. Hansen was surprised. The case looked like it was the advanced product from the Alliance. It was made of top-notch Z steel that was not only tough but also light in weight, making the case more portable than Z steel armor and weapons. The case was a bit deformed. It looked like it had been hit hard. The lid was slightly open. Covered in dust and speckles, the case looked quite old and probably had something spilled and tried on it. Hansen checked the style of the case, which looked expensive but old. He did not think it was produced recently. Who could come to this place with the group of evil goblins outside? Or does the mountain have a different entrance elsewhere? Hansen squatted and checked the case carefully. Although the lid was slightly open, Hansen still could not see what was inside. It looked like there was something though. Although modern technology was useless in God's sanctuary, Hansen did not dare to be reckless. He stepped back and asked the holy angel to open the case. The holy angel was fearless. She reached her hand in the gap and pulled the case open. Nothing weird happened. In the case, there were 3 bottles and a crystal card. Geno solutions? Hansen looked at the 3 bottles and felt surprised. Hansen had seen a lot of this kind of bottles. They should be the bottles of Geno solutions paired with hyper Geno arts. These bottles were specially made to contain the Geno solutions, which had been this way for generations. However, although there were 3 bottles, only one of them was filled with purple Geno solution. One of the bottles was empty, and one was broken. Hansen took the full bottle and regarded it. He did not find any notes. Normally speaking, a bottle like this would have a tag to indicate what kind of hyper Geno art this solution belonged to. However, this bottle did not have any writing on it. Is it Geno solution or not? Hansen frowned and examined the crystal card. It was a memory card, which was still intact. However, he could not check it in God's sanctuary. Hansen put the crystal card and bottle away. He looked around and did not see bodies or inscriptions. He wondered why the case ended up here. Hansen walked around in the large cave but did not find anything else. He felt quite upset to let the evil Goblin King run away. However, there was no way that he could tell where the evil Goblin King was. Even if he wanted to chase after it, he did not know how. As Hansen was hesitating whether he should leave already, he felt the giant cave was shaking and then heard noises like thunder. The rumbles became louder and louder, sounding quite scary. What is it? Hansen listened carefully, trying to tell where the sound came from. However, there were too many caves, so the echo was too loud for Hansen to tell that. He was sure about one thing, something was coming at him, and it was something big. Hansen pondered and took back the holy angel. He shapeshifted into the color shifter and leaned against the mountain wall, turning into a part of the rocks. No one could tell he was there. The rumbling continued for a while, before it softened. Very soon, Hansen saw the evil Goblin King came from a wide hole. The huge body slithered out, which was still more than 60 feet long. The injury on the end of its body was still there, but had already healed. What a large creature. It is still this long when cut in half. It must be at least 100 feet long originally. Hansen regarded the creature, not understanding why it still dared to come out. As Hansen was suspicious, he did not move but watched the creature moving in the cave. The creature did nothing special, but Hansen felt something must be wrong, so he stayed still and watched. Suddenly, he saw something else coming from the same hole where the evil Goblin King was. It was a creature that looked like a white rhinoceros with 3 pairs of legs, looking magnificent. On the back of the white rhinoceros sat a person. Hansen was shocked to see someone else riding a creature in this place, who was also getting along with the evil Goblin King. Everything seemed so odd. Hansen could tell that the white rhinoceros was definitely a creature instead of a beast soul pet. A creature had a murderous scent which the pet did not have. He looked carefully at the person sitting on the back of the white rhinoceros. It should be a woman. However, she was wearing a black cloak with a hood, so Hansen could not tell what she looked like. How come there is no human? The woman looked around and muttered to herself, before she rode the white rhinoceros back into the hole. Hansen was dazed. The woman sounded like she was not a human herself, but Hansen had never heard a creature would look exactly like a human and could talk. The evil goblin king, which only had half its body left, followed the woman into the hole. Hansen had now understood that the goblin was a bait the woman sent. Who is that woman? She is so strange. I have never heard that human could control a creature, which is also a super creature. How is that even possible? Hansen felt confused. A long while after the evil goblin king disappeared, he slowly moved his body toward that hole. Hansen carefully entered the hole, which was rather wide. When he walked deeper inside, there was a fork. Hansen observed the surroundings and followed one path. The evil goblin king barely left any traces as its three-fingered hands were quite small. However, the white rhinoceros left some footprints. And he could even hear the hoof beats. Deep inside the mountain, Hansen carefully walked in the labyrinth. After an hour, the hoof beats could no longer be heard. Hansen became alarmed and slowed down. He pondered and shapeshifted again into the color shifter. Very soon, he saw the evil goblin king again when he entered another big cave. Although it was still inside the mountain, there was a crack on the ceiling where the sky could be seen and light could come through. In the big cave, there was even a stream of water. Hansen saw the woman and the white rhinoceros again. In addition to the woman and the white rhinoceros, many man-made tools were laid around, such as tents, walks, and bowls. It seemed like the woman had spent quite some time in the cave. Hansen stopped breathing and integrated himself with the stone wall, observing the woman, someone who could command a super creature. Even Hansen felt surprised by his discovery. It was hard to believe that such a person even existed. If she had been around for a while, then super creatures should have been known to human a while back. How come there was absolutely no news about it? Even the Nings were merely guessing and had never killed a super creature. The woman set up the wok and started to burn a kind of vines underneath. It looks like she was cooking. Then she opened an alloy case filled with bottles and cans. When she started to pour the content of a bottle into the wok, Hansen realized it must be spice. Very soon, Hansen smelled food. He wondered what meat she was cooking, which was making him drool. Seeing the meat was about ready, the woman took off her back cloak and got up to fill her bowl. Hansen was eventually able to see what her face, which made him stare his eyes wide and almost scream out loud. There was a white mask made of bones on the woman's face. And a pair of purple horns were standing in her long hair like crescents. Sure royalty. How can this be? Hansen was so shocked that he was speechless, unable to believe what he had seen. As the biggest enemy of human in the universe, Shura almost looked the same as men except for the horns. The purple horns were the characteristics of Shura royalty. A royal Shura man had single horn, and a royal Shura woman had double horns. None of these mattered though. What shocked Hansen was the fact that Ashura had made her way into God's sanctuary, which was not supposed to happen. It was not to say that Shura did not have teleport devices. Even if they had none, it would be easy for them to grab one from human in the wars. However, Shura was rejected by God's sanctuary itself. Even with a teleport device, no Shura would choose to enter this space. Human had conducted an experiment to teleport Shura prisoners into God's sanctuary, who immediately got sick with the symptoms of flu. As their immune system went down, they all died in God's sanctuary within 3 days, adults and children alike, no matter how strong they were. However, this Shura royalty seemed to have lived in God's sanctuary for a long time already. Hansen was scared by the idea that Shura might be able to survive in God's sanctuary. Shura's physique was much better than human in the first place. If they were able to survive in God's sanctuary and gain Geno points, the consequences would be dire. Shura had always been conducting research in this aspect, but they had not made much progress. Meanwhile, the Alliance was doing its best to prevent Shura from entering God's sanctuary. Because of the damages Shura would suffer from entering God's sanctuary and human occupation of most of the shelters, Shura had almost no chance at it. Some Shura had risked their lives and tried to enter God's sanctuary, but they were doomed once spotted by human. After all, Shura almost had no ability to fight was entering God's sanctuary. The moment they were seen, they would be killed. Even if they were not found, they would die of sickness in a couple days. Maybe Shura had overcome the issue of surviving God's sanctuary? Hansen felt a chill. If that was true, then a disaster would fall on human. An ordinary Shura adult had the same physique as a human evolver. And a strong Shura fighter would be the same as a human surpasser. With such physique, it would be easy for Shura to kill all creatures and leave none for human. Among black, white, golden, and purple horns were the Shura royalties who had the strongest physique. Once older than 10, they could be over 100 in fitness index. Although Hansen did not know how old this Shura woman was, she must be more than 10 years old, which meant she definitely had a fitness index beyond 100. Once Shura like her entered in first God's sanctuary and started a fight with human, Hansen could imagine what would happen. Even Hansen, who only had a fitness index below 30, could already become invincible in first God's sanctuary. Ordinary super creatures only had a fitness index over 40. If the number became over 100. Hansen was covered in cold sweat on the thought as unspeakable fear filled his heart. It was beyond his personal interests. If Shura were able to survive in first God's sanctuary, it would be the nightmare for the entire mankind. Hansen could not bear to think of that kind of tragedy. He was a man, with his family, friends, and loved ones in God's sanctuary, so he had to think of the worst possibility. The Shura woman got herself a bowl of meat with soup and realized that she still had her mask on when she tried to eat. She took the mask off and put it away. Hansen then saw her face and was dazed. Although judging from her small purple horns, Hansen knew she was probably young, he did not realize how young she was. She was about 14 or 15 years old, her face round and skin so fair that it was almost transparent. The look in her eyes was quite innocent. Because Shura girls developed early in general, she had a curvaceous body, which made Hansen feel she was older. Her waist-length black hair was tied back. If it was not for her purple horns, she would just be considered a pretty girl. However, because of the horns, Hansen did not dare to consider her as a girl. Even though she was just around 15 years old, her fitness index was definitely over 100 as a Shura royalty. This sweet girl was actually as fierce as Queen, more destructive than super creatures in first God's sanctuary. As Hansen was checking her out, she sat down on something covered by a piece of cloth and started to gobble from the bowl in her hand as fast as the holy angel did. In a short while, she finished all the food in the bowl. When she got up to get more, the piece of cloth was moved, unveiling what was underneath. Hansen was shocked with just a sneak peek. Under the cloth was a shining yellow crystal, the size of a boulder. Hansen was very familiar with this kind of crystal. He had seen many of these recently, which were the life essence of super creatures. Although Hansen only caught a glimpse, he was certain that it must be life essence. Judging by the shape of the cloth, there were at least 2 pieces of life essence underneath. Hansen stared at them without a blink. Although he now had the ability to kill a super creature, it took him a lot of time to find one. He wanted life essence bad. Looking at the Shura girl, Hansen gave up the thought. Hansen could not understand why the Shura girl did not eat the life essence. However, there was no way Hansen could beat her. Not even with the Holy Angel and the Golden Rockworm King helping him. A fitness level of over 100 was simply matchless in first God's sanctuary. Hansen was always decisive. Although the temptation was huge, he merely hesitated for a moment before he decided to leave quietly. He had to report the existence of Shura to the Alliance, making sure that the Alliance was prepared. Hansen alone could not stop something as big as this. If Shura was really able to overcome the damages they suffered from God's sanctuary, then the entire Alliance must be rallied up against them. In addition, this Shura girl was even able to control a super creature, which was shocking. As Hansen was trying to leave, to his surprise, the Shura girl suddenly let out a scream. He turned to look at her and saw her kneeling on the floor, moaning in pain. Her body kept shaking as she huddled up. The evil goblin and the white rhinoceros seemed to be so scared that they each ran away into a stone channel like rabbits. However, they did not dare to go far, but stayed in their own place shivering, checking on the Shura girl from time to time. Bang! Hansen heard a loud noise. The Shura girl, who was holding her head and moaning in pain, suddenly started to bang her head against the floor, smashing the rock into pieces. Although the rock was broken, her head was not even red, but only got dirty with some dust on it. Bang bang bang. Hansen watched the girl hitting her head against the rock repeatedly and was shocked. Is Shura girl a lunatic? Watching the Shura girl banging her head on the floor, Hansen could not help feeling an urge to kill her. She looked like she was having a reoccurrence of some disease. Maybe he could take the opportunity to kill her. On another thought, Hansen was not even sure if he could hurt her with the cursed wolf dagger, given how strong she was. The gap between himself and someone with a fitness level over 100 was simply too big. Hansen watched the Shura girl banging her head against the floor in pain with a complex look. He suddenly found that the cave seemed to be very well lit. As he took a closer look, he saw the full moon was shining through the cave from the crack above. Boom! With another hard bang, a large pit was formed as all the rocks within a range of a dozen feet were crushed. After that, the Shura girl did not move anymore, but fell in the pit and fainted. The evil goblin and the white rhinoceros then came out of the stone channels. The evil goblin approached the unconscious Shura girl, hesitated, and suddenly opened its mouth and bit at her. Hansen was dumbfounded. He did not know what was going on. A moment ago, the evil goblin was following the Shura girl like a puppy dog, while all of a sudden, it was about to eat her. Maybe this creature was extremely intelligent and knew how strong she was, so it pretended to be enslaved by her until it could find an opportunity to eat her alive. The evil goblin snapped at her body and threw her into the air, using its thousands of hands to tear her apart. Although Hansen was happy to see that, he was shocked when his gaze fell upon the Shura girl. The evil goblin caught half of the Shura girl's body, so her hair was falling in the air. Hansen saw clearly that the pair of purple horns were gone. Hansen could not believe it and rubbed his eyes. As he looked at her one more time, he still did not see the purple horns that represented Shura royalty. What has happened? Did I make a mistake earlier? Hansen was filled with doubts, but the evil goblin was already ready to swallow the girl like a snake. If she was Shura, Hansen would hope this to happen. However, the girl now looked like a completely normal human girl, which made him hesitate. Boom! Seeing that the evil goblin king was about to eat the girl, Hansen gritted his teeth and summoned the holy angel and the cursed wolf dagger, dashing at the evil goblin king. The evil goblin king knew how strong the holy angel was and dodged her attack immediately. However, Hansen was already in its face. He wielded the cursed wolf dagger and made several cuts on the head of the evil goblin king, making it seethe in pain. The girl fell from its mouth. Hansen caught her in the air and flew away, dodging the splashing poisonous blood. The white rhinoceros roared and quickly threw itself at Hansen, running with its 6 hooves. As Hansen pointed at the rhinoceros, the golden rockworm king flew at it. Taking this opportunity, Hansen stepped aside and touched the head of the fainted girl, trying to make sure whether she was Shura. Hansen felt nothing. The pair of purple horns simply disappeared without leaving any trace. Hansen felt her head again and again. He could not believe what had happened. He was sure that he did see a pair of purple horns shaped like crescents. However, they were gone just like that. Shura's horns could not be retracted. Otherwise, there would be a million for Shura spies among human. The horns of Shura were connected to their brain. Even if they cut the horns off, there would still be scars where the horns used to be. It was easy to tell when touched. In addition, no hair would grow where the horns were broken, so it was easy to tell. However, this girl was different. Her scalp was smooth and her hair was thick. There were no proof of previous horns, so it was impossible that the horns were knocked off by herself. What could this possibly be? Were the horns just some decoration she was wearing and were smashed just now? Hansen had never heard of such a thing and could not decide what to do with her. I'll leave her alone for the moment, Hansen decided, thinking of the evil goblin, white rhinoceros, and the life essence covered by the cloth. He wanted to leave the girl alone, but there was no safe space in the cave given 4 monsters were fighting inside. Hansen had to hold her in his arms for the moment. The evil goblin was almost beaten by Holy Angel. Lots of its hands were cut off. Although they were both super creatures, the Holy Angel was obviously the top of the top, even comparable to the adult golden growler. The evil goblin, however, was more or less on the same level as the Aqua Reaper. In addition, the evil goblin was hurt in the first place, so it was no match of the Holy Angel. On the other side, the golden rockworm king was against the white rhinoceros. To Hansen's surprise, the rockworm king was at a disadvantage. In terms of both speed and fitness, the rhinoceros was stronger. Hansen put the super pad armor on the rockworm and enhanced its defense. This way, it could compete against the white rhinoceros. Hansen rushed over to fight the evil goblin with the cursed wolf dagger in his hand and his wings flapping. He decided to take the weakest link out first and leave the tough ones for later. The evil goblin was dodging here and there from the Holy Angel's attack. Hansen took his opportunity, used the both heresy mantra and overload, appeared behind the evil goblin, and cut off its triangular head. Bang! The giant body of the evil goblin suddenly became limp. It fell to the bottom, making the entire space shake. Super creature evil goblin killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. The voice suddenly sounded in Hansen's mind, but Hansen had no time to lament the lack of beast soul. He commanded the Holy Angel to take care of the 6-legged white rhinoceros. On the other hand, Hansen went to the disappearing body of the evil goblin and seized a red crystal the size of a football. Hansen glanced at the girl in his arms, who was still unconscious. Her clothes were a bit ragged, while she did not get injured at all, and only had some red marks. Hansen frowned and checked on the white rhinoceros under the siege of both the Holy Angel and Golden Rockworm King. It seemed there was no need for Hansen to do anything. Holding the girl under one arm and the life essence of the evil goblin in the other, Hansen dashed to the tent, which was already damaged by fallen stones. He found a quilt in the tent, took it out, and placed the girl on it. He then ran toward the life essence covered under the piece of cloth. As the piece of cloth was lifted, Hansen was bedazzled by the splendid view. 3 crystals were placed together. One was yellow and the other 2 were blue. The yellow one was the biggest piece, about the size of a boulder. One of the blue ones was the size of a drum, and the other the size of a basketball. Fortune. Such a fortune. Hansen almost jumped up, unable to believe his own eyes. Hansen bent over and licked at the yellow crystal, trying to make sure that it was life essence. As the yellow liquid was swallowed by Hansen, he suddenly heard the voice. Life essence of super creature earth dragon beast consumed. Hansen was overjoyed. He was finally relaxed as these were truly life essence. Mine, they're all mine. Hansen summoned Meowth in its transformed state, put a bag around neck and started to fill it with life essence. The golden growler was too big in size, so it would be inconvenient for it to leave the cave. Hansen had to put the burden on Meowth. 3 life essence crystals, in addition to the ones from the evil goblin and the white rhinoceros, which was about to be killed. Hansen was almost certain that he would be able to gain 5 crystals of life essence at once. These 5 crystals might even make him max out on super geno points. It was such a huge pie in the sky, which fell right into Hansen's mouth. La-dee-da, la-dee-da. I love moving. Hansen paused as he suddenly felt something was wrong when moving the crystals into the bag. Hansen turned around and was suddenly dumbstruck. The girl had already sat up. She tilted her head and regarded Hansen with her wide eyes blinking. Hansen was so happy that he had forgotten about the girl. Seeing she had woken up, Hansen suddenly remembered that she was possibly a Shura royalty and was then covered in cold sweat. "Hello." Hansen forced a smile and said hi to the girl, thinking, I should not have such bad luck. She does not look like a Shura royalty either. The girl did not respond, still staring at Hansen with her eyes wide as if she had never seen human before. Hansen's heart sank. He wondered what she was thinking. At this point, Hansen was holding a blue crystal of life essence in his hand. He was not sure whether he should put it into his bag or put it where it used to be. However, Hansen had already put away the other 2 pieces. It was too late for him to do anything. Anyone could tell he was stealing. "This thing? You have no use of it. So, I will take it away," Hansen said to the girl, holding the blue life essence high. This time, to Hansen's joy, the girl unexpectedly nodded. He put the life essence away and said, "You were unconscious just now. That creature tried to eat you and I saved you." The girl was so strange that Hansen did not know where she came from. It would not hurt if he started to sweet talk. As the saying goes, no one would slap a smiling face. At the very least, Hansen had saved her, although she probably did not need to be saved. The hard snap from the evil goblin did not even break her skin as fair as milk, but only left some red marks on it, which was about what would happen if she scratched it with her nails. The girl blinked and said nothing, watching Hansen transferring the life essence to his bag. Roar! The white rhinoceros suddenly screamed. Hansen saw the head of the white rhinoceros sent into the air by the holy angel. The golden rockworm king was still clinging to the body of the white rhinoceros, its tail digging into the rhino's meat and its claws holding the rhino's stomach. Super creature white jade 6-legged rhinoceros killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Hansen heard the voice again. It was the first time that he had killed 2 super creatures in one day, which no one could believe even if he were to tell someone. The next moment, Hansen became pale because the girl suddenly moved. She was so incredibly fast that even with Hansen's eyesight, he almost lost track of her moves. As the girl stepped forward, she almost appeared in front of the golden rockworm king instantaneously, throwing a punch at the pet. She was so swift that the golden rockworm king had no time to dodge, and Hansen did not even manage to take back his pet in time. Boom! The tender fist of the girl hit the golden rockworm king hard. The hole was left on both the super pet armor and the worm king. It was so easy that it looked like the creature and the pet armor were made of paper. Hansen took the golden rockworm king, holy angel, and Meowth back in his mind and ran away immediately, letting the life essence drop on the floor. At this point, Hansen still did not know whether the teenage girl was a Shura royalty. However, there was no doubt that her fitness index was over 100. Since she had made a move, Hansen did not have any thought other than running for his life. Unless an evolver like Queen came here, it did not matter how many people came to his rescue. However, in First God's Sanctuary, it was impossible that an advanced evolver could appear. There would be at most some rookies who had just evolved. Hansen just started running when the girl stood in front of him in the blink of an eye, her face almost hitting his. Hansen was shocked and quickly stepped back. He was about to summon the Holy Angel and the Golden Rockworm King, which was severely injured. Hansen decided to buy himself some time. After all, nothing mattered more than his own life. As Hansen stepped back, the girl did not attack him, but stared at him with her big eyes. There was no hostility on her face. Hansen suddenly had a thought and did not summon the Worm King and Holy Angel. If this girl was trying to attack him, she should have done that a long time ago. However, she did not attack Hansen, who was the closest to her, but hit Golden Rockworm King. That probably meant she had no intention to hit Hansen. Therefore, if Han Sen were to antagonize her with the Worm King and Holy Angel, he would definitely be doomed. Although Han Sen was having a thought like that, his eyes were fixed on the girl, still alarmed. Although the girl did not look hostile, it was just the look. One could never predict another person's thought, not to mention how weird this girl was. The girl did not lay a hand on Han Sen, but stared at him. It seemed that she was curious. "Sister, my name is Han Senator, how shall I call you?" Han Sen asked with a forced smile, as he felt awkward but did not know what to say. "Zero." Han Sen did not have much hope, but to his surprise, the girl answered him. The voice of the girl had a pleasant tone. Han Sen was not sure if she was answering his question. "Zero?" Han Sen asked her with doubt. "Zero." The girl said and squatted down, writing zero on the floor with her finger, which turned out to be Standard Alliance language. Seeing the word written by the girl, Han Sen felt more relaxed. The Alliance had fought Shura for many years, which was why human would learn Shura language and Shura culture. Shura had also learned human language, but even ordinary Shura did not deign to use the language of human, let alone a Shura royalty. The girl naturally used Standard Alliance language, which made her more likely to be a human. "Zero, this is your first name, right? What is your last name?" Han Sen asked. "Just Zero," the girl said without explaining further. She was still staring at Han Sen as if there was something on his face. Han Sen thought Zero did not seem to be too intelligent. He licked his lips and said with a fake smile, "We are friends, not enemies, right?" "Friends, not enemies," Zero nodded and said. Han Sen was overjoyed, spread his hands, and said, "We are good friends, so we don't fight, right? Good friends, no fight." Zero nodded again, agreeing with Han Sen. Han Sen was even more pleased as he felt Zero was indeed a bit dumb, like a 3-year-old. Did she hurt her brain when she bangs her head on the floor? Han Sen was secretly happy. He walked 2 steps and pointed at the life essence on the floor, asking, "Tell me, can I take these?" This time, Zero did not speak but nodded. Obviously, she had agreed. Han Sen was on top of the world. Originally, he thought there would be no gain this time as both Golden Rockworm King and Super Pet Armor were severely damaged, and it was still questionable whether he could survive. Life essence was out of the question. However, things suddenly took a turn. He still had a chance to take away all the crystals of life essence, which was a great surprise to him. "Can I really take these away?" Han Sen pointed at the life essence and then himself, confirming it with Zero again. "Yes." Zero nodded heavily. She seemed to be quite serious. "Thank you. You are such a good person." Han Sen was eventually able to make sure that Zero was out of her mind. She must have hurt her brain just now. Otherwise, who would give life essence away? Han Sen still felt a bit anxious. He tried to walk to a crystal of life essence, lifted it up and checked on Zero, who had sat down on the boulder nearby, resting her chin in her hands and watching Han Sen with great interest. It seemed that she did not want to fight at all. "Since you gave it to me, I will eat it?" Han Sen reached out his tongue, pretending to be licking at the life essence. Zero regarded him without speaking, her eyes smiling. "I will begin then?" Han Sen licked the crystal. Zero was still smiling at him. It seemed that she was very happy. Han Sen saw that Zero meant him no harm and was okay with him eating the life essence and started to lick faster. Zero was still just watching, making Han Sen completely relaxed. "It seems that she's really hurt her brain. That's much easier." Han Sen no longer held back and started to lick away. Life essence of super creature crystal spirit beast consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Very soon, the better half of the smaller piece of blue life essence was swallowed by Han Senator. To Han Sen's excitement, the voice kept telling him how many super geno points he had gained. At this point, Han Sen was certain that Zero, who seemed to be troubled mentally, did not mean him any harm. In fact, with her ability, if she were to fight him, Hansen could not think of a single way he could save himself from her. The difference in their fitness levels was too big. Even among evolvers, a fitness index of over 100 was the absolute top, not to mention Hansen was still unevolved. This was what was confusing Hansen as well. If Zero was human, with her super geno points maxed out, it will still be impossible for her to have a fitness index over 100. Hansen knew that very well, because according to his estimate, even after he finished evolution in the evolution pool and became an evolver, he would still just be around 60 to 70 in fitness index, which was still much less than 100. Although Hansen did not understand, he had no trouble taking advantage of the situation. Zero seemed to have a troubled mind and meant him no harm, so he could just take the life essence for himself. Hansen summoned Meowth again and picked up the life essence of the white jade six-legged rhinoceros. He put all the crystals of life essence on Meowth's back. "Thank you, beauty. So long, and I will buy you dinner next time." Hansen waved at Zero, walking out with Meowth. Although Zero meant him no harm, Hansen did not know where she came from, and she was troubled mentally. Who knows if she would become mad again? Hansen decided to be as far away from her as possible. However, when Hansen arrived at the channel where he came from, he found Zero right behind him. It seemed that she was following him silently. In his room at Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen felt a strong headache as he looked at Zero, who was sitting opposite him. Back to the day when they were in the cave, Zero insisted on following him in silence. She would walk as Hansen did and stop when he stopped. When Hansen could something, she would eat it without apologies. When Hansen asked her something, she would just nod or shake her head. Hansen fished no information out of her and had to accept this tale. Hansen even tried to run away on the back of the golden growler during the middle of the night while she was sleeping. However, after riding the golden growler non-stop for more than half a day, as he started to cook lunch, Zero was already waiting next to his pot with her eyes wide. Hansen had thought of all kinds of methods, trying to get rid of her. In his eyes, she was a huge time bomb, which he could not keep around himself. However, after using all he got, he failed to lose her. The only possible way to get rid of her must be violence. However, thinking of the way she left a hole in the super pet armor and golden rockworm king, Hansen dismissed the idea immediately. Hansen took Zero back to the shelter. His original thought was to export the crisis. There were so many people in Steel Armor Shelter, so Zero might focus her attention on someone else and follow that person instead. He could maybe call the police for that person and let the Alliance step in. However, Zero did not follow anyone else other than him. She would go wherever Hansen went like a tag-along. She did not seem to be completely dumb. At least when Hansen went to the bathroom, Zero would not follow him. In the end, Hansen had to take her back to his room in Steel Armor Shelter and watch her with a headache. He had found out nothing about her. Before leaving the cave, he had checked on Zero's belongings, which were just ordinary man-made products. There was no way he could tell where she came from and why she would follow himself by examining those things. "We are already in the shelter, so you can teleport back home yourself," Hansen said to Zero helplessly. Zero looked back at Hansen and blinked her dark eyes. "I'm hungry." Hansen couldn't help holding his forehead, feeling like he had found himself a lot of trouble. "Little sister, I'm telling you, I will evolve and leave First God's sanctuary very soon. Even if you stay here, it will not make a difference." Hansen was telling the truth. He was eating the life essence he picked up on the way back to the shelter. At this point, he had 82 super geno points and still had 2.5 crystals left. Once he finished everything, he should be maxing out on his super geno points. Zero remained silent. Her eyes were as clear as spring water with no impurity. She gazed at Hansen like that and repeated, "I'm hungry." Hansen felt like he was about to go mad, but he had to start cooking. As they were eating, Hansen asked Zero, who was filling her mouth with food, "So, why did you choose to follow me?" Surprisingly, Zero put down the bowl in her hand and stood up. Then Hansen saw her unbutton her blouse and pull it down. Don't. I'm not that kind of person. You think you can tempt me with your beauty? I'm telling you there is no way you could achieve that. I am a... Hansen covered his eyes with both hands and said, while peeking through his fingers. Zero had already pulled her blouse down. She was wearing nothing underneath. However, she had already turned her back to Han. Senator Hansen suddenly widened his eyes. On the gorgeous and flawless back of Zero, Hansen saw a tattoo, a red tattoo. The tattoo was the shape of a beast which looked like a cat or fox. As red as fire, the head and tail of the beast were connected into a circle. Hansen was naturally familiar with this print. The red pendant Hansen had was exactly the same. Hansen told him that the beast was called Nine Life Cat. The pendant used to belong to Han Jingji, who never went anywhere without it. On the body of this weird girl, Hansen saw this beast once again, which made him feel surprised. Zero pulled her blouse back to cover her nude body up, walked to Hansen, and reached her hand toward Hansen's chest. What are you doing? Hansen was startled, trying to jump back. However, Zero was too fast. She immediately reached into Hansen's collar and pulled the Nine Life Cat pendant Hansen was wearing. She then released it and stepped back, pointing at the pendant. You're saying you followed me because of this pendant? What do you have to do with it? Hansen looked at Zero incredulously. Zero did not talk to Hansen again but sat back to eat, as if he had heard nothing. Hansen strongly suspected that Zero was not dumb at all. Hansen had never managed to get any information that she did not want to share. Seeing Zero's face, Hansen did not even want to ask again. What is this about? Why would there be a Nine Life Cat on the back of Zero? Is that related to this pendant? What's the relationship between her and Han Jingji? Hansen looked at the Nine Life Cat dependent with complex emotions. However, Hansen felt like there was no way for Zero to be connected to Han Jingji. Han Jingji was someone who lived centuries ago, while Zero was so young. The connection was simply impossible. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Nine Life Cat should not be anything unique to Han Jingji. Hansen had to comfort himself. I'm leaving now. You can stay here or teleport back yourself. Hansen used the teleport device in his room and teleported back to the teleport station. He still had the memory card he gained from the cave in his pocket. Maybe he would know something after seeing what was inside. Hansen believed it would not be a coincidence for that alloy case to appear in the cave. Maybe there were some clues about Zero stored in the memory card. Just when Hansen walked out of the teleport device and tried to access the memory card with his comm link, he was suddenly appalled. From the same teleport device, a beautiful girl who had a gorgeous face and long black hair walked out in ragged clothes. It was no other than Zero. Something is definitely wrong. Hansen gazed at Zero, feeling like he had seen a ghost. The rule about teleport was that you would go out through the same teleport device used to enter God's sanctuary, no matter where you had been in God's sanctuary. If the teleport device was damaged, then the person would be teleported to a device nearby. The rule never changed. Hansen did not believe there would be such a coincidence that Zero teleported into God's sanctuary via the exact same device as he did. It was simply unbelievable. Hansen thought he was able to get rid of her once he left God's sanctuary, but it seemed that she could follow him out as well, which made Hansen frown. This girl was a super time bomb, so Hansen did not dare to take her home. However, if he claimed that she was Shura and turned her to the Alliance, judging by her look which was 100% human, the Alliance would only think Hansen was mad or was trying to frame Zero. Hansen was dazed, staring at Zero. Then he suddenly had an idea and decided to turn back to the teleport station, going back to God's sanctuary. Standing in his room at Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen closely watched the teleport device in his room. Then, what he worried about the most happened. With a whirl, Zero quickly appeared in the teleport device and came out as her beautiful self. The teleport device in the room of a shelter normally could only be used by the owner of the room. If one did not have a room, one had to use the public teleport device on the plaza. However, Zero was able to use the teleport device in Hansen's room and ended up in the same spot as he did. When he came back, she was still able to follow him back to his room. Damn it! Why is this happening? Hansen cursed inwardly. But there was nothing he could do about Zero. Hansen teleported once again to the Alliance and was followed by Zero as expected. Although Hansen knew this would happen, he still felt quite upset. It seems that I could only get rid of her as I evolved to second God's sanctuary. Hansen entered a lounge, trying to read the memory card via a comm link to get some useful information. Very soon, Hansen was disappointed. Although there was a lot of information stored in the memory card, it was mostly about how to manufacture Geno solutions. There was hardly anything else than technological information. Hansen was not really interested in Geno solutions. It was not his specialty, so he did not understand much of it. He found no information on Zero and could not take her home, so Hansen had to return to Steel Armor Shelter. Hansen decided to take Zero to hunt some creatures, since he still needed 3 more sacred Geno points. With 3 more sacred Geno points and the remaining crystals of life essence, Hansen could probably evolve and become an evolver. Hansen wondered whether he had run out of his luck, or maybe it was because Zero was following him and brought him bad luck. For several days, Hansen wandered around in Devil Desert, but found no sacred blood creature at all. After he finished eating the life essence, he eventually had 99 super Geno points, 1 point from maxing out. What bad luck! However, Zero was following him quietly like a shadow. She did not speak or get in trouble at all. Even if Hansen wanted to unscold her, he had nowhere to start. In addition, with Zero's physique, Hansen did not dare to piss her off. Once she got mad, God knows what she would do. Hansen had to wander around in Devil Desert. It might be that his luck was finally here. Hansen saw a mountain from afar, which looked like a volcano covered with white snow on top. It was exactly the mountain where he had seen the phoenix-like creature. Hansen became overjoyed. As long as he killed the creature, he would be able to gain the last super Geno point that he was missing and evolve. At that time, he could get rid of the horrendous time bomb, Zero. The Golden Rockworm King and Super Pet Armor were almost destroyed by Zero. Currently, they were restoring in Hansen's mind and could not be used in a short amount of time. Hansen quickly summoned the Holy Angel and sent her to probe on the mountain. Hansen still had a lot of reservations about the Firebird and did not want to take the risks himself. The Holy Angel flapped her wings and went to the top of that mountain. She suddenly heard a shrill bird song from the mountaintop as she approached. The strange bird burning with golden and red flames came down from the mountain at the Holy Angel like a phoenix. The long wavy hair of the Holy Angel was flowing in the wind. There was a grim look in her golden eyes. She flapped her wings and moved away from the incoming Firebird. The Firebird tweeted and came after the Holy Angel. The girl and the bird started to fight in the air. The Holy Angel kept dodging the attacks from the Firebird, unwilling to catch on the flames. On the other hand, the Firebird was also being very cautious, unwilling to show any weakness in front of the Holy Angel. Although the fight seemed to be rather fierce, the two did not exchange too many movements. Hansen saw that even the Holy Angel was afraid of the flames of the Firebird and did not dare to take the risks himself. Hansen had a fitness level even lower than a super creature. Since even the Holy Angel did not want to catch the flames, it would be even more dangerous for Hansen, so, even if he were willing to go, he might not be of much help. However, Hansen was anxious seeing the Holy Angel and the Firebird were pretty even. It seemed that it was hard for them to fight it out. They were both quite conservative and could not beat the opponent quickly. However, Hansen had no solutions to that. If the super pet armor had not been damaged by Zero, the holy angel could simply put on that armor, which might defend her from the flames of the firebird. The firebird might have been killed already if that was the case. Such bad luck. Hansen shot a glance at Zero, who was standing next to him, and felt quite upset. After seeing Zero, Hansen's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought, I wonder if he would help me if I ask her to kill the firebird. She is not interested in the life essence anyway, so I don't need to worry about her keeping the life essence for herself. Ahem, Zero. Can you do me a favor? Hansen cleared his throat and asked. Zero did not even look at Han Senator. She suddenly jumped up and reached the mountain in just a few moves. With a long jump, she reached out a hand and grabbed at the firebird that was fighting the holy angel. After Zero threw herself at the firebird like a cannonball, she went through the burning body of the firebird and appeared on the other side, landing heavily on the mountain's feet and even broke a part of the mountain. In Zero's hand, there was a red and golden spirit wiggling like flames. The firebird quickly issued a scream, as its body made up of flames simply exploded and turned into fireworks. Zero jumped back to Hansen and threw the spirit at him without saying anything. She then stood next to Hansen like she always did. Ahem. Thank you so much. Hansen flushed. He never treated Zero well, while Zero finished what he was trying to accomplish for a long time, which embarrassed him a bit. Zero did not reply and gave Hansen a sweet smile, her teeth glistening through her soft lips. Hansen did not have any time to speak, because the red and golden spirit in his hands was scorching, almost turning his hands into barbecue. Hansen quickly summoned the cursed wolf daggers and slashed it at the spirit. Super creature desert bird killed. Beast soul of desert bird gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. As the voice sounded in Hansen's mind, he almost screamed out of excitement. Another super beast soul. How lucky! He caught a red and gold crystal, the size of a bullet, in his hand and threw it in his mouth without hesitation. Although it was kind of a waste, he had no use of the life essence even if he saved it for later. There was no way he could sell it to someone else either. Therefore, Hansen simply ate the whole thing. Life essence of desert bird consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Super geno points maxed out. Hansen realized that he had finally maxed out on his super geno points, even earlier than he maxed out on sacred geno points. Hansen looked to his mind with joy and saw his newly gained super beast soul. Type of beast soul of super creature desert bird, aura. Hansen almost laughed out loud. It was a beast soul aura, which was very rare. Hansen had felt the effect of Flame Lieutenant was somewhat lacking. Having gained a super beast soul aura, he had something to replace it with. Although he was about to be ready to evolve, Hansen did not rush. After all, he still had more than 2 months left before he had to report to Daphne. He could still do a lot of things during this period of time. Hansen summoned the Golden Growler and took Zero to those locations indicated by Nina. Then he indeed found a lot of super creatures. 90% of the creatures found by Starry Group were super creatures, which was surprising. Only a few were special sacred blood creatures. Although super creatures were rare, they could still be spotted. The only reason that no one had discovered their existence was that nobody was able to kill them. The reason Hansen went to seek those creatures out was not to kill them. Hansen, who had already maxed out on his super geno points, did not need to hunt super creatures anymore. The biggest benefit would be superb beast souls. However, even with super beast souls, he would not be invincible in Second God's Sanctuary. Even if he killed those creatures, he might necessarily gain their beast souls. However, Hansen still looked for all the creatures one by one. He found all the super creatures he could find and defeated them one after another. Hansen had 2 purposes. First, he would like to practice his fighting skills. Second, he would like to lay a good foundation for Han Yin. Haley was so young that she would not come to God's Sanctuary for years. It would be impossible for Hansen to wait for her, so he had no chance to transfer the super beast souls to her. In the future, she had to kill super creatures on her own. Hansen had already learned the strengths and weaknesses of the super creatures, so he could teach Han Yen all about them in the future, if she had that kind of ability to hunt them down. If Han Yen did not have that kind of ability, there was no need to expect her to max out on super geno points. If I am here, I will never let Han Yen suffer. If she could max out on super geno points, that would be the best. If not, that's quite okay as well. Although Hansen thought that, he would still do everything he could for Han Yen. In the central office of the special squad, Zhang Zhenhong was handling some urgent files when he heard a knock on the door. Jiangxing, if it is not important, don't disturb me today, Zhang Zhenhong said after seeing it was his assistant Jiangxing. It was not easy to be the director of special squad. Not only did he have to manage his crew well, but he also needed to handle some stupid business, which made him so impatient that he almost wanted to scold someone. Director, the head of a special squad submitted a beast soul trade application, Jiangxing said with a complex expression. Don't bother me with this kind of thing. Ask him to do it on the internal platform by the rules. Do I need to teach you that? Zhang Zhenhong was quite upset that Jiangxing would bother him with such trivial matter and said harshly. The head of that special squad wanted to trade for a quota of protection for his family member. Jiangxing knew Zhang Zhenhong's temper quite well and understood he was under a lot of pressure, so Jiangxing was not upset, but maintained the complex look on his face. Everyone needs protection. Do they think the action team of the special squad all have 6 arms? The matter troubling Zhang Zhenhong initially was about protection as well, which made him even more angry when hearing Jiangxing. However, Zhang Zhenhong had nothing against Jiangxing, so he calmed down and said, because he is one of us, we should give him priority. However, recently we are short of good men since we lost a few brothers in order to protect those bastards. Ask him to wait. We will figure it out later. Jiangxing continued with an even more odd look. Director, that person did not want protection at the moment, but a few years later. Nonsense. Why would he apply for something coming into effect in a few years? Is he trying to add to our workload? Zhang Zhenhong thumped the desk in madness. Director, I think you should probably first look at the list of beast souls he submitted. Jiangxing placed a document in front of Zhang Zhenhong. What is there to look at? Initially, Zhang Zhenhong was quite annoyed. However, after glancing at the list, he swallowed his words back and widened his eyes. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Aura. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Add-on. Sacred Blood Shapeshifting Beast Soul. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Weapon. Sacred Blood Wings. Zhang Zhenhong could not help reading the beast soul list out loud. His voice became more grim every time he finished reading one. Even his hand holding the document was shaking. He knew very well what these beast souls meant. Although humans had developed in God's sanctuary for almost 2 decades and there were more and more who could kill a sacred blood creature, it did not mean it was an easy thing to hunt sacred blood creatures. More than 90% of humans could never hunt a sacred blood creature, let alone gain a sacred blood beast soul. However, the beast souls listed in this document were almost all the most outstanding sacred blood beast souls. Especially the sacred blood beast soul aura, which was the blessing of any team. Other beast souls were also highly coveted. Although all Zhang Zhenhong saw were names on the list, they were enough to make him feel shocked. So many top-notch sacred blood beast souls all belonged to the same person. He could not imagine who this person must be. Even if he was the descendant of some impressive figure, it was still very hard to collect all these beast souls. If these sacred blood beast souls were used on a special squad, Zhang Zhenhong could imagine how awesome the special squad would become. It would be much easier for them to hunt sacred blood creatures in the future. In Zhang Zhenhong's eyes, these top-notch sacred blood beast souls could be used to make an elite team. If Zhang Zhenhong were to learn that all he had seen was only a part of the beast souls Hansen owned, while the rest were sold to Lin Beifeng and Su Xiaoqiao. His chin might even fall to the floor. Zhong Zhenhong quickly turned the document to the last page, because he could not wait to see who it was to own all these sacred blood beast souls. He could not believe that someone like this was in the special squad, and he could not put a finger on someone immediately. Normally speaking, those who worked for the special squad would not be the descendant of a celebrity. People with prominent backgrounds would more likely be those who enjoyed the protection from the special squad and never needed to protect anyone else. Therefore, Zhong Zhenhong could not imagine who would have such impressive collection in the special squad. Han Sen. Seeing this name, Zhong Zhenhong couldn't help feeling dazed. Director, do you want to speak to him? He is still waiting for a reply. Seeing that Zhong Zhenhong had finished reading, Jiangxing followed up. Of course. These beast souls are crucial to us, and we must have them. What are his requests? Zhong Zhenhong said seriously. He is asking for a quota for his sister to be protected starting from the moment she entered God's sanctuary. In addition, he had asked us to send sacred blood beast souls of 4 specific types to his sister as soon as possible after she entered God's sanctuary. Jiangxing explained Han Sen's request in details. After hearing that, Zhong Zhenhong pondered and then said, with Han Sen's background, I am surprised that he is able to earn such a fortune. Contact him and agree to what he asked. Prepare a contract and sign it as soon as possible. Because of Qin Xian, Zhong Zhenhong had paid attention to Han Sen before. However, previously he was still doubtful about Han Sen's ability, especially when Han Sen disappeared in God's sanctuary for a long while, which made Zhong Zhenhong quite disappointed in him. However, after seeing the beast souls of Han Sen, Zhong Zhenhong found that he had given Han Sen too little credit. The man discovered by Lady Qin was indeed extraordinary. It seems that Han Sen is indeed a rare talent. I wonder where he would end up after entering second God's sanctuary. I hope that he could return to the special squad as soon as possible, because it would be such a waste for a talent like this to be wandering around. Zhong Zhenhong made a note in his comm link and wrote down Han Sen's name, which meant he would pay special attention to Han Sen. Han Sen did not sell most of his beast souls but used them to purchase an insurance for his sister, helping her grow fast. In Han Sen's eyes, there was nothing in the world more important than the safety of his family, so the beast souls were quite well spent. In addition, the 4 types of beast souls he requested for his sister would be immensely helpful when she was about to kill a super creature, so it was a good deal after all. However, Han Sen did not know where he would be assigned in second God's sanctuary, so it was impossible for him to trade his beast souls for some beast souls of second God's sanctuary. He had to arrange for that after she evolved. But Han Sen had no use of mediocre beast souls. Although he traded away most of his sacred blood beast souls, he still had all the super beast souls and the sacred blood beast souls that were indispensable to him. Currently, Han Sen had 7 super beast souls in total. They were Water Reaper, Cursed Wolf, Bloody Slayer, Golden Growler, Golden Rockworm, King, Holy Angel, and Desert Bird. The sacred blood beast souls would not be that useful in second God's sanctuary, so Han Sen traded most of them away, only keeping Beetle Knight, Fairy Queen, and Meowth. Initially, Han Sen also wanted to keep Purple Feathered Dragon and Color Shifter. However, after looking through the information about second God's sanctuary, Han Sen found that there were a lot of flying creatures in second God's sanctuary, many of which had much higher speed than the wings he had currently. Therefore, the sacred blood wings were not that valuable anymore. In addition, he had 2 super pets which could both fly. He could totally do without the beast soul wings. Color Shifter was not that useful in second God's sanctuary either. If he was to hide himself, changing the color alone was no longer enough in second God's sanctuary, where there were many creatures that had very strong sense of smell and perception. They could probably sense his body temperature. In the end, Han Sen gave up the color shifter as well. Keeping Meowth was simply for sentimental reasons. He had really considered Meowth as his own pet. The doppelganger that the beetle knight could turn into would still be very useful in Second God's Sanctuary, so he decided to keep it as well. As for the fairy queen, it was not easy to find a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul like that, not even in Second God's Sanctuary. In addition, it was Han Sen's reward of the contest, so he kept it as well. At this point, Han Sen was still faced with one difficult problem. Without solving that problem, he could not evolve with a peaceful mind. The problem was not Zero, of course. Although Zero was also a problem, Han Sen believed he should be able to get rid of her after he evolved to Second God's Sanctuary, which was why he was not that worried about it. The thing worried Han Sen the most was the black crystal. It could even feed and help creatures evolve. If he could continue to use such a treasure in Second God's Sanctuary, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. If he was able to farm a super creature in Second God's Sanctuary, or even just a few of sacred blood creatures, he would become strong much faster. If he was able to get some beast souls out of it, it would be even better. The only issue was that Han Sen was not able to take back crystal out of God's Sanctuary. It was part of the rules of God's Sanctuary. Except for beast souls, nothing in God's Sanctuary could be brought out. Han Sen had tried for a lot of times, and unfortunately, the same rule applied to the black crystal. If Han Sen could not take the black crystal out, then the black crystal could only be kept in his room in steel armor shelter. However, after Han Sen evolved, once he teleported out of God's Sanctuary, he would appear in Second God's Sanctuary the next time he teleported back. In other words, First God's Sanctuary would have nothing to do with him, and the room at Steel Armor Shelter would no longer belong to him. There was no way Han Sen would let go of such a treasure. Watching the archer crow that had just become a sacred blood creature, Han Sen kept thinking. If he were to take away the black crystal, Han Sen could only think of one possibility, which was to swallow it, like eating the meat or life essence. Although he might not succeed, that was the only way left. However, Han Sen was not sure whether the black crystal would harm his body after he swallowed it. Although it was beneficial to creatures, it did not mean it was the same case for humans. The plants in God's Sanctuary were the same way. Eating those plants might be helpful to super creatures like the turtle, but it might have strong side effects on humans. If one were to try the plants out, one would very likely die from them. Even if something was not harmful in the first place, there could be too much of a good thing. The black crystal could make a super creature easily, which meant it had immense energy inside. Han Sen's body was not strong enough at the moment, so if the energy of the black crystal exploded after he swallowed it, maybe he would die as well. It was impossible for him to give it up, while the only possible method was very risky. Even Han Sen was usually quite decisive, he became hesitant this time. Han Sen looked at the archer crow. There was no need for him to wait for the bird to evolve into a super creature anymore. It would be pointless for him to do that, and he did not have time for waiting either. Han Sen killed the sacred blood archer crow and cooked it. After eating the creature, he had filled up the last 3 sacred geno points, maxing out on his sacred geno points as well. Ordinary, primitive, mutant, sacred blood, super, all 5 types of geno points were eventually maxed out. He might be the first person in human history who had maxed out on all the geno points for real. Han Sen could clearly feel the immense power in his body. He was certain that all aspects of his fitness were over 30. Once he evolved in the evolution pool, his fitness would have another leap. Should I eat it or not? Han Sen took the black crystal in his hand, unable to decide. After a long while, Han Sen still put the black crystal away. Even if he were to eat it, he would do that after he revolved. At least he would be much stronger and more capable to cope with any accident. There was a detailed description of evolution process on the Skynet. The process itself was basically risk-free, so Han Sen was not really worried. He wanted to finish evolution before registering at Daphne so that he could become a sacred blood aristocrat in the Alliance immediately, which would give him a lot of benefits the commoners did not have. These days, Han Sen had been searching for more information about Shura on the Skynet. According to the research in the Alliance, it was not only difficult for Shura to survive in God's sanctuary, they could not gain geno points like human either. Even after eating the meat of creatures, their bodies would not become stronger like human. In addition, Shura could not use a beast soul either. If Shura wanted to enhance their fitness, they could only do so by practicing Shura martial art, and there was no other way. However, human could use God's sanctuary to improve their genes. In that aspect, Zero was similar to Shura because she had no interest in life essence. However, judging by Zero's appearance, she was 100% human. Hansen regarded her and could not see Shura in her. Forget about it. After I enter second God's sanctuary, I will no longer see her, so whatever. Hansen walked out of his room and entered the Evolution Palace in steel armor shelter. In the Evolution Palace that looked like an ancient temple, there was a deep rectangular pond located in the center of the palace. A mysterious statue of Beast Head was guarding the pool from each corner, spouting liquid that was almost transparent from their mouths. Without hesitation, Hansen took all of his clothes off and walked into the pool, immersing his body in the lukewarm liquid in the evolution pool. In the liquid, Hansen felt he had become an embryo. He felt like an unborn baby, all of his body cells developing joyfully, bringing him to a rebirth. The feeling was hard to describe. There was no heat or coldness, and no stimulations. The growth was so natural that it felt a part of his own growth. It felt like puberty again, but it was not a real puberty. The growth was inside out. In the liquid, he did not feel suffocated at all, but extremely comfortable. The newborn strength grew in his muscles, bones, veins, and cells, making him feel like he could destroy the whole world with just one punch. Hansen understood that it was a hallucination brought by the rapid growth of strength. However, the feeling was fascinating. All of his spores were open. The waste and dirt seemed to have left his body, making Hansen feel more and more light and relaxed. The impurities of his body fell deep down the pool. Hansen felt like he was a sacred soul that had reborn with all his sins purified. The feeling was so wonderful that Hansen almost moaned out loud. No wonder so many people are pursuing evolution of the body. The feeling of evolution is magnificent. It is almost like a rebirth, making the old body shine with youth again. Hansen thought. However, he knew it was not finished yet. He had to wait until he heard the voice, which would tell him this evolution was successful. In addition, Hansen wanted to enjoy this fantastic feeling for a while longer. It was as good as having sex with the woman he loved, but it was a completely different feeling. It was more like a person who had been sick for a long time was suddenly cured. All the pains and sickness went away in a moment. The cleanse was so thorough that one might even cry. Hansen did not cry, but he totally enjoyed it. Evolution successful. Status of Evolver gained. 100 years added to lifespan. Super Body King Spirit gained. Hansen. Super Body, King Spirit. Status, Evolver. Lifespan, 300. Requirement for next revolution, 100 geno points. Geno points gained, 0. Hansen was dumbstruck by the two words, King Spirit. There were many evolvers among humans. In fact, the majority of humans were evolvers. Unevolved persons were usually between 16 and 30 years old, while the majority of humans between 20 to 300 years old were evolvers. Most people would stay in this status their whole life, and only a few could become surpasser. It was not because average evolvers could not gain 100 geno points, but because third God's sanctuary was too dangerous. If one's fitness index was too low, it was very likely for one to die in third God's sanctuary. There had been so many lessons that most people would rather stay in second God's sanctuary all their life, which made evolvers the majority among human. There were hundreds or even thousands of billions of evolvers. However, among all of them, including those who had evolved with their sacred geno points maxed out, Hansen had never heard their gained body had a name. An evolver with mutant geno points maxed out would gain a mutant body, while an evolver with sacred geno points maxed out would gain a sacred body. There was no other name to it. However, after Hansen super body, there was a name, which was King Spirit. The two words made Hansen feel surprised and excited, not knowing what it meant. He checked the introduction of super body King Spirit, which was so concise that it was just one sentence. King Spirit, King rules the world, all spirits shall bow. The simple sentence suddenly made Hansen change his look, because he thought of many things all of a sudden. Second God's sanctuary was vastly different from the first. There were no natural human shelters for humans to rest inside. There was nothing around the teleport devices. Other than that, humans needed to fight on their own for everything. Creatures in Second God's sanctuary were more organized than in the first. And there were many spirit shelters ruled by spirits. Spirits were different from creatures. Most of them looked similar to humans. They could be male or female, but their body was not made of flesh. Unless their spirit stones were destroyed, they were basically immortal. As long as the spirit stones were there, a spirit could always be reborn in the spirit stone even if he or she was killed. In addition, spirits had the ability to control creatures. As long as there was a spirit shelter, most of the creatures in the region would be attached to the spirit and form a creature troop. Of course, advanced creatures would not be controlled by less advanced spirits. The status and ability of spirits determined their ability to control creatures. Under the control of spirits, there had been many incidents of creatures attacking human shelters. If humans were not strong enough, it was normal for them to be killed in Second God's sanctuary. One must truly kill a spirit by going into the spirit shelter and crushing the spirit stone. Of course, one could also take ownership of the spirit stone and gain the allegiance of spirits. However, spirits rarely showed obedience to humans. The more advanced the spirits were, the harder it would be for humans to gain their allegiance. Most of the spirits would rather detonate their own spirit stones before they bowed to humans. Therefore, not a lot of people had spirits in Second God's sanctuary. Spirits were different from beast souls. Beast souls were merely tools that needed to be controlled by humans. However, spirits had their own thoughts and intelligence and could fulfill tasks on their own. In addition, the spirits that had shown allegiance to humans would lose the ability to control creatures while gain the ability to use beast souls like humans. In addition, once the spirits swore allegiance, their life and death would be determined by their masters. Many humans thought of the ownership of spirits something to brag about and something to symbolize their social status. If the spirit and king spirit referred to the same spirit, did it mean Hansen could ask any spirit to give him allegiance? That would be an incredible ability. However, it was just Hansen's own guess. He still had no idea whether it was true. He had to find out when he went to Second God's sanctuary and saw a spirit. Although Hansen was happy, he was not too excited because he was still worried about the black crystal. Hansen wanted to teleport to the Alliance right away to test his current fitness. However, before solving the issue of the black crystal, he could not go out yet. After leaving the evolution pool, Hansen felt the air seemed to have become heavy. The impurities started to enter his body like dusts. Hansen suddenly understood why evolvers could not stay in First God's sanctuary for long. After the evolution, one's body became so pure, like spring water. The longer an evolver stayed in First God's sanctuary, the more impurities would enter his body, making his body more and more dirty. If the impurities were a small amount, his body could reject them. However, if an evolver stayed too long, his pure body could never be recovered. Hansen was unwilling to stay in First God's sanctuary for too long. He had finished all the business he should attend to. At this point, he had only one last thing to do. After returning to his room, Hansen held the black crystal in his hand. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and put the black crystal into his mouth. Hansen was standing in the teleport device. Once anything happened, he would teleport immediately back to the Alliance. Since Qin Xian was the station master of the teleport station, he would seek her help immediately. There was a medical team in the teleport station who might be able to save him. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Even if someone found out about the black crystal, it would still be better than death. However, the scenarios Hansen was imagining did not happen. He swallowed the black crystal as if he had swallowed an ordinary stone, feeding nothing. There was no heat or coolness or swelling. It was almost like the black crystal had no use at all. Hansen did not dare to be careless. There were many radioactive minerals in the universe that might affect the functions of one's body in the long run. One might get severely sick or even die. Hansen took a deep breath and looked around in the room. Making sure that he had nothing left except for Zero, Hansen smiled to Zero, who was regarding him with wide eyes, and teleported out of steel armor shelter. Zero followed Hansen out, but Hansen paid her no mind. He ran to the self-service scanner at the teleport station, swiped the card for a scan, and then scanned his own body. After seeing the holographic image in the scanner, Hansen was dazed. He scanned a couple times more and the result was the same. There was no black crystal in his body. Maybe I still failed to bring the black crystal with me? Hansen became extremely disappointed. In the past, many people teleported immediately after swallowing the meat of an entire creature, wishing to bring the meat to the Alliance. However, although they were teleported back to the Alliance, the undigested meat was still left in the shelter. Hansen thought the black crystal was also left in his own room at steel armor shelter. However, Hansen immediately felt something was wrong. He had been paying attention to his own body and did not look at his mind. Feeling disappointed, he no longer paid special attention to his body and felt something unusual in his mind. Hansen looked to his mind and saw the cursed wolf, golden growler, holy angel, and other super beast souls were sitting in a circle, staring at one thing greedily with fierce looks. Meowth and Beetle Knight were standing afar, clearly coveting the item as well. However, they were afraid of the 7 super beast souls and did not dare to come any closer. Hansen's eyes fell on the item in the center of the super beast souls and became overjoyed. The black crystal, which he failed to find in his own body, had somehow entered his mind and hovering there. What the beast souls were eyeing was exactly the black crystal. How did this end up in my mind? Can I still take it out? Hansen focused his mind on the black crystal, but it did not move at all. Obviously, it was not like a beast soul, which would respond to Hansen's thought. Hansen frowned slightly. Since the black crystal could not be moved at his thought, it would be difficult to get it out. Glancing at the beast souls that were trying to take the black crystal for themselves, Hansen suddenly thought, maybe this black crystal could be fed to not only creatures, but also beast souls? Hansen looked around and found that he had sold most of his beast souls, except for the super beast souls, Meowth, and Beetle Knight, as well as a few primitive beast souls that he did not manage to sell. Those primitive beast souls were shivering far away from the crystal, unable to bear the horrendous aura of the super beast souls. If they could, they probably would have wet themselves already. Hansen controlled a primitive copper-toothed beast to walk toward the black crystal. The primitive beast soul looked incredulous and surprised. However, it was quivering under the glare of the super beast souls. Even the super beast souls could not disobey Hansen's order. They had to watch the primitive beast walking toward the black crystal. Hansen was simply testing on the copper-toothed beast to see if the black crystal could be fed to beast souls the same way it was fed to creatures. Once Hansen made sure there was no risks, he would then feed the black crystal to the advanced beast souls. As the copper beast was walking toward the black crystal in fear, a figure suddenly moved on its own, grabbing the black crystal before the primitive beast. It was the holy angel. Hansen frowned. Ever since the holy angel swallowed the meat of the golden growler, she became somewhat different. Sometimes she would act voluntarily, although it was still within certain boundaries. Hansen initially wanted to order the holy angel to let go of the black crystal, but hesitated as the holy angel looked at him expectantly with puppy eyes, yearning for the black crystal. Thinking of the fact that the holy angel could further evolve, Hansen decided to let her have it. Since she wanted it so much, it should not be harmful to her. With Hansen's order, holy angel became overjoyed and swallowed the black crystal in her hand. Hansen was dazed. If he knew this was an option, there was no need for him to take the risks and swallow the black crystal. He could have fed it to one of his beast souls. Indeed, I am still too young. In the future I must think twice before I act. Hansen criticized himself inwardly. Luckily, nothing went wrong this time. After the holy angel swallowed the black crystal, she suddenly huddled up, her body glistening with holy aura as if she were in heaven. The aura quickly turned into a gigantic cocoon of light, hugging the holy angel. And then everything became calm again. The cocoon of light was hovering in Hansen's mind, throbbing with a special rhythm of life. All the other beast souls became disappointed and scattered. The most disappointed among them was the copper-toothed beast. Hansen looked at the cocoon of light, which did not seem to be changing anymore. Hansen decided not to pay attention to his mind for a while. I wonder what the holy angel would become after another evolution. Hansen felt expectant and excited. The black crystal could be fed only to the creatures but also the beast souls. If the black crystal could make primitive beast souls turn into sacred blood beast souls, and even super beast souls, then its ability was simply appalling. Although Hansen was strong in fitness, it will still take him some time before he could kill a sacred blood creature in Second God's Sanctuary. It was certain that the sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary all had a fitness level above 100. As for the super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary, since no one had ever killed one so far, Hansen had no idea how strong they were. If the black crystal could be fed to beast souls of Second God's Sanctuary and turn them into super beast souls, then Hansen would not suffer as much on his way to hunt super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary. However, it was just Hansen's own wish. He did not know how effective the black crystal was yet. After going out of the scanning device, Hansen looked at Zero, who was waiting for him outside, and thought, "This time I enter God's Sanctuary again, I will appear in Second God's Sanctuary, so there would be no way for you to follow me anymore." In order to get rid of Zero, Hansen directly walked toward the teleport device, took a deep breath, and chose to teleport. This was his first time to enter Second God's Sanctuary, so the location he would be teleported to was random. Hansen was praying that he would be sent to somewhere ruled by humans, which would be much more conducive to his cultivation. If unfortunately, he was sent to a place where there were all creatures with no human, or where there was a large spirit shelter, it would be difficult for him to even survive. Whichever God is listening, please give me blessings to end up in a nice spot. Hansen was praying to all the gods in the world before he started the teleport device. After a temporary lightheadedness, Hansen was no longer in the teleport device. What he saw was a huge ice cave. The ice around him was as tough as glass, probably having been frozen for centuries. Ice cones and columns were hanging from the ceiling of the ice cave. There was nothing but coldness, except for the teleport device under Hansen's feet. What is this damned place? Hansen looked around and only saw one hole leading to the outside. He wondered what was outside. It was impossible for human to build a shelter in such a place. Even if there were humans, it was highly unlikely they would live in this cave. Hansen still had hope and wanted to crawl out of the hole to have a look. Before Hansen acted, he suddenly saw a blur in the teleport device, and someone else appeared there. Hansen looked at the person and became surprised. The gorgeous figure of Zero appeared in the teleport device. No. It is impossible that she's an evolver. How can she end up here? Even if she was an evolver, it is highly unlikely for her to end up at the same spot as me. The chance is so slim, and there must be something wrong. Hansen was lost, gazing at Zero. Hansen believed there were only two possibilities. One was that Zero was abnormal, the other was that his 9-life cap pendant was problematic. Otherwise, how could Zero end up here? Zero still acted the same way, standing next to Hansen like a shadow, her eyes blinking from time to time. Okay, you win. Hansen said with a wry smile, knowing that his beautiful wish to get rid of Zero was wasted. In fact, Hansen did not really dislike Zero after spending some time with her. She was someone hard to hate. With a sweet face, she rarely spoke or did anything annoying, despite being a tag-along. Hansen even felt accustomed to her existence. It was just her weird background that made Hansen feel reluctant to accept her. However, when he thought about it, Zero had never harmed him. In addition, Zero would probably be a huge help to Hansen. With her ability, she could probably even fight sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary. Such a strong and obedient fighter was definitely a great assistance to Hansen, who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary. I have a fitness around 60 or 70, so it would be easy for me to break 100 if I gained some Geno points. At that time I would be able to match Zero's ability, and then it would no longer be an issue for me to keep her around. Hansen thought about it, decided to let it go, and crawled out of the hole. The hole led to a path that was quite twisted. Hansen and Zero walked for a long while before they saw the light. The moment he saw what was outside, Hansen was dazed. All he could see was icebergs and peaks covered in snow. It was also snowing heavily. The world was all white. On the top of the largest mountain, he could see a white fairy tale-like castle vaguely through the flying snowflakes. Because the snow was too heavy, he could barely see the details of the architecture. However, he could still feel how dedicated and beautiful it was in the silver storm. Hansen's face suddenly became grim. Although he could not see any details, it was not a building made by man. Otherwise, there would be some modern materials and practical designs, which the castle did not have. Spirit shelter. Hansen suddenly had an idea, which was not good news to him. Since Hansen had not spotted a human building but saw a spirit shelter, it was unlikely for him to meet any fellow man. Judging from the looks of the castle, it was probably owned by advanced spirits. If the spirits were too strong and had a large troop of creatures, Hansen believed he would suffer in his early development. "Why are you standing there?" A hasty but low voice sounded from Hansen's back. Hansen turned to look and saw a man with his full body covered in Arctic suit waving at them from the depths of the hole. Hansen suddenly felt a bit pleased to finally see a human. He took Zero to walk over to the guy. When he was ready to speak, the guy suddenly pulled them inside the ice channel. Before Hansen even said anything, the guy looked them up and down and said, "You must be new here." "We just teleported over today," Hansen answered and checked the guy out. The guy was over 20, this should be less than 30. He looked quite handsome, but there was a deep exhaustion and helplessness on his face. "Then you have terrible luck. It would be very hard for you in the future," the guy smiled wryly and said. "Let's go. Let's talk inside so that we don't alarm the ice-armored beasts. They have sensitive ears and could hear a voice 1,000 feet away in snowstorm. My name is Suyu, and I came here more than a year ago, so I have more experience than you. Here's a piece of advice, do not wander around." The guy was quite easygoing, talking to Hansen and Zero as he walked. "Brother, what is this place? Is there a human shelter?" Hansen asked. Suyu curled his lips and said, "A human shelter can never be built under such circumstances. Even one could be built, it would be useless because of the spirit shelter in the mountains. It is a shelter of an aristocrat spirit." In addition to aristocrat spirit, there were a dozen mutant creatures and hundreds of primitive ice-armored beasts. Let me put it this way, all the humans here combined would not be an adequate meal for those guys. "Is there no evolver with fitness index above 100? Hansen asked. Like creatures, there were 4 levels of spirits: squire, knight, aristocrats, and royalty, which could be king or queen. The 4 levels corresponded to ordinary, primitive, mutant, and sacred blood creatures. An aristocrat spirit was about as strong as a mutant creature. However, because spirits had higher intelligence and the ability to control creatures, they were greater than mutant creatures. How could we ever reach 100 in such a shithole? Only 7 or 8 guys would be assigned here randomly all year round. Because we are so close to the spirit shelter, we have to travel far to hunt any creatures so that we don't rattle those guys in the spirit shelter. In addition, the creatures nearby were extremely lacking, so we might not even be able to find a creature that falls behind in days. It is difficult to kill even an ordinary creature, so how could we have enough geno points to strengthen our fitness? Suyu whined. Apparently, even the strongest evolver among us only had a fitness level of a little more than 60. The good thing is that we stick together. Because we help each other, we are able to hunt some creatures. However, it is not likely that we can make any significant achievements. This damn place is hell. Whoever sent here are just down in luck. Haven't you thought about leaving here? Hansen asked. How do you propose to leave? This place faces the ocean in 3 directions, only the direction of the spirit shelter leads to land. Besides, we don't even know where we are. Even if we bypass the spirit shelter, it would be hard for us to locate a human shelter. We would be more than likely to die on the way. Suyu paused and said, "Don't get ahead of yourself and don't rush anything. Wait here for a couple of days. When more people arrived, we would be able to go farther to hunt. People here are nice, so as long as you do your part, the meat would be shared to you. So stay and gain some geno points, know this place better, and then consider hunting on your own." "Thank you so much for the instructions, friend," Hansen thanked Suyu for being so straightforward. "Call me Suyu," Suyu smiled and said. After going back to the ice cave, Hansen chatted some more with Suyu and got the basic idea about the place. Then he teleported back to the Alliance together with Zero. Hansen decided to get certified as a sacred blood aristocrat. In addition to all the benefits he could get, he would be able to let his sister continue her study at the posh school with confidence. Before getting certified as a sacred blood aristocrat, Hansen first needed to make arrangements for Zero. It was almost impossible for him to get rid of her at this point, so he must consider how to deal with the issue. Because Zero did not have any legal status, it would be hard for him to put her in the hotel. Hansen hesitated and decided he had to take her home. It was impossible for him to avoid going home forever. After spending more time with her, Hansen was certain that Zero had no trouble in intelligence, nor was she a lunatic or idiot. In addition, she seemed to be quite smart, just did not know much about how to interact with people, which made her look odd. Before taking Zero home, Hansen took her to the testing hall. He planned to do a simple strength test himself and ask Zero to take the test to determine how strong she was. It was easy to do a strength test. If one punched at the device as hard as one could for 3 to 5 times, the device would come up with an accurate average of one's strength score. Hansen picked an empty room, pointed at the device, and said to Zero, "Hit it with all you got." Zero followed instructions as always, walked to the device, raised her tender fist, and hit the target hard. Hansen quickly looked to the numbers, 97.0472, which was lower than what Hansen had thought. He thought Zero's fitness should be over 100, while it was less than 100. Hansen asked Zero to give it a few more shots, and the number was lower than the first one. The second shot showed 96.8964, and the rest were between the two numbers. It seemed Zero's strength was a bit lower than 100. However, that was still very impressive. Hansen walked to the device himself and hit it hard. When he looked at the number, it kept go up and the stayed 70.0006, which made Hansen quite pleased. This was his maximum estimate. He then made a few more punches and found that there was almost no variation between the numbers, with the largest difference being 0.0002. A fitness level of 70. What a great super body. The sacred bodies would be 30 plus at best. Hansen felt exhilarated. With such a fitness, his cultivation would become much easier. Hansen hesitated and summoned the fairy queen to shapeshift. Then he used heresy mantra and overload to hit the target with all he got. Boom! With a huge sound, the number kept flipping up and ended at 81.6735, which made Hansen overjoyed. Hansen's number was not that far from zeros. Although there was still a difference of a dozen points, Hansen had already got the ability to fight her. Even if she suddenly went mad, Hansen still could handle it to some extent. Furthermore, he had become an evolver, which meant not only his fitness was enhanced greatly, his potentials were also increased. He believed he could make overload work even better. In addition, the third phase of heresy mantra, longevity, was almost completed. If he could make progress in these two aspects, maybe Hansen could approach Zero's level even without gaining any Geno points. Also, he could start to practice hyper-Geno arts on the evolver's level. Thinking of the hyper-Geno arts that could change the structure of his body cells, Hansen almost wanted to trade for one at the St. Hall immediately. Those kinds of hyper-Geno arts could increase his strength significantly. Evolvers who had practiced those hyper-Geno arts were significantly different from those who had not. Hansen was very happy with this test result and became more familiar with his own fitness level, which would be very helpful in his future hunting endeavors. According to the investigation conducted by the Alliance, in Second God Sanctuary, an ordinary creature had a physique between 0 to 20, a primitive creature had a physique between 20 to 50, a mutant creature had a physique between 50 to 80, while a sacred blood creature had a physique between 80 to 100 plus. Spirits had about the same level of physique as creatures, which meant an aristocrat spirit should have a strength between 50 to 80. Although the numbers could be off, it would not be too much off. The most unstable were the sacred blood creatures, since many were so strong that their strength was off the charts. Hansen suspected that those might be sacred creatures of Second God Sanctuary. With Hansen's ability so far, he could totally fight a mutant creature or aristocrat spirit alone. Of course, it would be even better if he could practice a few hyper-Geno arts designed for evolvers beforehand. In addition, he also had Zero who was approaching 100 in her fitness, so Hansen could totally wipe out the aristocrat spirit shelter. The restrictions in the growth of Suyu's group was no big deal to Hansen. However, Hansen did not have enough time to do that. He took Zero back to his home, which was not the old house of his family, but a 3-bedroom penthouse Hansen bought himself. Originally, he planned to use it with his girlfriend, but it turned out to be vacant. A few days back, Hansen regretted that he had bought this penthouse. Currently, it became handy to accommodate Zero. Hansen would not feel safe for Zero to live in the old house. Looking at the ragged clothes Zero was wearing, Hansen felt he was being inhumane. The girl was following him anyway, so she deserved some decent clothing. Dressing like a refugee was a pity for such a beauty. Hansen bought something to wear and a comlink for Zero on the Skynet and asked her to take a shower and change into the new clothes. Zero suddenly turned into a modern sweetheart and fashionista. "Can you stay here alone? Call me with comlink if you need anything?" Hansen taught her how to use the comlink and regarded her, fearing that she might insist on following him. He was about to report to Daphne, and she could not appear in the military. "Okay," Zero replied and nodded. Hansen suddenly felt reassured. Eventually, he was able to accommodate this mysterious girl and get down to his own business. Hansen taught Zero some more common sense and how to search information on the Skynet, asking her to search whatever she did not understand. Zero was indeed very smart. She almost understood everything after watching Hansen do it, which made Hansen feel more assured. This way, she will not create any trouble staying here. Does it count as keeping a mistress? Hansen touched his chin and thought to himself. Considering that Zero looked only about 15 years old, not even an adult yet, Hansen felt his thought was too evil. He shook his head and dismissed the thought. The next morning, Hansen left to get certified as a sacred blood aristocrat, which was the last important matter he needed to tend to before serving. It was very crowded in the certification bureau. All the service windows had long lines in front of them, but the majority of the people were there for the certification as mutant evolvers and primitive evolvers. Although the mutant evolvers also had the status of aristocrat, their status was significantly lower than sacred blood aristocrats. Men were doing better and better in First God's Sanctuary, and more people were able to kill a super creature. However, those who could max out on sacred geno points were still quite limited. Seeing how crowded it was, Hansen joined a shorter line and waited there. The line was moving rather slow, and there was nothing Hansen could do other than keep waiting. Because some tests must be run, there was no way for him to apply online. Hansen had to come in person and wait. "Brother, you are so young to become an evolver. You must be less than 23? Someone in front of Hansen, who looked around 30 years old, was quite talkative and started to chat with Hansen, seeing that the line was not moving. "Almost." Hansen smiled. In fact, he had not even had his 21st birthday yet. "You must have maxed out on your primitive geno points already?" the guy asked again. "My primitive geno points are maxed out, yes." Hansen nodded. The young people nowadays are so great. Maxing out on primitive geno points at such a young age. Back when we started, there were very few master fighters. Every time we killed a primitive creature, we had to work together, and a few of us would always get hurt. The guy felt nostalgic. "Brother, you must have maxed out on mutant geno points?" Hansen quickly asked. The guy straightened up his back and said contentedly, "After so many years, I have eventually maxed out." "Brother, you should stay there for a few years more. There is a huge difference between maxing out on mutant geno points and primitive geno points. The status of mutant aristocrat could make your life much easier." A lot of people near them started to cast envious glance at the guy. Maxing out on mutant geno points and becoming an evolver around 30 years old was something heavenly for ordinary people. After all, for modern humans, 30 years old was just a beginning, with a bright future ahead. For mutant evolvers, 30 years old was young. There were many patient people who would wait to max out mutant geno points when they were 40 or 50 years old. Since evolvers had a lifespan of 300 years old, it was okay for someone to become a mutant evolver when they were 50 or 60. Of course, there were many young people who could not wait. And many of them would choose to evolve with just primitive geno points maxed out. People had different strategies and plans about life, and there was no right or wrong about it. What is to brag about? Isn't it shameful to evolve on mutant geno points when you're already 30 years old? "If I were you, I would not even show face in public for the shame," snorted a young man waiting in line, annoyed at the guy's words. The guy suddenly flushed and exclaimed madly, "What's wrong with 30 years old? I am a mutant evolver after all, which is much better than a primitive evolver like you." "Who told you I'm a primitive evolver? You think everyone is as dumb as you and evolves so late? Have you ever seen a 20-year-old guy who had already maxed out on mutant geno points?" "I am a decade faster than you are," said the young man with his nose in the air. The guy suddenly became silent, his face flushed and fists clenched. However, he felt powerless to argue. Other evolvers in line all felt envious about the young man, hearing he had already maxed out on his mutant geno points. A few girls even started to wink at him. A mutant evolver as young as 20 years old had a bright future ahead of him. Successful men like this were very popular among girls. "Friend, you can't put it that way. If there were no previous generations that had fought and learned about the creatures in God's sanctuary, if it were not for the meat and beast souls that they brought back, how would we have meat to eat, beast souls to depend on and experience to learn from? And how could you have maxed out on mutant geno points so soon? We are only making these achievements on the shoulders of them. You don't have to be grateful, but you can't disrespect them, Hansen couldn't help saying. Thanks to the previous generations, humans were able to make today's achievements. The earlier people entered God's sanctuary, the more they had suffered. People in first God's sanctuary these days were already very blessed. Brother, well said, said the guy. The older people all felt touched by Hansen's words. 2 or 3 decades ago, the environment of first God's sanctuary was much worse than it was at this point. At that time, not to mention sacred blood creatures, people would even need to take tremendous risks when hunting mutant creatures. Circumstances had been much different. As long as one was patient, it would be easy for someone to max out on mutant geno points at 30 to 40 years old. The weak or the weak. Cut the crap. What's the point of acting nice when you are just a primitive evolver? The young man gave Hansen a stare and said, disdained. No matter strong or weak, you must have basic politeness. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and those creatures? Hansen said quietly. The young man's expression changed. He felt embarrassed and said with his eyes fixed on Hansen, scums always have all the excuses in the world. If you're capable, we should argue this out with fists. If you can beat me, you can say whatever you want. Otherwise, shut up. Hansen shrugged and said nothing. He had been through so much that he was no longer interested in such meaningless argument. Not interested in wasting a single minute on this young man, Hansen would never fight him physically. Seeing that Hansen had not responded, the young man felt Hansen must be scared of himself. He made some sarcastic remarks, and Hansen ignored them. The guy could not stand watching any longer and wanted to argue with the young men. However, Hansen pulled him aside and said, Brother, it is almost your turn. Just focus on the business and did not get serious with a kid. Scums are full of excuses, the young man said sourly. Hansen did not pay him any mind. People like this young man only dared to be so arrogant in the alliance, was put on the gladiator, he would definitely have some punching coming. If he acted this way in the God's sanctuary, he would probably have died already. The young man seemed to feel uncomfortable under such public attention and did not say anything more. Everyone went back to waiting. After a long while, the guy in front of Hansen had finished his certification as a mutant evolver, and it was Hansen's turn. It so happened that the young man in the line next to them had also come to the window. He walked up, raised his voice on, and said to the staff, I am here to be certified as a mutant evolver. After that, the young man glanced at Hansen provocatively, as if he were saying, I am a mutant evolver and what are you? Hansen did not even bother to say anything. He simply walked to the window, handed in his identification card and whispered to the staff, would you please handle my request to be certified as a sacred blood evolver? Although Hansen's voice was low, the young man quickly changed his expression. People around them also looked to Hansen in surprise. The staff member who had been working long hours also raised his eyes and checked Hansen out. Seeing Hansen was so young, the staff member repeated incredulously, are you applying to be certified as a sacred blood evolver? A sacred blood evolver was still quite rare at this point. On a small planet such as Raka, 3 to 5 sacred blood evolvers per year would be considered a significant number already. In addition, Hansen was way too young. He seemed to be around 20 or even younger, so it was hard for anyone to believe he was a sacred blood evolver. Yes. Hansen nodded. The staff member quickly retrieved Hansen's identification card. After scanning it, the AI showed Hansen's information. The staff member gasped and said, 20 years old. Graduate of Blackhawk Military Academy, and a major? As he said that, the young man and others were in doubt, looked at Hansen in a much different way. Blackhawk Military Academy was a top school in the eyes of ordinary people. A graduate of Blackhawk was undoubtedly the elite among the elite. And those who could graduate with the rank of major were so few that they could be called the dragon of a man. People like this were beyond the level of ordinary people, with a wide gap in between. The face of the young man turned purple. He wished he could hide in a hole somewhere. Everyone else looked at Hansen with admiration, and girls and women even started to wink at Hansen. A sacred blood aristocrat of such a young age, an elite who graduated from the top school, and on top of that, a good-looking guy with skin so smooth that all women coveted. Even the widows were swallowing. "Major, this way. We need to do a procedural test." The staff member called Hansen by his rank directly with a lot of respect. Hansen entered the testing device under everyone's watch. All the items were quite regular. As long as he could reach the minimum of a sacred blood evolver, he could finish the certification. That was of course not difficult for Hansen at all. He even needed to control his power intentionally to keep his numbers under 30, otherwise it would be too abnormal. After Hansen finished the test, everyone else was watching him as if he were a star. Many people were filled with admiration, while the young man had left secretly at some point. This is the true elite of the Alliance. A sacred blood aristocrat of 20 years old. So handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I wish to marry him. I don't mind if I only have one night with him. I wonder how much it would cost to sleep with him for a night. A few days later, in a spaceship, Hansen was reading materials of ancient languages using his comlink. He should report to Daphne, but the location for reporting was in a remote galaxy called Dongyin. It was already the periphery of the Alliance. If people went beyond Dongyin, there was no Shura, but many undeveloped galaxies. Hansen did not know what Daphne's mission was to be located so far away. However, Hansen had smelled trouble. If the warships were serving in some special regions, the traffic would become an obstacle for him to return home. Many people serving special missions would not even return home once during the entire service. Although Hansen did not care where he served, he would feel terrible about not being able to see his mother and sister for several years. However, there was nothing for him to do at this point. He had to report. Because Galaxy Dongyin was located on the border of the Alliance, which was very far away, it would take him a long time to arrive there. Hansen was sore in his eyes after reading the ancient language for a long time and got up to the holographic hull of the spaceship, ready to move around on the Gladiator platform. It had been a long time since he last logged in Gladiator. Hansen first checked his friend list, wishing to see Queen there. He had improved significantly in fitness, so maybe he would last longer with her. Unfortunately, Queen's name was grayed out. His only friend online was QHC. Hansen used to be very interested in fighting QHC, but he started to feel bored at this point. The fitness level of QHC was around 40. Even if he had grown as well, it was hard for him to reach Hansen's level. Beating QHC would mean nothing to Hansen, because they were not similar in strength anymore. In front of the absolute strength, techniques could make very little difference. It was like however good the sniper was, he could not resist an atomic bomb. When Hansen was ready to close the friend list and request a random match, QHC sent him an invite. Hansen hesitated and clicked yes. Some time ago, QHC did not refuse Hansen because he was too weak and practiced with him for a long time, so Hansen felt he should return the favor. Qian Hezhen was talking to a middle-aged man at this point. The man was named Lu Bin, a prominent figure in Ares Martial Hall and even the entire martial hall industry. Although Lu Bin was just an evolver, he had great talent and leg skills. Killer kicks invented by him was masterful and had been designated as one of the routine skills in the Alliance military. The reason the leg skills were impressive was that Lu Bin himself was a veteran who had been through a lot of combats against Shura and suffered numerous injuries. The killer kicks was a set of leg skills refined in blood and fire. It was not just great skills, but also experience gained from risking one's life. Because Lu Bin did not have a good background, he only evolved with mutant geno points maxed out. Until he retired, he was only a colonel. However, his honor and glory had earned him great reputation among many veterans who gave him both thumbs up not only for his leg skills, but also for his bravery. After retiring, Lu Bin was hired by Ares Martial Hall as an instructor to teach leg skills, since killer kicks was one of the top leg skills for unevolved persons. However, because most students had never been through life and death situations like Lu Bin, it was very hard for them to understand the essence of killer kicks. Even Qian Hezhen, who was very talented and instructed by Lu Bin personally, was not able to grasp what killer kicks truly meant. The skills were meant to kill in a war, so it could only be practiced at life and death moments. Since Qian Hezhen had not experienced that, it was not easy for him to have the epiphany. Seeing Han Sen logging in the platform, Qian Hezhen, who was a bit depressed that he did not get the skills right, suggested a break to Lu Bin. With Lu Bin's consent, Qian Hezhen invited Han Sen to fight. Lu Bin was watching on the stands. Initially, he did not really want to teach someone like Qian Hezhen. Qian Hezhen was so well protected that killer kicks was not the right skills for him. Killer kicks was more designed for a veteran on the battlefield, with many daring moves that put the user's life at stake. It was something only the battlefield could produce. The brave one always wins the fight. On the battlefield, even hesitation of a millisecond could get one killed. Cowardice and hesitation meant death. Therefore, the essence of killer kicks was only one word, which was bravery, the bravery that made one kill enemies fearlessly while putting one's own life at stake. Qian Hezhen did not acquire the essence of killer kicks, so he was still using the hyper-geno arts that he was used to when fighting Han Sen. Han Sen controlled his strength at the same level as Qian Hezhen, but he still felt awkward when fighting the guy. It was not because Han Sen had lowered his power. With Han Sen's ability to control his own body, he could use his strength well no matter which level his strength was. However, fighting Qian Hezhen like this made Han Sen feel awkward. Although he had lowered his fitness level, Han Sen still had his judgment. In Han Sen's eyes, Qian Hezhen had too many weaknesses, which made Han Sen lose the desire to win. Even if he lowered his strengths, Han Sen could still see too many opportunities to beat his opponent. It was simply too easy to win. Han Sen could not reduce his judgment, so a fight like this made him feel bored. Han Sen did not hesitate to end the fight immediately. Initially, Qian Hezhen wanted to relax himself by fighting Han Sen, but his fight against Han Sen was surprisingly depressing. In other words, Han Sen was giving him too much pressure. Although Han Sen had always been strong, he was never able to bring such pressure to the room, which made Qian Hezhen feel alarmed. The next moment, however, Han Sen quickly moved his fists around, punching at Qian Hezhen as fast as lightning bolts. It turned out Qian Hezhen was not even able to dodge the attacks, but had to block them. Although Han Sen had reduced his strength, the fists were still carrying endless fierceness, hitting at Qian Hezhen. From the first punch to the last, Han Sen directly eliminated Qian Hezhen, who was not even able to return one punch in between. Qian Hezhen was forced to the corner from the middle of the stage, and then a storm of fists made his body explode, costing his virtual life. Qian Hezhen was dumbstruck for a while, unable to believe he had lost the fight like this. When he used to fight Han Sen, he had almost never lost. But after this short period of time, he was beaten easily by Han. Senator Qian Hezhen could not accept such result and was ready to invite Han Sen again. However, Lu Bin stopped him and said, "No need to continue. You are not his match." Qian Hezhen was not persuaded. As he was about to argue, Lu Bin continued to say, "His fitness was too much greater than yours. Haven't you noticed that he had intentionally suppressed his strength to fight you? That is impossible." Qian Hezhen suddenly paused. Reflecting on what had happened just now, he felt like what Lu Bin said did make sense. Otherwise, he would not have that kind of pressure. "I'll show you." Lu Bin did not explain anymore, but sent Han Sen an invite. In fact, after watching the fight between Han Sen and Qian Hezhen, Lu Bin felt an urge to fight. He was a veteran who had survived 1,000 deaths, so he had very sharp senses. The only did he see that Han Sen was suppressing his own strength, he also saw that Hansen was not an ordinary person. All his skills must have been practiced between life and death. For someone like him who had seen so many deaths in his life, he was not even able to tell Hansen's murderous intent when the two young men were fighting, which was shocking to him. In order to kill someone, you must be determined. With that kind of determination, the murderous intent would be natural. If you tried to hide your intention to kill, your determination must be hindered. And if you did not have the determination, your moves would not be as swift. However, Hansen's moves weirdly combined the self-contradicting elements perfectly together. Although he was very swift, he did not leak any intention to kill. That kind of ability was impressive. Even Lu Ben, who had been through a million fights, had only seen that kind quality in two persons. One of the two was himself, and the other was a Shura fighter who was black-horned. Although the Shura was only a black-horned fighter, that was the worst fight Lu Ben had ever been through. In the end, although Lu Ben was able to survive, he suffered too bad an injury to keep serving, which was why he left his favorite place, the military. Suddenly seeing someone else with the same kind of ability, Lu Ben was reminded of the bloody fight and felt an itch. Invited by a stranger, Hansen did not think that much. Since he would have chosen random match anyway, he simply accepted the invite. Hansen entered the Colosseum, looked to the opposite direction, and saw his opponent smiling at him. Hansen couldn't help feeling nervous, because he also smelled someone like himself. Seeing Lu Ben enter to fight himself, his friends and students were all quite surprised. Many people chose to observe the fight and the stands were soon filled. Although Lu Ben would log in Gladiator from time to time, he seldom fought. Most of the time, he was just instructing his students. It was not because Lu Ben felt he was invincible, but because the simulated fights could not give him enough thrill. That was why Lu Ben was not at all interested in fights like this. In reality, however, he was even less likely to use killer kicks. Therefore, Lu Ben's students rarely saw him in the fight. Many of his old comrades had not seen him using his best skills in a long while. Who was so good that even Lu went up himself? Wang Daqing was surprised to see Lu Ben in the fight himself. No idea. His opponent was using the face blur function, so we can't tell who he is. But I bet he is quite somebody, otherwise Captain Lu Ben would not go up himself, another person said in surprise as well. Haven't seen killer kicks in so long. I wonder if I had the luck to see it today. You know how Lu is. Since he is in a fight, he will do his best. Then we should all thank this soldier on warship. I hope he lasts longer so that we could enjoy the fight better. I will bet $1,000 to say the guy would not last 7 kicks. You give him too much credit. I'll bet you 20,000 for 4 kicks. 1,500. Count me. I will bet 2,000 as well. #T. No way you're doing this. Everyone is betting on Lu Ben. There is no way this will work. Lu Ben's friends were all quite excited, and his students were more curious. It was a fresh experience for them to see Lu Ben using killer kicks. Only Qian Hezhen was looking at Hansen with a complex expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Friend, which troop were you at? Before the fight started, Lu Ben did not rush to begin, but smiled and asked. He thought Hansen should also be a veteran, otherwise it was unlikely he would have this kind of ability. In fact, that was why Lu Ben felt close to Hansen in the first place. Military secret, Hansen said calmly. He was not being arrogant, but it was really a military secret. At least that was what it said on his assignment paper. He also signed a non-disclosure agreement. If Hansen told anyone about it, he would be sent to a military court. Leaking military secrets could be a misdemeanor or a felony. Hansen did not want to have any offense in this regard. Hearing Hansen's words, Lu Ben smiled and said, "Do not show any mercy later." Of course, Hansen nodded and said. Then let's begin. Lu Bin suddenly became very calm and made a side kick as sharp as a blade at Han Senator. He was so fast and fierce that it was nerve-wracking. The scarier part was that the kick was so sudden that no one saw it coming. That's what killer kicks looked like. Many students who had been instructed by Lu Bin could not help but doubt whether they had learned the skills correctly after watching Lu Bin do it. They could not reach Lu Bin's level at all. When they made the kicks themselves, it was not as sudden or fierce. Lu is serious this time. I don't believe the boy could even take this one kick, Wang Daqing said with his eyes wide. He did not realize that Lu Bin would be so serious as if he was treating his opponent as a shura in the battlefield. Boom. After Wang Daqing said that, a soldier on warship suddenly raised his arm to block Lu Bin's kick. Although he took 2 steps back, he only lost 2 points in health. Quite an opponent. He was able to block Lu Bin's kick in time. I wonder who he is? Lu Bin's comrades all felt unexpected. However, no one could answer this question. Even Qian Hezhen did not know a soldier on warship was. Lu Bin suddenly looked exhilarated, as if the blood in his body was brought to a boil. He roared and kicked at Hansen repeatedly, every kick faster and fiercer than the last. Lu Bin's leg skills were not flamboyant, but every kick he made was life-threatening, with no additional moves. Many moves he made were practical yet unexpected, which was very inspiring. Hansen was forced back by the kicks and had to take defensive positions with his arms and legs moving. Although he was able to block Lu Bin's attacks, he was at an absolute disadvantage, like a small boat in surging waves, likely to sink any time. This is the true killer kicks. So fierce. Coach Lu is absolutely amazing. What kicks? 5 kicks in a row. So strong. How did he achieve that leg whipping? The angle was simply impossible. Captain Lu did not forget any of his kung fu. Every move is a killer move. This is the leg skills of a true man. I've decided. I will sign up to learn this after I go back. The audience were all dazed by Lu Bin's moves. They wished they were Lu Bin himself to make those kicks. However, the true Evolver masters among them couldn't help frowning. The leg skills of Lu Bin were indeed very impressive to the point that it was shocking. Even if they were competing against Lu Bin themselves, they did not dare to say they could block his life-threatening attacks for sure. However, his opponent was able to block all Lu Bin's attacks, though in an awkward way. Until this very point, Lu Bin was not able to break his defense. The points his opponent lost in health were mostly the automatic defense loss generated by the system, which were merely 1 to 2 points each time. Who is Lu Bin's opponent? He is able to take so many kicks from Lu Bin. Those who knew Lu Bin well started to become dumbstruck. They knew everything about Lu Bin's leg skills, which were the skills to kill enemies in battles. Most of the time, the 2 persons at the fight had to fight with life when Lu Bin used the skills. If the opponent was able to beat Lu Bin, his friends would not be as surprised. However, the fact that the opponent was capable of blocking so many kicks was quite alarming. Hansen also felt very excited. He did not expect the stranger who sent him an invite was an expert killer with excellent leg skills. Even Hansen felt it was hard to predict Lu Bin's kicks in the beginning, which was why he was having a hard time defending himself. Gradually, Hansen felt that it was not because Lu Bin did not have the intention to kill, but because Lu Bin's intention to kill was too strong. If there was one lamp in a room, then it would be easy to tell where the light was from. However, if the room was filled with lamps, there was little point in figuring out the source of the light. Because Lu Bin's intention to kill was off the chart, his opponent could no longer discern his intention, because it was everywhere. Initially, Han Sen was trying to figure out the source of Lu Bin's intention to kill, but he soon gave up. Under such scorching murderous intent, there was no point to figure out anything, because it would not make a difference. When fighting someone like this, there was only one way to win: may the brave one live. Boom. Hansen no longer stepped back, but made a kick himself, his leg hitting Lu Bin's and making a loud sound. Lu Bin's leg skills were practical, which meant the skills not that unusual. Having learned Panorama, which was an encyclopedia of all kinds of commonly seen skills, Hansen felt it was easy to mimic Lu Bin's killer kicks. In fact, many people could easily imitate the skills, but the true difficulty was how to use it well. Depending on one's capability and mentality, the same leg skills were different when used by different people. It was especially true when it came to these kicks that were designed for life and death battles. Small difference could realize in completely different result. Hansen was someone who knew the intention to kill very well. In fact, it was what he started out with. The only thing he needed to do different was that unlike the past when he needed to hide his inventions, he should fill himself with such intentions in this fight. Boom boom boom. Hansen and Lu Bin became almost the same person standing opposite each other. Kicking at each other in madness, they were making sounds that gave people goosebumps. Although the audience knew it was a simulated fight, they were still afraid that the two fighters' bones might be broken. This is it. Hiding back is not a soldier's way, Lu Bin yelled in excitement, his legs kicking again as swiftly as wind. Hansen was also extremely excited. Lu Bin's style was so aggressive that Hansen also wanted to get it all out under his influence. Killer kicks against killer kicks. Although only two persons were fighting, the audience felt there were two troops present, making them thrilled and terrified at the same time. A few faint-hearted girls could not help yelping, forgetting it was a simulated fight. Kill 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 kill. The long legs went up and down like blades, making sounds like metal. Every exchange made the heart of the audience tremble. It was hard to imagine that it was just a simulated fight. Killer kicks. He is also using killer kicks. Wang Daqing finally realized that and could not help exclaiming. Others suddenly realized Wang Daqing was right. A soldier on warship was also using killer kicks. He was able to use killer kicks in front of Lu Bin and did not seem to fall short. Everyone suddenly had a weird expression on their faces, watching the two going at each other like lunatics. Who is a soldier on warship? Is he also a veteran? Everyone suddenly had such a doubt. They could not imagine what kind of person you must be to use killer kicks as well as Lu Bin. If he was not a veteran, how could he use killer kicks that well? Qian Hezhen was dumbfounded. He just understood that Lu Bin was right. A soldier on warship was much stronger than him in fitness. Just now when they were fighting, a soldier on warship did not use all he got at all, but was trying to suppress his strength. How is that possible? How long has it been? How could he have improved his fitness by so much? Qian Hezhen looked at Hansen, feeling complicated. Kill. Lu Bin suddenly roared and jumped up, his leg hitting at Hansen like an axe. 7 kill. Wang Daqing's eyes suddenly lit up. The majority of killer kicks was common skills, so the focus was on mentality rather than techniques. Only 7 kicks of killer kicks were exceptions, which were called 7 kill by Lu Bin. The 7 kicks were the last moves in killer kicks. One must jump in the air to make 7 consecutive high kicks from above. It was so difficult that it was even rare among leg skills designed for evolvers. It was difficult for anyone to make 7 kicks in one jump, let alone make all 7 kicks fierce and swift. Even many top evolvers could not master 7 kill. The 7 kicks were almost finished in one moment without any pause. One should manage to kick 7 times in one breath. It was extremely pleasing to look at, like a battle axe splitting the earth. For the viewers, it was even hard to imagine that 7 kicks had been made when the fighter had already landed. It was so smooth that it looked like one hard kick. Boom! Hansen was unable to block 7 kill and fell back immediately. His health went down significantly, almost reaching the bottom instantaneously. Victory! Wang Daqing was excited, and others started to cheer already. However, the cheers only lasted a second. A soldier on worship was already on the ground, suddenly stood up. His health bar was almost empty, with only a hair left. The number was down to 2%. Great leg skills. What's the name of it? Hansen asked Lubin seriously. 7 kill. Lubin laughed and said, "This is my very best work. It is impressive that you could block 6 kicks. 7 kill, noted." Hansen repeated the name of the skill and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Staring at Lubin, he said slowly, "Let's do this one more time." "As you wish." Lubin could no longer resist the murderous urge. He dashed and jumped up with no hesitation, kicking at Hansen as if his leg was the battle axe that split heaven and earth. Hansen did not move, his eyes fixed on Lubin. When the kick was about to fall on his head, Hansen suddenly moved. A magnificent step. Using Sparticle, Hansen made an incredibly fast step. In the meantime, his body was also moving subtly, making him swing like a lotus leaf in the autumn wind. Swoosh! Lubin's leg came down and turned into 7 kicks. However, all of them hit the air, while none hit Hansen, who was swinging. Lubin landed, with his eyes fixed on Hansen incredulously. 7 kill. Hansen exclaimed, jumping up like Lubin did and kicked at his opponent. Lubin also roared, his kicks going up from the ground, meeting Hansen's kicks in the air, making sonic booms. Boom! The strength of the kicks from above was too strong for even Lubin, the inventor of 7 kill. After taking 5 takes, Lubin could hardly lift his legs. The stubbornness of the veteran made him raise his arms, trying to block the 2 last kicks with his teeth gritted. Boom boom. With 2 loud sounds, Hansen's last 2 kicks were also blocked by Lubin. However, Lubin's arms were broken in the process and fell limp. At this point, Hansen was about to land. Lubin, who knew everything about 7 kill, knew it was the perfect moment for a comeback. Hansen had used up all his force and had not prepared a new move. In addition, he was in the air, so there was no way he could fight back. Disregarding his broken arms, Lubin used the other one to kick at Hansen as hard as possible. Boom! However, before Lubin's kick was made, Hansen, who was in the air, made another kick, hitting right at Lubin's chest, making Lubin fall back immediately with an incredulous look on his face. The 8th kick! Gasped Wang Daqing. The reason 7 kill was called that was because after 7 kicks, one's force would be used up and there would be nothing left to make the 8th kick. However, a soldier on warship kicked the 8th times in the air, which was unbelievable. Not only Wang Daqing, but all those who had seen and learned 7 kill knew it was impossible to make the 8th kick, because there was no way for one to leverage on anything in the air. However, a soldier on warship accomplished that, which was beyond imagination. Hansen landed and kicked at Lubin, who had already lost balance, without pause. Side kick, high kick, crossing kick, leg whipping. Hansen's leg skills were dazzling, with killer kicks fully integrated in his moves. Lubin did not have any chance to fight back until he was eliminated. Although Lubin was trying his best to find an opportunity, Hansen was a master in holding back, so he did not give Lubin any chance to make a comeback. The stands were silent. No one could believe that Lubin was beaten with killer kicks and that the 8th kick was possible. Who is he? Everyone was staring at a soldier on warship, who gradually faded away and left the gladiator platform. The audience could hardly contain themselves. They were either Lubin's friends or his students, so they all knew how hard 7 kill were. Many people could not even accomplish 7 kill, let alone the unbelievable 8th kill. Captain, who is that person? Is he one of your students? Wang Daqing ran to Lubin and asked. He could not imagine someone could use 7 kill like that, unless he was taught by Lubin himself. I can only even make 7 kicks myself, so how can I possibly teach that kind of student? Lu said and asked, did you record the fight just now? Yes, Wang Daqing nodded and said quickly. It was rare that Lu Bin would participate in a fight himself, so his friends got the video down. Many students of Ares Martial Hall also recorded the fight. Initially, they intended to learn from it and did not expect to be able to record such a mind-shattering fight. Play it. The 8th kick after 7 kill. I wonder myself how he achieved that. Lu Bin said. Everyone was dazed. Even Lu Bin, the inventor of 7 kill, did not understand how a soldier on warship made the 8th kick. The video was played again and again. They found that after the 7th kick, the soldier indeed had used up his force. However, after that, he had leveraged on the air and made another kick, which was unbelievable to watch. Lu Bin himself watched repeatedly, but still failed to understand how the soldier leveraged on the air. Some attention-seeking audience uploaded the video to the Skynet and named it Killer Kicks, 8 kill against 7 kill, attracting a lot of people who had practiced killer kicks. Initially, they all thought it was some kind of a bluff, because everyone who had practiced 7 kill knew it was impossible to make the 8th kick, which was why 8 kill was out of the question. However, after watching the video of the fight, many people became shocked as someone had really made the 8th kick, beating the inventor of 7 kill, Lu Bin. The video soon became popular, especially in the military. The soldiers and officers who had practiced 7 kill were all in awe. Many had tried to make the 7th kick as well, but they all failed with no exception. 7 kill was the limit, and after finishing that, it was impossible to make the 8th kick. Unless one had already become a surpasser and could ignore the limits of human body, it was simply impossible for one to make the 8th kick no matter how strong one's fitness was. In fact, it was normal to fail at the 8th kick, but abnormal to succeed. The reason that Han Sen could make the 8th kick was not that he was better at 7 kill than Lu Bin. In fact, in terms of 7 kill, Han Sen was still weaker. The reason was simply that Han Sen had studied 7 twists of the chens, which allowed one to leverage on the air for 7 times if one practiced it well. Han Sen had seen 7 twists used by Chen Zichen and Zhu Ting and was very interested in that martial arts. However, Han Sen did not find anything similar after a lot of research. In the end, he found a way to leverage on the air briefly. However, that cannot be compared to 7 twists at all. Han Sen was only able to accomplish that based on his understanding of 7 twists, which was his limit already. In fact, Han Sen really wanted to learn 7 twists, but the family secret like this was so hard to get his hands on. Plus, Han Sen had never had the opportunity. At the same time, on a warship, a few soldiers in the cookhouse were watching the video of Lu Bin's fight together. A fat soldier saw the 8th kick from a soldier on warship and exclaimed, "That is impossible. How could this be?" After traveling through half of the Alliance in spaceship, Han Sen arrived at Galaxy Dongyin. When he saw Daphne at a space harbor, Han Sen was dazed. Initially, Han Sen believed that since even a soldier of its cookhouse was a major, Daphne should at least be an advanced warship, if not the best in the Alliance. However, the Daphne he saw was more like a corvette. Although it looked advanced, it did not possess the same size a main ship did. In addition, Han Sen had never heard that a warship would be docked at a civil harbor. In conclusion, Daphne was a weird spaceship. However, Han Sen did not have any choice but to report to Daphne. The interior space of Daphne was indeed luxurious, equipped with lots of devices that Han Sen did not recognize. Only when he saw the incredible warframes assigned to the soldiers on board, Han Sen knew the place was unusual. All ordinary soldiers were equipped with military super-biological warframes made by the renowned Digong. The military line was much better than the civil line. These warframes were on the same level as Silver Killer, and the performance of SKTS not even be compared with them. And these warframes were already the worst on board. The procedures for the report was very complicated. Han Sen went through a lot of tests before he got his clearance. It seemed the security level of this place was indeed very high. After almost a day, Han Sen eventually went to the cookhouse. New soldier Hansen is here to report to the cookhouse. Hansen saluted to the squad leader of the cookhouse. The squad leader was around 30 years old and quite fat. He was almost as wide as he was tall. Hansen felt that was the perfect expression to describe him. So rare that we have someone new in the cookhouse. The fat squad leader looked Hansen up and down and smiled. Have you learned to cook before? I have only learned how to deal with the meat of creatures briefly at school, sir, answered Hansen. The cookhouse is not like other places, so you could relax a little bit. Since you are new here and have not learned how to cook, just try to make yourself useful, the fat squad leader said as he cooked. Just like that, Hansen settled down in the cookhouse. In addition to Hansen, there were 5 people there: fat squad leader Luo Sanchin, vice leader Lu Mingliang, dessert cook Su Gu, assistant cook Li Jin, and a handyman same as Hansen named Xiao Qing, who was there 1 year earlier than Hansen. The entire staff of the cookhouse were easygoing. Because of what they did, they were not as uptight as other soldiers and had less training as well. However, after Hansen reported, Daphne left the harbor and went directly to the remote galaxies, which made him quite disappointed. Almost all soldiers would be equipped with nutrition solutions that were easy to carry and store. The role of the cookhouse was more like nutritionist in this day and age. Hansen did not have much to do every day, because most of his job was computerized. If he had the time, Hansen could even use the teleport device on the warship to enter God's sanctuary. However, since Hansen just got there were many things he needed to learn, so he had not the time yet. After a few days of learning, Hansen had already learned the main responsibility of Daphne. Daphne was an exploration ship. Its main job was to look for habitable planets in remote galaxies and the rulings of other species. The universe was almost infinite. The space occupied by Shura and humans were just part of the world known to people. There remained to be many unexplored galaxies. In addition, there were various species in the universe. Although at this point, humans and Shura were the 2 most prominent species, before them, there used to be other glorious civilizations. The mission of Daphne this time was to look for a remnant of crystallizer civilization. Before humans even entered the interstellar era, the crystallizers had built an empire in the universe. They used to be the master of a dozen galaxies, but they eventually became extinct for some reasons no one knew. People could only feel how great they were from the relics they left behind. When humans entered the interstellar age, crystallizers had already become a legend. Unlike humans and Shura, crystallizers were a different life form. Their whole bodies were made up of crystals, looking like giant diamonds, without any limbs. However, crystallizers all had strong mental power. The superpowers often depicted in human movies, such as moving something with one's mind, that were simply a piece of cake for crystallizers. Of course, this was only the conclusion humans had arrived at after consulting the information left behind by crystallizers. Because no one had ever seen a living and breathing crystallizer, no one was certain if that kind of mental power was real. In addition to the legend about the mental power, crystallizers had a lot of treasures. For example, in their record, strong crystallizers could even control a planet and change its orbit to turn it into their warship. Of course, these were just legends. However, one thing was for sure. The memory crystal technology humanity was using currently was largely generated from the study of crystallizer science. The Alliance had spared no effort in developing crystallizer ruins. Their research results were always highly confidential. For commoners, they had merely heard of the name of crystallizer. Because interstellar travel took large amounts of time, soldiers could enter God's sanctuary freely if there was no specific mission, as long as they returned on time. Especially the cookhouse, except for some special days, they actually had a quite flexible schedule and more time to enter God's sanctuary than other soldiers. Hansen had just come back, so he should not leave immediately, given there was a lot of things that he was not familiar with. What are you looking at? After a couple of days, Hansen had become friends with the soldiers of the cookhouse. When he was taking a break, He saw the fat squad leader holding his comm link watching a video and felt curious. What else other than the video of 8 kill? Our fatty has a grand vision. He would love to become a fatty who could fly, Vice Squad Leader Lu Mingliang joked. What 8 kill? Hansen glanced at the video and couldn't help opening his mouth, because the video the fat squad leader was watching was exactly the fight between Lu Bin and himself. #K off. I just want to learn killer kicks, grunted the fat squad leader. Seeing his round body and short legs, Hansen could not imagine what it would look like if fat squad leader jumped in the air to make 7 kicks. Hansen had not been to the warship for long, so he had not met the captain yet. Taking the document to the captain's cabin, Hansen had been wondering who it was. In order to become a captain of such a high-level warship, one had to be at least a general, even though this warship was not that big. This is the nutrition plan for next month, and we need the captain's signature. Hansen came to the sanctuary's desk and showed her the document. Sure. The captain had told me about it. She's busy right now, so you can just go ahead and put the file there. The secretary checked the document and said to Hansen. Okay, Hansen replied, turned around and walked to the captain's cabin with the document in his hand. He knocked on the door, but there was no one answering. Since the secretary told him to put it inside, Hansen pushed the door open and entered the room. However, after the door was pushed open, Hansen saw someone leaning against the desk opposite the door smiling at him. Hansen was suddenly dumbstruck, and then became overjoyed. He shut the door close, threw the document away, dashed to the person, and held her tightly in his arms. Oh my God! I am not dreaming, right? How? Why are you here? Hansen was so excited that he did not even know what he was talking about. He did not imagine that he would meet Ji Yanran at this place. Ji Yanran, who was wearing white captain suit, was standing right there, gorgeous as always, but more handsome than when she was a student. I'm sorry. I brought you here without your consent, and I could only arrange for you to become a soldier in the cookhouse. However, this is everything I could do. Although I know it's not fair to you, I could not stand another day without you being close to me. I am selfish and wanton, but would you forgive me? Ji Yanran threw her arms around Hansen's neck and hung herself on him like a koala bear, her tone full of guilt and love. I love that you are selfish and wanton. Hansen quickly kissed her on the lips and spanked her ass a little. Ji Yanran's face became pink. Embarrassed, she said, don't mess around. There is a surveillance camera here. No way, there is a surveillance camera in the captain's cabin? Hansen said incredulously. Ji Yanran blinked and said, Daphne is warship that carries out exploration missions. Even as the captain, I do not have the absolute power. In fact, I am only in a supportive role. Those who are really in charge are the experts and scholars on crystallizer civilization. So, you're just a driver of a flying bus? Hansen said, not letting Ji Yanran go. She did not mind people watching. He did not care, because it was more than natural for him to kiss and hug his wife. Ji Yanran curled her lips and said, that's one way to put it. My main mission is to send the scholars and experts to their destination, provide them with staff members and help. When it comes to excavation and fieldwork, it is completely up to the experts. Ji Yanran paused and said apologetically, I know it is not fair for you to be just a cookhouse soldier, but the exploration of crystallizer ruins is crucial to the Alliance and the clearance level is very high. I did everything I could to put you here. What's so important about the crystallizer ruins that the Alliance put so much effort on them? Hansen asked, curiously. You should have heard that the mental power of crystallizers is so powerful that they could control objects with their mind. Ji Yanran thought about it and said. I've heard something about it. Hansen asked curiously again, is that all true? Maybe, I don't know for sure. But one thing was certain, crystallizers have many crystal technologies. The most commonly seen is a sort of memory crystal. Humans with strong mental power could put their memory inside the memory crystal and read from it. That is much more advanced than our AI, Ji Yanran explained. That is very impressive. What else is there? Han Sen was very interested. There are many things like that, but most of them require mental power to operate. Human had much weaker mental power compared to crystallizer. Even we get our hands on some memory crystals, we could only read some fragments from it. Even so, we have already been able to improve our memory chips significantly. If we could figure out the majority of the crystallizer civilization, our science and technology would very likely to have another huge leap. Ji Yanran then picked up a crystal the size of a fist and shoved it in Han Sen's hand. Put this on your forehead. See if you could feel anything. This is from the crystallizers? Han Sen took the crystal and looked at it carefully. It was like a purple gemstone of a random shape. There did not seem to be anything special about it. Yes. Ji Yanran smiled and nodded. Han Sen knew that Ji Yanran would never harm himself, so he put the crystal on his forehead, ready to perceive anything. The next second, Han Sen suddenly felt electricity was generated from the crystal and penetrated his scope, making his brain a bit numb, which scared him into taking the crystal away from his forehead. What is that? Han Sen stared at the crystal and asked. Ji Yanran smiled and said, Feel it. Is there anything different? What would be different? Han Sen did not know what Ji Yanran meant. In addition to the shock, he did not feel much different, nor was he injured. Ji Yanran took a file from her desk and placed it in front of Han Senator. She turned the pages over quickly and asked Han Sen to look at the contents. After going through the entire file, she closed the file and put it back, asking, What is the sixth word on the third line of page 13? You were so fast. How could I possibly? As Han Sen was about to say, how could he possibly remember, he suddenly had the memory of that page in his mind. He remembered clearly that the sixth word of the third line was black. How is that possible? Is it the crystal? Han Sen looked at the purple crystal in surprise. After the evolution, although his memory was enhanced, it was not this good. However, when Han Sen looked at the purple crystal again, it was already full of cracks. Han Sen moved his fingers and the purple crystal was suddenly shattered. The fragments of the crystal fell on the floor. This kind of crystals excavated from crystallizer ruins had a special power that could enhance the functions of human brain. The effect was the best in the beginning, and then it gets weaker and weaker. However, a small part of the enhancement was permanent, which was great for the development of human brain, Ji Yanran explained. Han Sen looked at the shattered crystal on the floor, shocked. When humans were still living on planet Earth only, scientists at that time believed that human brains were only developed 10%, with lots potentials to tap into. However, with the development of science and technology, the theory had been proven absurd. Each part of human brain had its unique function, so there was no underdeveloped area at all. In order to enhance the ability of the brain must further evolve. The evolution human went through in God's sanctuary could make one's brain evolve as well. Therefore, in this day and age, people with higher degree of evolution would have a stronger brain, which made them smarter. However, compared to the evolution of the body, the evolution of the brain was significantly slower. The fact that the crystal from crystallizer civilization could accelerate the evolution of the brain was amazing. At least until this point, human had not been able to manufacture any medicine or device that could directly stimulate the brain to evolve. This technology alone showed how magnificent crystallizer civilization was. What was more puzzling was what made such an ingenious species had disappeared in history. There are many great things like this in crystallizer technologies. However, the crystallizer ruins were too dangerous, so we have not been able to get a lot from it. In addition, there are some objects from their civilization that we do not understand yet. Ji Yanran then told Han Sen more about crystallizers. These must be highly confidential. Is it okay you're telling me? Han Sen asked Ji Yanran. These are indeed confidential. And you do not have the clearance yet. However, you're my boyfriend and I am no selfless captain, just a woman. But don't tell anyone about these, otherwise I would be in trouble. Ji Yanran spit out her little tongue. Didn't you say there is a surveillance camera? Ha, how dare you play me? You are so done. Hansen suddenly understood that he was played by Ji Yanran, grabbed her, held her down to the desk and spanked her hard. I did not lie to you. There is really a surveillance camera. It's just I turned it off temporarily. I know you would be so promiscuous. Trying to ignore the sensation on her ass, Ji Yanran whispered. Alright, I will show you how promiscuous I could be. Hansen suddenly pulled Ji Yanran's white captain pants down. No, When Hansen left the captain's cabin, he felt very refreshed and relaxed. The thought of the captain's suit and tender skin of Ji Yanran gave Hansen an urge to return to captain's cabin and stay there forever. However, that was quite unlikely. Ji Yanran had already told Hansen some information about Daphne. Although Ji Yanran was the captain, she was too young and inexperienced. If it were not for her family, she would not even be recognized as the captain because she was just a rookie evolver. In addition, Daphne was a special warship. There was a professor that had the same power as Ji Yanran, so she had to obey him at times, since the main mission was to explore and research the ruins. Almost all members of the expert panel had high social status, so they always had a say in the operation of the ship. There were many things that Ji Yanran could not decide on her own. Therefore, as much as Hansen would like to sleep until he woke up naturally every day with his girlfriend in his arm, it was not realistic. In addition, if others knew Hansen was Ji Yanran's lover and that he was on the ship because of her, they would probably think even less of Ji Yanran, making it harder for her to stay in the management role. Hansen knew it was not easy for Ji Yanran to get him on board, so he was unwilling to see her getting in trouble because of him. So, for the moment, he had to keep his relationship with her a secret and perform his duty as a cookhouse soldier with his head down. Fortunately, the two of them were both on Daphne. When there was no one around, they could call each other using the special comlink on board. Occasionally, they could even meet each other in secret, to which Hansen was looking forward. Feels like a clandestine love affair. Hansen thought to himself contentedly and started to hum a little song. Boom. Hansen was still thinking about the romance just now. Because it was on the warship, he let his guard down completely and wasn't paying attention. As he turned around the corner, he bumped into someone immediately. Hansen had just been through some strenuous exercise, so his legs were still limp. Not paying attention, he stepped backward immediately. Fortunately, Hansen reacted fast, steadied himself, and did not fall on the floor. Which department do you belong to? Why are you walking around here and humming? It was a man in uniform between 20 and 30 years old. Judging from his badge, he should be a colonel. The fat squad leader was also a colonel, so this guy was likely to be some squad leader as well. However, since Hansen did not work for him, there was no need for Hansen to explain anything. Without even looking at the man, Hansen simply walked over, as if he did not exist. You're lucky that I'm in a great mood, so I will just let you off the hook for the time being. Hansen continued to walk forward joyfully. What's wrong with you? I was talking to you. Did you not hear me? Which department are you from? The man became mad and quickly grabbed Hansen. What does it have to do with you? Hansen frowned and said. Although he was being careless, he was not walking fast. There was no way he would bump into someone directly. The main reason that the guy bumped into him was that the guy did not change his course at all after seeing him. Otherwise, with Hansen's reflex, there was no way they would bump into each other so hard. That guy was doing it on purpose. You don't even look like a soldier. Stand straight. The man snorted. Whether the cookhouse soldiers look like soldiers, it is up to me instead of the warframe department. Colonel Wang, please mind your own department's business, the fat squad leader suddenly appeared and said to the guy coldly. Colonel Luo, I can't even point it out when your soldier is bumping into people and humming songs. Is that what you're saying? Wang Ho stared at fat squad leader coldly. Yes, that's our hobby. Bite me. The fat squad leader's reply even surprised Han. Senator Wang Ho's face suddenly turned purple, as he was rendered speechless. Why are you staying here? The fat squad leader said to Han Sen and took him away. Wang Ho bristled. When the fat squad leader and Han Sen walked far, Wang Ho murmured to himself, why did Ji Yanran keep a cookhouse soldier in her office for so long? If it were not for the stupid fatty, I should have fished more information. Great job, Colonel. After returning to the cookhouse, Han Sen gave the fat squad leader a thumbs up. Great my ass. I asked you to send a nutrition plan. What took you so long? The fat squad leader said, upset. After the captain reviewed the plan, she asked me a few questions. Since I'm new here, I know nothing and gave her all the wrong answers, which was why it took so long. She even scolded me a little. After that I bumped into Colonel Wang. You are such a saver to be there on time. Han Sen had thought his excuse out for a while. Do not cross Wang Ho in the future, said the fat squad leader. Thank you, Colonel. Although Han Sen was not afraid of Wang Ho, it was a troublesome situation. He was very grateful that the fat squad leader took him away. Ji Yanran had told him that everyone on Daphne had a complicated background, so he should not take anyone lightly. You are one of mine, so I will not let anyone else touch you. If you need to be disciplined, I'll be the one to do so. The fat squad leader hit Han Sen on the back and said, go do your job. Because it was about 3 months until they could reach the planet where the ruins were, Han Sen swapped a few shifts and applied to enter God's sanctuary. This time he teleported to God's sanctuary, he was still in the ice cave. This time, however, there were 7 to 8 people in the ice cave, chatting with each other. Suyu was also there. Han Sen, what took you so long? Here, I will introduce everyone to you. Suyu introduced Han Sen to the rest of the group with enthusiasm. Maybe it was because of the difficult living conditions, everyone knew the benefit of help each other. The majority of the group were very easygoing and easy to talk to. Genius, you are here as well? The young man suddenly exclaimed at Han Sen. You are? Han Sen regarded the young man and found his face did not ring a bell. My name is Lu Feng. I also graduated from Black Hawk 1 year before you did. But my grades were just average, so it makes sense that you don't know me, Lu Feng smiled and said. What genius? Lu Feng, Han Sen is your schoolmate? Suyu asked in surprise. Lu Feng told the group about Han Sen's needs at Black Hawk. He seemed to have paid a lot of attention to Han Sen and even knew he graduated with the rank of major. The rest of the group looked at Han Sen in surprise. After a long while, Suyu lamented, I did not realize that you are a graduate of a top school and even graduated as a major. You should have a much brighter future than this. This place would make it so difficult for you to go any further. Not necessarily. As long as we occupy that spirit shelter, we will have everything, Han Sen smiled and said. There was teleport device in the spirit shelter, so if they could occupy the place, they could turn that into a human shelter. All they needed to do was to withstand the attacks from creatures nearby. Young man, this is much more difficult than that. This is second God's sanctuary, not a military school where kids hang. You can really die here. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s curled his lips, squatting in the corner. He then said, don't think that you are going to conquer everything because you are somebody in a military school. I will give it to you if you hunt any creature back. You don't even need to take the spirit shelter down. Genius, don't pay him any mind. He used to be quite talented and evolved with sacred geno points maxed out but ended up here and was trapped for nearly 20 years. He did not even have many mutant geno points, so he had lost the will to fight, said Suyu. Hansen looked to the middle-aged man, surprised. A sacred evolver 20 years ago, that was much harder to achieve than a sacred evolver today, and he must be truly something. Even that kind of person became this way, which made Hansen feel sad. The middle-aged man kept silent, squatting in the corner, taking one puff after another from the cigarette in his hand. With so many people here, why don't we go hunting? Hansen asked. We are waiting for Uncle Ching. I told you last time, he was the strongest among us. If we go together with him, it will be safer. Uncle Ching looks after the young. I will introduce you later. You can hunt with us today. Right, how come I never saw the girl from the other day? Did she give up? I'm not so sure. Hansen knew he was talking about Zero. After Hansen boarded Daphne, he could no longer use his private comm link to contact anyone, so Hansen had told Zero to enter God's sanctuary in 2 months to meet him. Hansen did not expect to be able to enter God's sanctuary so soon, and he had no way to tell her to come. So he will have to wait until the agreed time. I will walk around myself to get familiar with the environment first. Hansen walked outside directly, not planning to hunt together with the rest of the group. If he made no efforts, he would not be shared the gains. If he made efforts, it would be very suspicious for someone who just evolved to have his fitness. Therefore, Hansen decided to hunt on his own, not following the rest of the group. Haven't I told you already? You are not familiar with this place, and it's too dangerous outside. Even if you want to hunt yourself, you should follow us for a few times and go along later. Otherwise, it is truly too dangerous, said Suyu. Yes, genius. This place is very dangerous, Lu Feng also said. Hansen knew they meant well, but he had his own concerns and did not want to waste time on meaningless stuff. I have already looked it up on the Skynet and learned something about this place. I will just take a walk and be back in a minute. There will be no dangers, Hansen explained casually. When Suyu was about to say something, the middle-aged man sneered, he is looking forward to being killed. Why are you stopping him? For someone so arrogant, it serves him right to be killed. Hansen did not pay him any mind, waved to the rest of the group and walked out of the ice cave. The weather was no good this day as well. A snowstorm welcomed Hansen as he walked out of the cave. Hansen walked toward the spirit shelter in the storm. With his ability, it should be easy for him to beat mutant creatures and aristocrat spirits. Even if he could not occupy the spirit shelter for now, it would be nice to experience the creatures and spirits in Second God's sanctuary. When Hansen was far from the ice cave, he summoned Meowth to run to the mountain. Before long, he suddenly heard a beast roar. A white creature with ice-like armor covering its back was growling at Hansen and Meowth. Is this the ice-armored beast Suyu was talking about? Hansen gazed at the creature, which looked a lot like what Suyu had described. As Hansen was thinking, the ice-armored beast rushed toward Hansen, growling. Its speed was even faster than the sacred blood beast creatures in First God's sanctuary. Hansen stepped back, while Meowth had already thrown itself at the ice-armored beast. Boom boom. The two beasts started to fight in ice and snow. Meowth only had a slight advantage, and it would take a while for Meowth to beat its opponent. Hansen frowned secretly. The ice-armored beast was just a primitive creature, but it already had the same strength as Meowth, which was a sacred blood beast from First God's sanctuary. Indeed, Second God's sanctuary was not the same thing as the first. Wherever covered by the ice armor on the ice-armored beast, Meowth's claws and teeth could not penetrate. Meowth could only choose the places covered by white fur to attack, making the ice-armored beast all bloody and miserable. Meowth itself also suffered some scratches, which were not serious. Hansen had a brief understanding about the ability of the ice-armored beast and was ready to kill it himself. However, the ice-armored beast suddenly roared, and all its injuries started to heal quickly. In the meantime, the ice armor also spread to cover all its body. It turned into a crystal statue, even its claws became transparent. Although it looked the same, the ice-armored beast had a completely different aura. It suddenly turned from an average beast to a super boss. Berserk! Hansen was both surprised and overjoyed. Unlike First God's Sanctuary, some creatures could enter a berserk state in Second God's Sanctuary. The state was like the hyper-geno arts that could change the structure of body cells. In the berserk state, the structure of creatures' body cells would change significantly, enhancing the creature's strengths and ability to fight. Of course, if one were able to hunt a creature at the berserk state, the beast soul gained would also be at the berserk state, which would be much stronger than an average beast of the same level. Hansen did not expect that the first creature he met in Second God's Sanctuary was a creature that could switch to berserk state. Obviously, the berserk state of the ice-armored beast strengthened its defense significantly. After its whole body was covered with ice armor, even the claws of Meowth could only leave a few shallow marks. The ice-armored beast suddenly became fearless, ignoring Meowth's attacks, going crazy, and trying to devour the pet. Hansen took Meowth back, because it was no longer the match of the berserk ice-armored beast. In addition, Hansen wanted to try for himself how strong the berserk beast was. After losing its target Meowth, the ice-armored beast fixed its eyes on Hansenator with a growl. It quickly ran toward Hansen on all four hooves. When it was 50 feet from Hansen, it suddenly jumped at him. "Careful, Hansen!" A yelp came from somewhere close. A woman wearing Arctic suit started to run to Hansen while exclaiming. Hansen turned to look at the woman and was suddenly dazed, unable to believe his eyes. It turned out that young Monli was here as well. After she evolved, she was also randomly sent to this place. "Idiot, what are you looking at? Just run." Young Monli saw that Hansen turned to look at herself at such a critical moment and became shocked and anxious. If her shout did not save him, but harmed him, then it would be the worst thing ever. Watching the berserk ice-armored beast almost at his face, with its claws reflecting cold light, Hansen was still staring at young Monli, which made her scared and mad. However, she could not even make it in time if she wanted to save him. At this point, young Monli regretted that she came out directly after hearing Hansen was here as well. If she did not do that, Hansen might be able to dodge these attacks. However, he was now doomed. She came much earlier than Hansen did and knew how strong ice-armored beasts were. In addition, this one was a berserk beast. Even a sacred evolver could not take one blow from a berserk ice-armored beast before having his neck snapped. Watching the ice-armored beast making the attack, young Monli almost wanted to close her eyes. However, the next second, she stared her eyes wide. Hansen was staring at her blankly but punched at the incoming berserk beast without even looking at it. The punch ended right in the beast's face. Boom! The berserk ice-armored beast that looked very fierce was blown away like it was a puppet, crushing a huge chunk of iceberg and then sliding on the ice for a dozen feet, plowing deeply in the snow. Blood was everywhere, and the beast stopped moving. Young Monli froze up, staring at Hansen as if she was looking at the ghost. She did not move for a long while in the storm. Killing a berserk ice-armored beast with one blow, young Monli could not believe that this person was Hansen, who had just become an evolver. Berserk ice-armored beast killed. Beast soul of berserk ice-armored beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Hansen smiled. A beast soul gained from the first creature he killed in Second God's Sanctuary. This was definitely a good sign. Young Monli, I did not expect you would be here as well. Is there a special squad here? Hansen did not mind the body of the beast and asked young Monli. Young Monli had just come to herself, looking at Hansen and the body of the beast, and said, "Before you come, I am the only special squad member. When I just heard you are here, I did not believe it. It turns out you are really in this shithole as well. You know where this is? What is the closest human shelter?" Hansen asked. That was what he really wanted to know. "I don't know. I don't even know where in second God's sanctuary we are. At least so far, no one was able to walk out of here to find other people. Young Monli shook her head and said. This place is all right. If there are not a lot of people, no one could steal creatures from us. Hansen shrugged and walked to the body of the berserk ice-armored beast. But first you need to. Young Monli was trying to say that you first need to kill the creature, but thinking of Hansen's punch, she swallowed the rest of her sentence back. Hansen summoned the golden growler, put the body of the ice-armored beast on its back and then rode on it himself. He waved to young Monli and asked, "Is there any place nearby that we could hide from the storm? Let's take a break and eat some meat." Young Monli hesitated but jumped on the golden growler's back, guiding Hansen to a cave nearby. Hansen dissected the ice-armored beast's body with the cursed wolf dagger, took out the tools to make fire and started to barbecue some meat with a beast soul arrow as the skewer. He used a pot for making soup as well. Did he really just evolve? Young Monli was still thinking of the punch Hansen used to kill the berserk ice-armored beast. As a sacred evolver, she could not achieve that at all. Even she punched the beast 100 times, there was no way she could kill a berserk ice-armored beast, let alone one punch. For in an ordinary ice-armored beast, maybe she could kill it. However, she could never break the armor of a berserk beast. In comparison, Hansen's punch directly broke the armor together with this goal of the ice-armored beast, which did not look like the strength that belonged to an evolver who had just evolved. Have you heard of the name Hanjingji? Hansen looked at young Monli and asked casually. Hearing the name, young Monli's expression suddenly changed. Although she quickly came back to normal, Hansen still noticed it. Which Hanjingji? Young Monli frowned and asked. Instructor Hanjingji of Blue Blood Special Force, the Qigong Master, Hansen replied. You know about Hanjingji? Young Monli's expression changed again. She was surprised that Hansen knew the name Hanjingji. So, she knows about Hanjingji as well. Hansen thought and said quietly, my great-grandfather is also named Hanjingji. What? Instructor Han is your great-grandfather? That is impossible. Young Monli exclaimed. What's with the reaction? I only said my great-grandfather's name is Hanjingji, but I did not say he is that instructor of Blue Blood Special Force. Hansen smiled at young Monli. Young Monli suddenly became silent, watching Hansen while biting her lips. If Hansen was really the descendant of Hanjingji, it was not strange that he had that kind of power. However, in young Monli's eyes, it was simply impossible, given that Hanjingji did not have any children to begin with. It was just that the fact that Hansen knew Hanjingji's name and his amazing power made young Monli confused. Initially, young Monli thought Hansen was just an ordinary guy with some talent and luck, but she did not think that anymore. Which family are you from? After a long silence, young Monli could not resist asking. Which do you think? Hansen looked at young Monli, smiling. Young Monli suddenly shut her mouth. Silence fell again. Hansen handed a meat skewer to young Monli, but young Monli did not reach out her hand. She bit her lip and said, I did not make any contribution, so this is not mine. Hansen smiled, put the arrow in her hand and said, you used to be my subordinate, and I expect you to keep following me. I can't guarantee anything else but food. Young Monli looked at the skewer, wanting to give it back to Hansen in a dignified way, but her hand did not move. She was looking down on Hansen in the first place. After Qin Xian left, she gave the position of the head of the special squad to Hansen instead of Yang, which made young Monli even more upset about Hansen. Although later on, young Monli realized Hansen's abilities, as an arrogant lady, she was not willing to bow her head to him. If it was before, young Monli would have thrown the meat back to Hansen's face on hearing his words, because there was no way that young Monli would willingly take orders from Hansen. However, after a long time spent in Second God's Sanctuary, young Monli had suffered a lot and came to understand how hard it was to hunt anything in this place. If she kept going like this, young Monli could see no hope, and maybe one day, she would give up on herself. Although young Monli did not want to be ordered around by Hansen's performance made her understand very well how large the gap was between the two of them, which also made her see hope. Young Monli stared at the meat in her hand for a long while and suddenly took a bite. While she was gobbling on the meat, her eyes became wet. Hansen smiled at young Monli without speaking. When she finished, he handed her another piece of meat. Young Monli did not even look, took the meat and started to eat. After eating 4 pieces meat and drinking a bowl of soup, she then stopped, gritted her teeth, and asked Hansen, "Tell me, what do you want? Don't act as if I am going to rape you. I just want you to become my subordinate and do some things for me." Hansen looked at young Monli, not knowing what to say. The look on the woman's face was like some heroine who was going to sacrifice herself for her country. "What can I do?" Young Monli paused. Such an arrogant person like her had lost all her confidence under the harsh reality. "There are many things you can do. For example, you could manage the spirit shelter after I conquer it, collect some protection fee, sell some meat, and recruit a couple of people." Hansen pointed at the spirit shelter on the big mountain. Young Monli could not help saying coldly, "You are ahead of yourself. Don't expect to conquer the spirit shelter just because you could kill a berserk beast. There are at least a dozen mutant creatures and an aristocrat spirit inside the shelter. Do you have any idea what kind of beings they are? Any mutant creature has a fitness level of at least 50, and the stronger ones among them would be 70 or 80. A dozen mutant creatures, coupled with a highly intelligent aristocrat spirit with an equally strong physique. Even if you have already maxed out on ordinary geno points and primitive geno points, there is no way that you will conquer that spirit shelter. Is that right?" Hansen did not argue with her, but said lightly. However, anyone would be able to tell his contempt from his expression, which was what troubled young Monli the most. "A bit worked up," she said. "I admit that you are strong, much stronger than I am. However, the comparison of the power is right there. You could not conquer that spirit shelter alone. The best thing to do is to use your ability to kill as many primitive creatures as possible to sell them to others. This way, you could make money and strengthen everyone's ability at the same time. When all of us have maxed out on ordinary geno points and primitive geno points, we can work together to conquer that spirit shelter, which is the only way to go." "You are right, and thinking in the right direction. However, I don't have so much time to waste. That's why I want to conquer that spirit shelter in 1 month, Hansen said calmly. 1 month? Young Monli stared at Hansen, as if he was a lunatic. Yes, 1 month, Hansen nodded and repeated. In fact, he was already being quite conservative. With his current strength, he could totally attack the spirit shelter on his own. Because he had a fitness level of 80-something, no mutant creature could be stronger than him. However, there were a dozen mutant creatures in the spirit shelter. In case there was a berserk mutant creature, it would be quite complicated. In addition, Hansen had never fought a spirit before, so he did not want to take much risk. Currently, he could scrape by. However, after a month, when Zero was here, it would be a piece of cake to conquer an aristocrat spirit shelter. However, for young Monli, it was unbelievable. In her eyes, Hansen's words were simply naive, which should not come from a rational adult. Young Monli kept silent. She started to regret the choice she made. Following someone who bragged like this made her feel unsafe. Hansen did not say anything more. He had never tried to persuade young Monli anyway. Nor did he plan to take young Monli together with him to conquer the spirit shelter, which would expose his real abilities. Hansen only planned to ask young Monli to take care of the shelter after he took it down. After all, he knew her very well and sort of trusted her. In addition, there was no one for him to rely on at this point. Take the remaining meat and go back first. Hansen ate some barbecued meat, but because the ice-armored beast was too big in size, the meat he ate did not even bring him a single primitive geno points, so he simply decided to stop eating. Hansen wanted to kill some smaller creatures, which would give him more thrill of the increase of geno points. Other creatures might be a stretch, but primitive creatures were very easy to kill for Hansen. Me, bring this back alone? Yang Monli looked at Hansen incredulously. Initially, she thought Hansen would ask something in return for giving her such benefit. Otherwise, should I ask you to join me to conquer the spirit shelter? Hansen looked at her with a smile. Yang Monli became flushed, squeezing her fists tight without saying a word. Although Hansen did not say it, she found that she had become a burden, a useless burden. Moreover, it was in front of someone she used to despise, which made Yang Monli so ashamed that she wished she could disappear in a hole. Wait for me to come back. Hansen naturally did not understand what she was thinking. In his view, Yang Monli was someone trustworthy in the shelter, so he simply wanted to get her assistance. He did not have any other thoughts. Hansen had long forgotten about those things in the past, because Yang Monli did not really do anything to him. To the contrary, she even taught him archery. Hansen packed his stuff and waved goodbye to Yang Monli, walking out of the cave and disappearing in the storm. Watching Hansen leave, Yang Monli's expression became complicated. She did not realize until this very moment that each time she saw Hansen, he was changing. At this point, she could only look up to him. At one time, she used to tell Hansen to come to Second God's sanctuary earlier, because this was the true stage. However, she just realized that she was nothing in front of Hansen, despite the fact that she had entered Second God's sanctuary a lot earlier than he did. All she could be was his subordinate. Hansen marched toward the big snow mountain where the spirit shelter was located. It would be the best if he could take it down himself. If he was not lucky, he could at least do some hunting and wait for Zero to come. Although the path to the mountain looked straightforward, it actually took a lot of time to reach. When Hansen had rode on the golden growler for more than half a day, he had not reached the mountain yet. In front of him, there was suddenly a huge ice cliff more than 1,000 feet wide in front of him. Looking down the cliff, Hansen couldn't see the bottom of it. The deeper it got, the narrower it was. Gradually, it became a black line that looked like the entrance to hell. When Hansen was about to summon the golden rockworm king to carry him over in the air, he suddenly heard a weird noise from deep down the cliff. Crack, crack. The noise was consistent and rapid, as if someone was chiseling the ice repeatedly. Hansen looked down the cliff, and the noise became more and more clear. Before long, Hansen saw what was making the noise. On the ice wall of the cliff, a huge furry white spider quickly climbed up the ice cliff, waving its sickle-like claws. It seemed that it had noticed Hansen and thought of him as its prey. You could have survived, yet you have to commit suicide here. Let me get rid of you first. Hansen backed off a little, waiting for the huge spider to climb out from the cliff. Momentarily, the spider had already climbed up. Its body was like a snowball, and its 8 legs were very sharp with white barbs, looking quite scary. Hansen looked at it carefully and thought it looked like a king crab. He wondered if its meat was as delicious as the crab. Not knowing how strong the spider was, Hansen summoned the golden rockworm king and commanded it to charge the spider. Although it seemed impressive, the white spider should be just a primitive creature. After a few blows, the golden rockworm king cut the white spider into pieces. Primitive creature snow spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Hansen was pleased. Although the snow spider was huge as a spider, it was just slightly larger than a basketball. Although its legs were long, Hansen did not think there was much meat in them, so it was very easy to eat. Looking at the cuts made by the golden rockworm king, Hansen saw jelly-like transparent meat and couldn't help swallowing. Based on his years of experience, this was the best kind of meat, tasty and sweet. As Hansen was about to collect the body of the spider, he quickly felt something was wrong, because the crackling sounds did not disappear, but became more rapid. Hansen looked up and saw that waves of snow spiders were coming out of the ice cliff like an avalanche. Hansen was not afraid of these snow spiders at all. No matter how many they were, they could only make his meal better. However, when Hansen was about to take action, he suddenly saw a white leg as thick as a utility pole dotted with foot-long barbs reaching above, followed by a few spider legs equally huge. Hansen almost jumped on the back of Golden Rockworm King without thinking, rising in the air on the back of his pet. Looking down, he saw a giant snow spider coming out of the ice cliff. It was so big in size that it could probably swallow a man with one bite. Hansen did not know whether the huge spider was a mutant creature or a sacred blood creature. He would not be afraid of a mutant creature, but a sacred blood creature might pose a challenge. When Hansen was observing the giant snow spider, it suddenly opened its mouth. A white rope as thick as a baby's arm flew at Hansen and the Golden Rockworm King. Damn it! Run! Hansen wanted to order the Golden Rockworm King to fly higher, but it was too late already. The white robe had already caught one of the Golden Rockworm King's claws. The Golden Rockworm King quickly tried to cut the rope with its other claws. However, its sharp claws turned out to be glued together by the white rope. The snow spider tugged on the white robe hard. Although it was quickly flapping its four wings, the Golden Rockworm King could not resist the strength of the spider and was pulled down toward the spider by the white robe. Sacred blood creature. Hansen was shocked. He did not have the ability to kill a sacred blood creature yet. It was unnecessary to risk his life. Seeing that he was about to be dragged toward the spider together with the Golden Rockworm King, Hansen no longer dared to hesitate and summoned the desert bird and cursed wolf dagger. The desert bird flapped its wings and turned into a red and golden fire bird, hovering over Hansen's head, giving the cursed wolf dagger and Golden Rockworm King a golden red glow. With the effect of the aura from the desert bird, the Golden Rockworm King's wings became stronger. Flapping its wings hard, it was trying to get rid of the spider's tugging. However, strength like that was obviously not enough. The Golden Rockworm King was still dragged toward the mouth of the spider, only at a lower speed. Hansen was standing on the back of the Golden Rockworm King and quickly shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen. Using Heresy Mantra and Overload at the same time, his entire body was filled with incredible strength all of a sudden, his muscles shaking and heart pounding. Cut! Hansen slashed the cursed wolf dagger at the white rope. He felt that the dagger was stuck in something stiff and sticky, but he could not let go at this point. So, he had to make the slash even harder. The white robe was deformed significantly and broke eventually. The broken rope bounced back to the mouth of the giant snow spider. Hansen quickly took back the Golden Rockworm King that had just regained its freedom, landed on the snow, and quickly ran away. Sacred blood creatures should have a fitness index at least above 80. Many sacred blood creatures even had a fitness level above 100. This giant snow spider clearly had surpassed 80. Hansen did not want to take the risks himself. Even if he wanted to kill it, he should wait for Zero to come. Seeing Hansen was running away, the giant snow spider opened its mouth again, and another white shadow came at Hansen. Hansen was nimble enough to dodge the white rope and quickly ran forward. Snow spiders chased after him like an avalanche. The giant snow spider was especially fast, coming forward 100 feet with each move. Hansen could not outrun it with all he got. In addition, the giant snow spider was constantly spitting spider silk at him, which Hansen had to dodge as well. When stuck, he would be in trouble. Gradually, the primitive snow spiders could no longer catch up with them. Only the giant snow spider was still chasing after Hansen. Didn't they say there were only an aristocrat spirit and a dozen mutant creatures in the spirit shelter? How come there is a sacred blood spider? Hansen felt quite upset. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The aristocrat spirit couldn't not control a sacred blood creature, so it was only natural that the giant snow spider was running wild. Hansen could not get rid of the giant snow spider. After running for a while, there was no way to go anymore. Cliffs were everywhere. Hansen wanted to summon the golden rockworm king to carry him over, but he suddenly heard a shrill bird song from under the cliff. With sounds of flapping, a giant black-feathered bird as dark as ink flew up from the cliff, its wings 100 feet across. *T. God, you don't need to play with me like this. Can we be friends or not? Birds were the type of creatures that Hansen feared the most. Back in the days, he was almost killed by a silver bird and had to escape by jumping into a river. Running into a huge bird again, Hansen felt ominous. Indeed, the black bird immediately threw itself at Hansen after coming up. Its speed was like a black tornado, fast and fierce and scary. Even if he were thinking with his butts, Hansen would know this was a sacred blood creature, given the bird dared to snatch food from the giant snow spider. Judging by the speed of the black birds, Hansen knew it must be something extraordinary. Lamenting his bad luck, Hansen had no way to go with the giant snow spider chasing him in the back and the black bird blocking the road in the front. If he were to summon the golden rockworm king to carry him into the air at this point, he would be feeding himself to the blackbird. No matter how fast the golden rockworm king was, there was no way it could be faster than this sacred blood creature. Hansen decided not to escape. After shape-shifting into the fairy queen, his golden pupils started to sparkle, taking in every move of the giant snow spider and black bird. The moment when the blackbird dashed down, Hansen quickly moved away from its claws. As the spider silk was thrown at Hansen, he managed to dodge it as well. Hansen did not go back but moved forward at the giant snow spider. The 8 sickle-like spider legs quickly crisscrossed, trying to split Hansen, who was under the spider's belly, apart. Hansen was calm, his heart pounding and legs unleashing unbelievable strength, moving up and down the 8 spider legs, dodging all the attacks. The blackbird tweeted and clawed at Hansen again. With the spider and bird hunting Hansen together, he had no way to escape. Hansen did not want to run away anyway. When he used all he got, his fitness index was also more than 80. Even if the 2 sacred blood creatures were both equipped with physique more than 100, they did not have the absolute advantage. Unfortunately, the situation was too risky, so Hansen did not dare to summon the desert bird, afraid that it might be killed by the 2 sacred blood creatures. Otherwise, his fitness level should be even higher. Even so, under the siege of 2 sacred blood creatures, Hansen moved left and right, but did not seem to be too awkward. He managed to dodge all the attacks from the 2 sacred blood creatures without getting hurt. If young Monli was there to witness that, she would probably stare her eyes out. Among evolvers, maybe only those who had a fitness index above 100 could achieve that. Although Hansen did not have the physique as strong as the creatures, he was a human equipped with intelligence and techniques. As long as the difference was not too huge, it was not hard for him to face these creatures. Hansen had used Sparticle to its extreme. More importantly, the kiting skills he learned from Queen turned him into a Go player, leading the 2 stronger sacred blood creatures into his traps. Ever since he had learned kiting skills from Queen, Hansen had been studying it in depth. Although his skills were not as good as Queen, he had achieved something and become more and more skilled at it. Every step, every turn, and every pause were made with a strong sense of purpose. Although it might be too early to tell, the benefits were becoming more and more obvious. The spider silk did not touch Hansen, but caught the claws of the blackbird. Flapping desperately with its wings, the blackbird did not manage to hit Hansen, but hit the giant snow spider, which was led there by Hansen instead. There had been more and more coincidences like this. The 2 sacred blood creatures did not manage to hurt Hansen, but injured each other quite a lot. Gradually, the 2 sacred blood creatures became mad at each other and ignored Hansen as they were fighting themselves. Hansen took the opportunity to run away, watching the 2 creatures fighting from afar, while thinking contentedly, if Queen could see my kiting skills, she would probably compliment me on that. At this point, Hansen was in no rush to run, but observed the 2 creatures fighting it out. Their fitness levels were definitely both over 100. With their fierce movements, the ice walls and rocks were smashed as they went, with crackling and booming everywhere. The blackbird was entangled with the spider silk everywhere and became slower and slower. The giant snow spider was also pierced in several places by the blackbird, its transparent blood flowing non-stop. Go on, go on. You better kill each other so that I can have some free Geno points. Although you two are big in size, I don't mind have some extra meals. As Hansen was cheering for the two creatures, he thought, the meat won't get bad in such low temperature, right? I can even store it up for a couple of days. Initially, Hansen thought the blackbird would be more fierce, while the spider silk was so tough that the blackbird gradually lost its ability to move around when it was covered in the spider silk. Very soon, it was about to be devoured by the giant snow spider. As Hansen was hesitating whether he should give the blackbird a blow, the blackbird quickly plunged into the ice cliff. Because the snow spider had expended too much spider silk on the bird, it was dragged along down the cliff. Hansen was dazed and quickly ran toward the edge of the cliff. It was foggy down the cliff, so Hansen could not see what was happening there. Nor did he know what had happened to the two sacred blood creatures. He waited for a while, but did not hear anything fall. There was no screaming either. The fog was not moving. What is happening? Hansen could not decide what to do, looking at the cold fog. The two sacred blood creatures should have all been injured seriously, so there was an opportunity for him. However, Hansen was not sure whether they were alive or dead, nor did he know what was underneath, which was why he did not dare to go down. However, some God-sent fortune would be lost if he did not go. That's it. One needs to be daring to survive. These are two sacred blood creatures, so there is no way I should miss this. In addition, I am quite capable myself. Even if there was still a sacred blood creature remaining, I could at least escape even if I could not kill it. Hansen gritted his teeth and summoned the golden rockworm king, flying down the ice cliff on the back of his pet into the cold fog. Even Hansen, who had practiced jade skin, could not help shivering. The fog was chilling and moist, even worse than ice. If he were an average guy, he would probably need to lie down for a couple of days after traveling through the fog. Luckily, Jadeskin had special effects when it came to resist the cold. Hansen sat still on the back of the golden rockworm king with his eyes fixed on the bottom of the cliff. However, the fog was so thick that Hansen could not see what was underneath. After a while, the thick fog began to disperse. Hansen could vaguely see something was down there, but he was not sure whether it was the giant snow spider or the blackbird. Hansen ordered the golden rockworm king to fly down 100 feet more, and he was eventually able to tell what was underneath. Hansen stared his eyes wide. Both the snow spider and blackbird were almost dying, but it was not because their previous opponent. Under the huge ice cliff, there was a pond of iced water, from which emerged a monster that looked like a squid with lots of tentacles. Both the snow spider and blackbird were caught by the tentacles. Although they were struggling, because of their previous injuries or the fact that they were weaker than the monster, they were not able to get rid of the tentacles. Instead, the tentacles were getting tighter and tighter. Very soon, the creatures were about to be killed. Fortunately, the monster did not seem to have any other means to attack other than tightening its tentacles. It could not strangle the two sacred blood creatures immediately. However, it was still just a matter of time. Hansen was dumbstruck by the fact that there were 3 sacred blood creatures, each scarier than the last. It seemed that this area of ice and snow was far more dangerous than Hansen had thought. Initially, Hansen thought if he could take down the aristocrat spirit shelter, he could do whatever he wanted to this area. However, it seemed that he had been too naive. Hansen stared at the blackbird and the giant snow spider that were about to be strangled to death. If he gave them a blow at the right moment, he might be able to get himself a sacred blood beast soul. However, before Hansen found the perfect opportunity, there was a beast roar from the other end of the ice valley followed by loud hoofbeat. Is there another sacred blood creature? Hansen was shocked. Very soon, Hansen found he made a mistake. There were no sacred blood creatures, but arrays of ice-armored beasts running his way like trained soldiers. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. The ice-armored beasts threw themselves at the monster with tentacles, biting the tentacles. The monster swept its tentacles across and got rid of a few ice-armored beasts, but more came up to attack it. After the ice-armored beasts, Hansen saw giant polar bears, unicorn wolves, and wendigos. Each creature looked very strong and fierce. At the end of the force was a red-striped white tiger on the back of which sat an elegant woman in glamorous priest robe. The woman had purple eyes and hair, holding a short staff that seemed to be made of crystal, her eyes fixed on the monster, black bird, and snow spider. The priest lady pointed her staff at the monster. The polar bears, wolves, and wendigos roared loudly and threw themselves at the monster. By nature, creatures of lower levels had fear toward creatures of higher level than them, so they would not dare to fight a more advanced creature. However, those polar bears, ice-armored beasts, and wendigos that seemed like mutant creatures had no fear toward the sacred blood monster of tentacles. Under the command of the priest lady, they took death calmly and fought the monster together. Spirit. Hansen was hiding behind an ice wall, watching the priest lady in surprise. The spirit had almost transparent skin. Her eyes were like cats and her ears were pointy. There was no way she would be mistaken for human. Hansen only knew there was an aristocrat spirit in the spirit shelter on the mountain, which should be her. The creatures also looked similar to what Hansen had heard. However, Hansen had no idea what she wanted to do. Judging by the number of the creatures, she should have used all the force of her shelter. Although there were a lot of creatures on her side, they were not the monster's match. The ice-armored beasts could not even break the skin of the monster. The attacks from the mutant creatures only left some shadow marks on the tentacles, which did not seem too effective. To the contrary, once the monster swept its tentacles across, a few ice-armored beasts would be blown away and injured seriously if they were not killed already. As Hansen was wondering why the aristocrat spirit did this, she suddenly raised her crystal staff. The crystal staff issued ripples, which gradually wrapped her body. Momentarily, all of the runes on her robe were brought to life and started to glow, surrounding her with light. As the light gradually became dim, Hansen saw what she looked like and stared his eyes wide. At this point, the aristocrat spirit was covered in a suit of crystal armor imprinted with red patterns. The armor looked mysterious and glamorous, making her look even more divine. The crystal staff had now turned into a crystal spear with red stripes. The aristocrat spirit held the spear backward on the side of her body, her eyes fixed on the monster of tentacles. Kill! The aristocrat spirit shouted coldly. Her mount, the red-striped white tiger, quickly ran toward the monster of tentacles and reached it immediately. Holding on to the two sacred blood creatures and under the siege of so many mutant creatures, the monster of tentacles could not focus, although it was not injured. It failed to see that the red-striped white tiger had already come at its head. Riding on the tiger in the air, the aristocrat's spirit gazed at the monster's head coldly. The moment when the tiger brushed by the monster, the spear in the spirit's hand eventually moved. Like a cold lightning bolt, the crystal spear was stabbed into a squinted eye of the monster. With a growl, the monster suddenly waved a dozen huge tentacles madly, whipping the two sacred blood creatures and the mutant creatures away. However, the aristocrat spirit stayed still. Her tiger leveraged on the monster and charged the monster again. Boom! This time, nothing was distracting the monster, so it noticed the tiger in time. A tentacle suddenly blew the red-striped white tiger away. The moment the tiger was hit, the glamorous aristocrat spirit moved her long legs, covered in armor. She stepped on the back of the tiger and sent her curvaceous figure in the air. Seizing the red-striped crystal spear, she stabbed at the other eye of the monster. Roar! The other eye of the monster was stabbed as well, so it issued another painful scream. This time, instead of using its tentacles, it quickly shrank into the ice water pond, carrying the aristocrat spirit with it, making a huge splash. Hansen was dumbfounded. The aristocrat spirit was even stronger than he thought. She should have a fitness level around 80, which made her a top aristocrat spirit. More importantly, the aristocrat spirit was extremely skilled at martial arts. When she was fighting, she had top-notch footwork and spear skills, comparable to any human evolver. Shortly, the pond became calm. With another splash, the aristocrat spirit emerged from the cold pond, dripping all over. Her purple hair was soaked, stuck to the crystal armor, making her look attractive in a different way. Hansen saw very clearly that the aristocrat spirit had only hurt the weakness of the monster, which is its eyes. The monster was only forced back into the pond. She did not have the ability to kill it. The snow spider and the blackbird, which were severely injured, tried to escape in the chaos. However, the creatures from the spirit shelter threw themselves at the two sacred blood creatures, preventing them from leaving. If it were under any other circumstances, either the snow spider or the blackbird could easily fight or even kill these creatures. However, they had just been severely injured and almost killed by the monster, which made it hard for them to even breach the siege of the creatures. The aristocrat spirit did not pause at all, attacking the snow spider with the spear in her hands. Hansen suddenly understood that the aristocrat spirit had the same plan as he did. She wanted to get rid of the monster in order to pick up some easy gains. Go ahead. I wonder who the real winner would be. Hansen watched the fight from behind the ice wall and chuckled inwardly. Although both the snow spider and blackbird were dying, they were, after all, sacred blood creatures. With her primitive and mutant creatures, the aristocrat's spirit still suffered a great loss trying to kill them. Bodies of ice-armored beasts were lying everywhere. More than half of the ice-armored beasts had been injured or died. Several mutant creatures were also killed and injured. The aristocrat's spirit did not change her expression, as if she did not care about the death of the creatures at all. She was focused on looking for the weaknesses of the two sacred blood creatures. It was easy to tell that the aristocrat spirit's purpose was not to kill these two sacred blood creatures, otherwise she would have done so already. The snow spider and blackbird were injured too seriously. Wrapped by the spider silk, the blackbird could hardly move. If the aristocrat spirit meant to kill it, she had had the opportunity a long while ago. Obviously, it was not what she wanted. It seemed that she wanted to enslave the two sacred blood creatures, which was why she did not want to kill them. The two sacred blood creatures had been injured really bad. It looked like they were about to die. The snow spider had a weaker physique, so it could barely stand at this point. Bleeding all over, it was about to die at any minute. Squeak. The snow spider suddenly made a weird sound at the aristocrat spirit, taking back all 8 spider legs, and lay on its stomach. Seeing the behavior of the snow spider, the aristocrat's spirit immediately brandished her spear to signal the creatures to stop their attacks on the snow spider and turn to the blackbird instead. The aristocrat spirit walked up to the snow spider and held the spear horizontally. With ripples passing her body, her armor turned into the priest rope again, and the red stripes disappeared from the crystal spear, which then turned to a staff. She held the sparkling crystal staff high and touched the head of the snow spider with the gemstone sitting on top of the staff. The snow spider shivered, wanting to get away from the sparkling staff, but in the end, it only squeaked softly and accepted. Seeing her staff was about to touch the head of the spider, the female spirit could not help smiling. However, at this very moment, she quickly changed her expression. Moving quickly to the right, she was already too late. A figure suddenly flashed past the aristocrat spirit, holding a dagger that looked like a wolf tooth backward and slashing it at her neck. The aristocrat spirit stepped back, her staff falling to the ground. She covered her snow-white neck with both hands, staring at the grinning man with the dagger in his hand. Blood was welling between her fingers. "Thank you so much for your help. I will never forget you. I will go to your place another time to thank you by asking for your service," Hansen said to the female spirit with a smile. Without any pause, he jumped to the kneeling snow spider and stabbed his dagger into its face. Squeak! The snow spider squeaked painfully, trying to stand up, but it was too late. Hansen moved the dagger to slice the spider's head open, and blood and brain squirted from the injury. The snow spider fell to the ground. Sacred blood creature snow spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Hansen lamented the fact that he did not gain a beast soul when hearing the voice. Seeing that Hansen killed the sacred blood snow spider, the aristocrat spirit bristled and tried to say something. However, when she opened her mouth, blood jetted out, and she turned into scattering sparkles with no words left. Rest in peace, Hansen said quietly, running toward the other sacred blood creature, the black bird. The creatures that followed the aristocrat's spirit scattered and ran away after she was killed. Hansen did not have time to pay them any mind. Both primitive and mutant creatures were always abundant, which he had plenty of opportunities to kill. However, it was very hard to find a sacred blood creature, so he could not let this chance go. The blackbird was no stronger than the snow spider. It did not cost Hansen any efforts to behead it. Young sacred blood creature evil-blooded condor killed. Beast soul of evil-blooded condor gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred blood geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Hansen was so thrilled that he almost jumped. A sacred blood creature beast soul. That was his first sacred blood beast soul in Second God's Sanctuary. A sacred blood beast soul in Second God's Sanctuary was much stronger than a super beast soul from First God's Sanctuary. Without the ability to kill super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary yet, this was already the best beast soul Hansen could get his hands on at this point. The other creatures had all run away, and Hansen was in no mood to chase after them. He could not wait to see what type of beast soul his newly gained one was. Hansen was looking forward to having a shape-shifting beast soul the most, or a beast soul armor would do as well. The former could enhance his ability to fight to a great extent, while the latter could increase his survival rates significantly. They were both great options. Type of beast soul of evil-blooded condor, glyph. Seeing the introduction to the newly gained beast soul, Hansen was dazed. What kind of beast soul is a beast soul glyph? Because there were too many types of beast souls, all they learned in school was some common types. As human became stronger and stronger in God's sanctuary, more creatures had been killed and more types of beast souls were known. There were many newly discovered beast souls that one had to explore oneself. Of course, if one reported the discovery of a new type of beast soul to the Alliance, some rewards could be claimed after the type was verified. Hansen did not have any recollection about a beast soul glyph, so he had no idea what it was used for. He tried to summon the beast soul glyph of evil-blooded condor, and the condor suddenly appeared as a black shadow. The shadow then issued a scream before it disappeared in Hansen's body. Hansen looked at his body carefully and saw that he had a new tattoo of black condor, which was spreading its wings and ready to attack. The condor looked so fierce and gloomy that he almost felt like it was real and would claw out someone's heart at any minute. The tattoo stretched from the back of Hansen to his chest, taking up the better half of his upper body, making him look like a badass fighter. Hansen tried to make a punch but did not feel any enhancement in his strength. Nor did he feel anything odd about his body. The glyph did not have any burden on his body like shape-shifting beast souls either. What is this glyph for? Hansen frowned slightly, unable to figure it out at the moment. He had to look something up when he was back on the warship Daphne. Checking the bodies of the snow spider and evil-blooded condor, Hansen was ready to summon the golden growler and take the meat back, in case the monster with tentacles came back. However, he suddenly heard a crackling sound in his mind, as if something was broken. Hansen was dazed and suddenly remembered something. He looked to his mind and saw the cocoon of light that the holy angel turned into had been broken. The cute Lolita walked out with the black crystal in her hand, looking exactly the same, without any change. That was fast. Hansen was quite surprised, wanting to check on the holy angel. However, she suddenly left the black crystal and flew out of Hansen's mind on her own, throwing herself at the body of the snow spider. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Hansen quickly stopped her. The holy angel held on to the leg of the snow spider, pleading with her eyes full of tear. Although she could not speak, her vulnerable look made Hansen soften his attitude. "All right. You go ahead." Hansen thought that the snow spider was so big in size that it would take him several days to gain a sacred geno point, so it was much easier for her to eat it. After all, it was just a sacred blood creature instead of a super creature. He will have plenty of such opportunities in the future. In addition, there was also the body of the evil-blooded condor, which would take him at least 2 or 3 months to eat as well. The Lolita gained Hansen's permission and became so excited that she immediately opened her mouth and bit at the leg of the snow spider. Hansen was in no mood to watch her eating and quickly checked her current status. Super Beast Soul Archangel, Pet, can further evolve. Seeing such a simple introduction, Hansen felt completely dumbstruck. Archangel sounded a lot more impressive than Holy Angel, and there was no problem with the Super Beast Soul status, or Pet, or the note can further evolve. However, the problem was that the pet no longer had her transformed state. So, has she now returned to her original state and could no longer be transformed? Must I feed her all over again until the transformation happens? Hansen was dazed. If that was true, Hansen would probably cry out loud. It took him so much effort for the pet to transform, while she had now returned to her initial state. Was it all a waste? Hansen thought about it and felt something was wrong. There was no way for the holy angel to return to her original state, and her name was also changed to Archangel, which was completely different from what it was. Maybe she had turned into a super beast soul of second god sanctuary? Thinking of that possibility, Hansen's heart started to race. If that was true, it was to say that he already owned a super beast soul of second god sanctuary. As long as he made her transform, he would have the ability to kill a super creature in second god sanctuary. There were many horrendous beings that had fitness levels above 100 among the sacred blood creatures in second god sanctuary, so there was no telling how strong a super creature could be. Hansen was not sure himself when he could kill a super creature. The Archangel was undoubtedly a guarantee that he could hunt super creatures one day. Of course, it was not easy to feed her until she transformed. With his experience of raising pets in first god sanctuary, Hansen was in no rush. "Little girl, don't let me down." Hansen turned to look at the Lolita and found her already eating the meat of the condor. The gigantic evil-blooded condor was devoured almost completely, with only a leg left. The snow spider was long gone. "Stop it!" Hansen quickly exclaimed. He was only lost in his thought for a little while, yet the Lolita had already almost finished 2 sacred blood creatures. How efficient! Luckily, Hansen stopped her in time and saved himself a bird leg, which probably weighed a few hundred pounds. He did not need to worry about food in a long while. The little girl stood next to Hansen looking upset and dissatisfied, her eyes glancing at the bird leg from time to time, licking her pink lips. "You foodie! This bird leg is mine and you don't get to take another bite." Hansen squeezed her tender cheeks and sent her back to his mind. At the same time, he summoned the golden growler in its biggest form, putting the bodies of the ice-armored beasts and other mutant creatures on its back. Hansen then took the piles of trophies back to the teleport device. There was so much meat that Hansen could not finish it himself. The bird leg alone would provide food for him in months. It would be nice if he could sell the meat to Suyu and others for some nice stuff in the alliance. Like Yang Monli had said, it would only benefit him if humans got stronger in general. As for the spirit, Hansen had already learned how strong she was. He estimated that she was more or less as strong as himself. However, Hansen did not know how many mutant creatures there were in the spirit shelter, so it would be a bit risky for him to go there alone. Spirits were different from creatures in that they were intelligent. Hansen made a sneak attack to kill the spirit just now, but a real fight would not be that simple. In addition, Hansen needed to sell the meat at this point and search the information on the beast soul glyph in the Alliance, so he was in no hurry to go to the spirit shelter. As Hansen walked to the ice cave where the teleport device was, he was wondering which beast soul he should feed the black crystal to next. He was not so sure about the function of the black crystal at this point, so he was not able to make up his mind. Since the holy angel became archangel and returned to its untransformed state, did it mean that a beast soul that was not a pet would simply evolve? Hansen looked at all the beast souls he owned and finally had his eyes on the blood snail beast soul. It was a super pet armor, but it was no longer that effective in front of a sacred blood creature in second god's sanctuary. Hansen decided to try the black crystal on it as an experiment. The super beast souls were all surrounding the black crystal, while the archangel had lost her interest in it. Hansen could not tell whether it was because the black crystal was no longer useful to her, or that she had not transformed yet. With Hansen's command, the blood snail quickly moved to the black crystal with joy, swallowing it entirely. Similar to the angel, light started to form a cocoon that wrapped the blood snail up. Hansen was in no hurry. It was obvious that feeding a beast soul was much faster than feeding a creature. In the case of the angel, it did not take long. For the blood snail, it should take probably a month. Hansen had significant expectation. If what he thought was real, that would be fantastic. In the ice cave, the berserk ice-armored beast that young Monley took back made quite a splash among the old-timers. An evolver who had just entered second god's sanctuary was able to kill a berserk ice-armored beast, which was simply unbelievable. Some people were saying how impressive the young people nowadays were, while others thought it was just good luck. Young Monley did not explain anything. Even if she said that Hansen killed the berserk beast with one punch, these people would not believe it. Actually, no one would believe a fresh evolver could kill a berserk ice-armored beast with just one punch. Even a sacred evolver could not achieve that. As people were still talking about Hansen and the berserk ice-armored beast, they heard loud noises that sounded like an earthquake. Did the creatures find this place and come here to attack us? Many people were shocked, going close to the teleport device, ready to leave God's sanctuary in case of any danger. After a while, the rumble stopped. They heard a voice shouting, "Monley, give me a hand." Young Monley clearly could tell that it was Hansen's voice. She quickly walked outside the ice cave. Others were also wondering what was happening, so some of them also followed out. When they came out of the ice cave, all of them stared their eyes wide. They could not believe what they were seeing and their jaws almost dropped to the floor. A golden lion that looked like a small hill was carrying piles of bodies of ice-armored beasts and other mutant creatures such as giant snow wolf and ice bear. On top of the bodies stood a young figure. It was Hansen who disregarded people's advice and went hunting alone. "Hansen. Brother. These are all yours?" Su Yu asked with his voice trembling. This was so hard to believe that he could not register the fact even though he had rubbed his eyes hard. Everyone else had almost the same reaction. Many of them had been here for more than a decade, but none of them had witnessed so many gains. In addition, there were even bodies of mutant creatures. Many of them felt unreal like Suyu, feeling they were in a dream. Otherwise, how could there be so many bodies of creatures? And how could there be such a gigantic amount? Young Monley looked at Hansen with a weird look, feeling complicated inside. She just said that Hansen couldn't take down the spirit shelter, but he returned with so many bodies of even mutant creatures in such a short amount of time. Maybe he really conquered the spirit shelter? Young Monley looked at Hansen and did not know what to think. The young man who she used to despise had grown so fast that he had fully exceeded her expectation and even comprehension. "You can say that." Hansen told them about how he encountered the sacred blood snow spider, evil-blooded condor, monster of tentacles, and aristocrat spirit. However, he was telling them the adapted version, in which he only witnessed a fight between the four and grabbed some gains when they were all seriously injured. Look, this is the bird leg of that blackbird bitten off by another creature. Unfortunately, it still ran away, so I only have this leg. Hansen raised the bird leg that was the leftover of the archangel, as if he was showing off. Everyone looked to Hansen admiringly, saying that Hansen was so lucky that he collected so many bodies of ice-armored beasts and mutant creatures and even a sacred blood bird leg. Lady Luck was really looking after him. No one suspected what Hansen said. Some people had been here for decades, and many of them had seen the snow spider and the blackbird. Some people had even seen the aristocrat spirit. For someone who just came here to know these details, Hansen must have seen them with his own eyes, otherwise how could he possibly know? Brother, such luck. Su Yu looked at the piles of bodies lustfully. What do you plan to do with these? You can't eat all of them yourself. How about you sell some of them to us? And we can give you a good price. As Su Yu said it, everyone's eyes were focused on Han Senator. These people had a lot more desire toward the meat of creatures than ordinary guys, especially for those mutant creatures. Many people had been so excited that their eyes turned red, wanting to take a bite right away. Yes, of course they're for sale, Hansen said assertively. I'll give you 100,000 for an ice-armored beast. 150,000. As Hansen just gave his answer, many people were starting to shout price already. The scene looked like a bunch of rich people who did not know how to spend their money, waving their checks at Hansen. I am going to sell these creatures, but only to the insiders. If anyone else wanted to buy them, they have to double the price. Also, I only accept St. Hall licenses and Geno solutions beyond A-class, said Hansen quietly. He did not bring all the meat back just to gain some money. Brother, would you mean? Everyone was dazed, and Su Yu asked eventually. I am going to set up a gang. Whoever in the gang could purchase meat with the insider price, and they can also use their points, Hansen said casually. In the future, he would definitely conquer the spirit shelter. It would take more than just himself to rule the spirit shelter, because he could not stay there all the time. He would rather recruit every master fighter at this place to follow him and guard the spirit shelter for him. This way, in the future, no matter how many people were teleported to this place, they had to follow his order. If we do not join your gang, how much do we need to pay for an ice-armored beast? A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s asked Hansen. An A-class St. Hall license of the Evolver level, Hansen said determinedly. What? An A-class St. Hall license of the Evolver level for an ice-armored beast? Why don't you go rob someone instead? The man shouted madly immediately. Many people also accused Hansen of being shameless. Some even tried to snatch a body on the back of the golden growler. This was just human nature. Many people could go through hardship with you together, but could not share your wealth, let alone watch you become fortunate. Ouch! Hansen made a sudden move, and the cursed wolf dagger suddenly cut off the hand of someone who had touched the golden growler to snatch a body. The shrill scream made everyone feel dumbstruck. They all stopped moving and looked to Hansen, and the man with a broken arm was rolling around on the floor. Without my permission, I dare you touch my properties. If your hands touched it, you would lose your hands. If your feet moved, you would lose your feet. If your head came close, you would lose your head, Hansen said coldly with the cursed wolf dagger. Damn it. He got some nerve to use violence. Let us kill the bastard. You injured our friend. Are you even a human being? Kill this animal. Son of a bitch. Hansen suddenly became the person whom everyone hated, as if he was so guilty that everyone would kill him the first chance they got. Su Yu and a few others tried to stop the rest of the group, because they were so few, 4 or 5 persons had already thrown themselves at Hansen, who were all old-timers who had been in this place for more than 2 decades. Of course, they were not trying to avenge the person who had lost his hand, but to take all the bodies for themselves after getting rid of Hansen. In their eyes, Hansen was no more than a brat who got lucky. Since he had just entered second god's sanctuary, there was no way that he was their match. It would be a piece of cake to kill Hansen. Those people summoned their beast souls and tried to kill him with each move, ready to take Hansen's life. These bodies were so attractive, especially to those who had not seen so much mutant meat in decades. On top of that, there was even a sacred blood bird leg. Lust had gone to their heads. Hansen did not change his expression at all. Smiling coldly, he had thought of this possibility when he brought back the meat and did not feel surprised at all. It was not even necessary to get angry. Yang Monli's face became stern. She summoned a bow and arrow, ready to help Han Senator. These people were the ones she despised the most. Because most people could potentially gain some benefits, they became self-righteous in grabbing what belonged to others. These people were nothing different from robbers, and even worse than robbers. At least robbers got the bad name that they deserved, while these people tried to justify their behaviors. However, before Yang Monli could even shoot an arrow, Hansen suddenly moved. Instantaneously, he dashed between the first 5 people who made their attacks. Ouch! 5 screams were made at the same time, so they sounded like it came from the same person. The first 5 people who threw themselves at Hansen all lost their right hands, which were holding their weapons. Blood jetted out, and the 5 persons were rolling around on the ground with their left hands covering their broken arms, pleading and crying. Everyone was dumbstruck by Hansen, who had a straight face, and the 5 screaming persons, shocked at what had happened. Those 5 people had been in second god's sanctuary for more than a decade. They were all quite experienced. Although it was hard to get some meat in this place, their fitness level must be over 40 after so many years. However, after one move, all of them lost their right hands, which made everyone shocked. Who else want to take my life? The cold gaze of Hansen swept across everyone's face. Those who were trying to kill Hansen were snatched some meat, all felt a chill and stepped back involuntarily. Yang Monli looked at Hansen with a complicated expression, as she had not expected that Hansen would be so aggressive. Uncle Qing is here. Uncle Qing, you must help us. This bastard hurt his own kind. Uncle Qing, we have always helped each other, and he is cruel even to one of us. He's just an animal. A middle-aged man in his 70s or 80s came from the ice cave. For an evolver who had a lifespan of 300 years old, 80 years old was indeed just middle-aged. Seeing the man called Uncle Qing, Yang Monli became nervous, put down her bow and arrow, and said hastily, Uncle Qing, don't listen to them, they were trying to steal Hansen's. Before Yang Monli even finished her words, Uncle Qing gestured her to stop. Seeing Uncle Qing's behavior, the rest of the group became excited and blamed Hansen for everything with exaggeration, as if it was a felony for Hansen not to share his gains with them for free. Their behavior of stealing was also beautified as a move for justice. Yang Monli looked upset. Uncle Qing should be the first person who was teleported to this place. He had been here for a few decades and had the most geno points among the group. He was also the only person who had killed a mutant creature. According to Uncle Qing himself, his fitness level was around 60, but Yang Monli believed it should be more than that. In addition, Uncle Qing had also practiced strong hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers, so he was not any average evolver. It was fair to say that Uncle Qing was the strongest person in the group. Although Hansen was strong, he had just entered second god's sanctuary. If Uncle Qing was trying to harm Hansen, Hansen might be killed. Uncle Qing, this is not all Hansen's fault. Suyu gritted his teeth and said in Hansen's favor. However, Uncle Qing gestured him to silence as well, and walked to Hansen. Yang Monli's face became even more grim. She quickly walked to Hansen, showing her attitude. The rest of the group were celebrating Hansen's mishap with expectation and greed. As long as Uncle Qing got rid of Hansen, they should be able to split the meat. Uncle Qing had always been generous, so they should all be able to get some. Seeing Uncle Qing walking straight to Hansen, many people were shouting inwardly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Although Hansen had some extraordinary performance and an impressive dagger, no one believed he could beat Uncle Qing, who was absolutely stronger than him. When Uncle Qing was less than 6 feet from Hansen, under everyone's watch and expectation, he drew a Z-steel knife that looked ancient. With the surprising, suspicious, puzzled, confused, uneasy, and frightened looks from different people, Uncle Qing wielded the weapon and cut off the heads of the 5 people who were rolling around and screaming. Then, Uncle Qing bowed to Hansen reverently. "Young Master Han, Ning Qing has come too late. I deserve any punishment from you." Everyone was shocked at the moment. Uncle Qing was the strongest person in the group, the only one who had killed a mutant creature, acted as if he was Hansen's servant. Everyone felt they needed more brainpower to understand that. The Nings of the Starry Group? Hansen frowned slightly. That was the only Nings he knew of. Uncle Qing said respectively, "Yes, I am the eldest among the 6 sons of the Nings, also the most useless one. My 2 nephews did not know who you were and had acted inappropriately. My father wanted to apologize in person but was afraid that you did not like to be disturbed, so he did not go. However, he told us that no matter which one of us in the family had the luck to meet you, we must treat you as our patron. Whatever you need, we would support you no matter how much it costs." As Uncle Qing said that, the rest of the group were completely shocked. Everyone had heard about Starry Group, which was one of the largest corporations in the Alliance. No one had thought that Uncle Qing was one of the Nings. What was even more unexpected was that even the Nings had to treat Hansen this way. Everyone was wondering what was Hansen's background. Many people got scared and became pale at this point. They wanted to rob someone whom even the Nings needed to be reverent to. If Hansen wanted to get his revenge, it would be so easy not only in God's sanctuary, but also in the Alliance. Everyone was covered in cold sweat and felt their legs were limp. "You did not know that before, so it was okay. We will talk about the future later," Hansen commented neutrally. He knew that the reason for Uncle Qing to treat himself like that was not because of who he was, but the potential relationship between him and Han Jingji. Hansen could not tell whether Uncle Qing meant what he said, so he did not feel happy at all. "In the future, whatever young Master Han needs, please let us know. The Nings will not disappoint you." Uncle Qing did not say anything more, but showed his loyalty. Hansen nodded and turned to Yang Manli. "Yang Manli, I will give this much meat to you. Organize our gang as soon as possible, but it will not be necessary to recruit some of these people." Hansen had no doubt in Yang Manli's ability. She used to manage a big gang like Steel Armor Gang really well. There were not a lot of people present, so even if they all joined the gang, it would be still a piece of cake for Yang Manli. "Okay." Yang Manli counted all the bodies and felt puzzled. Since the Nings treated him like this, maybe he was really related to Han Jingji? However, thinking about it, Yang Manli felt it was unlikely. Everyone knew that Han Jingji did not have a wife or kids. Hansen did not mind what Yang Manli was thinking. After giving everything to her, he teleported back to the Alliance, wanting to figure out what was the use of a beast soul glyph as soon as possible. "Hansen, when did you come back?" Qiuqing said hi to Hansen while heading out the moment Hansen went back to the dormitory. "I've just come back." "Where are you heading?" Hansen asked, casually. "Where else than the drill? It is the end of the month and at this time there is always a drill going on for everyone to join. Whoever gets the first place will be rewarded by Vice Captain Chen. I'm just going to check it out." "Your timing is perfect. Let's go together," Qiuqing dragged Hansen out. Initially, Hansen did not want to go. However, since everyone was getting along pretty well in the cookhouse, He did not want to turn Qiu Qing down and followed him to the training hall of the warship. Han Sen had heard about Vice Captain Chen from Ji Yanran. He was a strong surpasser. Initially, the captain of a warship like Daphne must be an advanced surpasser who was also a general. However, because of the special background of Ji Yanran, she became the captain of Daphne. And the vice captain was selected based on the standards of an official captain. Qin Shoshan, a strong surpasser. Ji Yanran said he was close to the JIS, but even if she did not say that, Han Sen would know that he was, because if he was not working for the JIS would not let Ji Yanran work on Daphne. In addition to the vice captain, there were two more surpassers on Daphne, Director Lin Haifeng and Quartermaster Zhao Ping. These were the people who worked for Daphne. As for the expert panel, there should also be some surpassers. However, they were beyond Ji Yanran's power. Even in Ji Yanran's team, because of the complicated relationships, it was hard for Ji Yanran to make arrangements from time to time. Many things she did would be potentially challenged. Han Sen and Qiu Qing came to the training hall, which was almost full of soldiers already. It seemed that many people were interested in the drill. Since everyone in the cookhouse was present, Qiu Qing and Han Sen sat next to them. Han Sen took a look at the training hall and found the training field was a closed one. Also, he found the training item familiar. Isn't this the device called Sprint that Professor Yen designed? Han Sen saw the metal walls in the training field and felt surprised that the device was put into use so soon. A soldier was quickly jumping and running on the metal walls, but he did not even make it halfway before he got shocked and fell, rolling out of the device. Who else wants to give it a try? If you can pass this test at level 10, I will reward you with an S-Class St. Hall license of the Evolver level, Qin Shoshan said with a smile, sitting at the rostrum of the training hall. The reward was a lot, but none of the soldiers moved, looking at each other. Sprint at level X with a gravity of 40 added was simply too difficult. Many soldiers had already tried, and many among them were great evolvers. However, none of them was able to make it to even half the way. It was not only because of the gravity, but also because of the failure of the soldiers with a fitness more than 70 that no soldier dared to try again. Han Sen knew Sprint very well naturally. It was not something that could be achieved with strength alone. Strength, reflex, flexibility, and the ability to make judgments about the terrain all had huge bearings on the result. If one step was wrong, there was no way for one to make it no matter how strong one was. Warframe department, warship crew, Coast Guard, and medical team had all sent someone to try. Now only the cookhouse has not tried yet. I think we should give them a chance, someone suddenly said. Han Sen thought the voice was familiar, looked to that direction, and found he was Wang Ho, the head of the Warframe department who he met last time. The fat squad leader became slightly pale. There had been many great soldiers who had tried the device and failed, so Wang Ho was clearly bringing the cookhouse up to set them up. However, there was no way the fat squad leader could argue with that. After hearing Wang Ho's words, Qin Shoshan looked at the fat squad leader and said with a smile, "That is right. Luo, you were having a lot of fun just now, so it's time for you to move around. I think you have a great team, so you will definitely do well." "Yes, Captain." The fat squad leader stood up and saluted, cursing Wang Ho inwardly. Although everyone in the cookhouse was an evolver with high ranks, they were not the best fighters, because that's not what they did. They were only there to see other people train but did not expect to be set up by Wang Ho. Although the fat squad leader wanted to go himself, the rule regulated that no team leads shall participate. In addition, with his round figure, he would probably lose even worse if he were to participate. The fat squad leader looked to his team members and received pleading looks, meaning they were not confident at all. "Fatty, isn't there a new recruit in your cookhouse? Let him make an appearance. It doesn't matter what the result is. We just want to meet him." As the fat squad leader was hesitating whom to pick, Wang Ho spoke again. After that day, Wang Ho looked through Han Sen's profile. He did not see anything special about Hans Senator. The greatest strength about the sky was probably the fact that he graduated with the rank of major. However, that rank was nothing special on Daphne. Many soldiers had that rank and they were all more experienced than this new recruit, since a new recruit was unlikely to be assigned to this post. A mission like this required veterans. For Hansen, who had just graduated from the military school, it was abnormal for him to be assigned to this place. Wang Ho looked into Hansen's background a bit further and found he graduated from the same school as Ji Yanran. The two must have known each other. Naturally, Hansen was counted as Ji Yanran's fervent by Wang Ho. He wondered how strong a fighter Hansen was. Wang Ho had always thought he should take every chance to know his enemy better. The fat squad leader frowned and wanted to say something. However, Hansen said calmly, "It's okay. I can try. I want to anyway." "Okay." The fat squad leader did not stop Hans Senator. After all, this was not a real drill. Since no one had succeeded, it was simply normal for Hansen to fail as well. And worst case he would get shocked, which was nothing to a soldier. Hansen got up, shot a glance at Wang Ho, and entered the training field. Although Daphne only had one warframe department, it was an advanced department comprised of 15 warframe soldiers, who were all carefully selected veterans. Basically, except for the cookhouse, every other department was elite units. For example, the warship crew had a lot of groups such as the repair group and others. Hansen entered the training field, and the gravity trainer was turned up. He suddenly felt a lot more burden. Everyone's eyes were suddenly on Hans Senator. Although they all knew this new recruit would fail, it was fun to predict when he would fail. In addition to Wang Ho, some other people were also observing Hansen with scrutiny. Ji Yanran did not manage to hide the fact that she was the one who got Hansen on the warship from Qin Shoshan. The fact that Qin Shoshan was helping Wang Ho get Hansen up the stage was because he was also wondering what Hansen could do to make Ji Yanran spend so much effort. Hansen took a deep breath and walked to the first metal wall. Hansen had asked Ji Yanran about Wang Ho in private, because as sensitive as he was, he could feel the hostility Wang Ho held against himself. That was abnormal. Hansen was merely a new recruit and had not offended Wang Ho ever. He had not even met Wang Ho before. Hansen did not feel that the hostility simply came from the bump. What Ji Yanran told Hansen corroborated Hansen's assumption. Wang Ho was connected to the expert panel. Although he was the head of the Warframe department, he was elected because of the suggestion of the expert panel. Wang Ho himself had selected all the soldiers in his department. It was fair to say that the Warframe department worked for the expert panel. There were many scholars and experts pissed at Ji Yanran, which was a known fact. After all, Ji Yanran had just become an evolver. Although she came from a prominent family, that did not help the fieldwork, which was why the expert panel did not like her very much. In addition, the old captain whom Ji Yanran had replaced was very close to the expert panel, so that had also added to the prejudice the expert panel held against Ji Yanran. Because of Ji Yanran's family, no one dared to say anything. However, if Ji Yanran herself made some serious mistakes, it would be natural for her to be removed from Daphne. Initially, Hansen did not want any drama, and only want to finish his tasks while improving himself. However, since he was here because of Ji Yanran, many people would know that. If he acted poorly, Ji Yanran would be humiliated. It was not an option for his girlfriend to be humiliated. Not just that, he needed to make her proud. Otherwise, he would not call himself her boyfriend. Hansen knew very well what Wang Ho was trying to do, but he did not care. "You want to watch, I'll let you watch." Hansen made the first step on the metal wall, dashing on the white zone which was only 1 foot wide. Hansen was very fast, unlike the previous soldiers who were trying to control their speed so that they had more time to observe and decide how to go ahead. Hansen did the opposite thing. He was fast from the beginning, going forward on the randomly laid metal walls. A newbie is just a newbie. Going like this, he would fall in seconds. Many people were thinking in their head. Watching Hansen going as fast as this, Wang Ho could not help but feel surprised, wondering if Hansen was a true idiot or trying to fall as fast as possible. Even Qin Shoshan frowned slightly. If this was all he could do, it would be a waste of Ji Yanran's energy. Qin Shoshan was quite disappointed. Just a dozen seconds later, almost every soldier widened their eyes. Hansen was jumping up and down on the carefully placed metal walls, fast and steady. He managed to fulfill many actions that looked extremely scary flawlessly with a sense of rhythm. As he stepped on the leaning or reversed metal walls, he was so smooth that people almost forgot that it was sprint at level 10. When the difficulty and speed reached a certain level, it was credible to watch someone go like this. Going through one challenge after another at such high speed made people's blood boil. Everyone wished they were in the moment with Hansen. Very well done, Hansen. The fat squad leader was so happy that he could not close his mouth. With such performance, even if Hansen could not follow through, the cookhouse had already been honored. No one would dare to call the cookhouse a troop of the dinner table again. Wang Ho's eyes became cold and he chuckled inwardly. This guy is indeed something. However, he is just too naive to show everything at this moment. Go ahead and tell us who you are, so that in the future we could get rid of you much easier. As a surpasser, Qin Shoshan could see even more than Wang Ho. Hansen's performance was surprising to him as well, not just because of his physique. Physique was just a part of what it took to go through sprint. What was more important was the ability to see the big picture, make judgments, and act in emergency. Hansen's performance in all aspects was beyond Qin Shoshan's expectation. Hansen had not made a single mistake from the beginning to the end. He was simply acting like the tutorial the AI simulated. This new recruit is great. Being someone close to the JIS, Qin Shoshan was happy to see Hansen's performance and smiled. Quartermaster Zhao Ping also nodded and said, "Great indeed." Director Lin Haifeng said, "What a great newbie. It is such a shame that he was sent to the cookhouse. With his talent, it is just a waste." Momentarily, Hansen had already gone through half of sprint without even lowering his speed. He kept running forward as if he could not stop himself. All the soldiers had become extremely excited. With the fat squad leader leading them, they started to clapping to cheer him up. As they were clapping, Hansen's moves felt even more arithmetic. Each of the step was on the beat, which was great to watch. *#T. This is no drill, but a performance. Qiu Qing was so excited that he shouted. Many soldiers felt the same as Qiu Qing. Before Hansen, all the soldiers seemed to be at training, but when it was Hansen's turn, it was like an acrobatic performance and even better. When Hansen finished sprint on the last metal wall, the clapping became applause. Many soldiers even stood up. Even Qin Shoshan, Lin Haifeng and Zhao Ping stood up to applaud for Han. Senator soldiers were straightforward like this. Seeing someone capable, soldiers would not hold back their emotions or their compliments. Amazing. Very nicely done. You deserve the reward. Here is the S-Class St. Hall license. Qin Shoshan walked to Hansen and gave him the license. Thank you, Captain. Hansen took the license and saluted. No need. You deserve it. Qin Shoshan patted Hansen on the shoulder and smiled. You have very nice moves. Have you practiced this before? Sir, the system called Sprint is one of the products developed by Professor Yen from Blackhawk Military Academy. I am his student and one of the testers of the system, Hansen said truthfully. That is why. So you came from a famous teacher. Then tell us about the system, Qin Shoshan said with approval. Qin Shoshan himself was the student of a famous professor, so he liked someone with Hansen's background. Moreover, Hansen was someone discovered by Ji Yanran. However, if Hansen himself was not that good, Qin Shoshan would not do him any favor. Han Sen's performance was beyond Qin Shoushan's expectation, which made him feel a lot better about Han Senator. Therefore, Qin Shoushan cared less about the fact that Ji Yanran used her power to get Han Sen on board. Han Sen introduced this system sprint to the soldiers as he was told to. He was someone who had used the system since it was developed, so he knew every detail about the system. After his introduction, the soldiers had a more profound understanding about the system and was less fearful of the challenge. After Han Sen's explanation, several soldiers felt excited to try again. Qin Shoushan asked them to feel free to try and indeed saw great progresses. In the first 5 people who had tried, one almost went through. Han Sen's reaction, which was quite decent, made Qin Shoushan feel even better about him. He nodded and said, indeed, he graduated from a good school. Wang Ho gazed at Han Sen, who was content among the crowds with a cold look, curled his lips, and said contentedly, dumbass, show off as much as you could. The more you show, the faster you will die. Wang thought he had seen through Han Sen's strength, so he felt quite content. In the eyes of Wang Ho, who had passed 80 in his fitness, Han Sen, whose fitness should be only around 40 or 50, was nothing. Because of the good education he had received and good habits, Wang Ho was still observing Han Sen carefully, trying to find his weaknesses. Although Han Sen had not glanced at Wang Ho, it was easy for him to predict what Wang Ho was thinking. However, Han Sen did not care at all. Maybe in Wang Ho's eyes, this was all Han Sen got. However, for Han Sen, this was just the tip of the iceberg. His true strength was far beyond Wang Ho's imagination. If Wang Ho was really trying to do something to Han Sen, then Han Sen would feel really excited. At that time, Wang Ho's expression must be very interesting to watch. Fitness over 100. This is quite troublesome. It seems that I need to speed up gaining Geno points. I should at least fill up ordinary, primitive, and mutant Geno points first. By that time I would definitely be over 100 in fitness. Han Sen was thinking to himself, I need to conquer the spirit shelter as soon as possible. With my own shelter, I could gather more people to hunt. If I could gain the allegiance from the aristocrat spirit, that would be even better. I wonder if King Spirit is really what it says. Han Sen did not purchase any Hyper Geno art on the Evolver level before he reported to Daphne, because he had no idea he would end up in such remote areas and lose the access to the Saint Hall. Although on Daphne there were also Hyper Geno arts provided to soldiers for free, Han Sen was not interested in the ordinary stuff. This S-Class Saint Hall license was different from an ordinary license in that he was able to use it on Daphne to trade for the Hyper Geno arts and Geno solutions stored on the warship. Han Sen did not hesitate and chose Hyper Geno art. When he was picking, he had a slight trouble. Because Daphne was not the Saint Hall, only 3 to 4 types of S-Class Hyper Geno arts were stored on board, so Han Sen had not too many options. Normally speaking, Hyper Geno arts on the Evolver level were all focused on changing the structure of one's body cells. Alloy Fist, Alloy Leg, Alloy Body, and other Hyper Geno arts were all in this category. Some focused on enhancing a certain body part, while others enhanced the whole body. It was easier to practice Hyper Geno arts that were focused on a certain body part. However, aside from that body part, other parts of the body would be weaker. Although it was balanced to strengthen the entire body, it took longer to practice. Many Hyper Geno arts would take 3 to 5 years to practice, or even longer. Moreover, the body of the Evolvers could not stand the long-term change of body cells. When using the Hyper Geno arts, Evolvers must make a pause once in a while in case their whole body turned to metal. The better one's fitness, the longer one could stand the change. Han Sen had learned about the limitations quite well. There were 4 types of S-Class Hyper Geno arts design for Evolvers stored on Daphne. Han Sen was considering 3 of the 4, because one of them was simply focused on the back. Jade Fist, Metal Kick, and Microcrystal all had their own features, which made Han Sen hesitate. Jade Fist was a Hyper Geno art that focused on one's fists. It could turn the muscle and bones of the fist into jade so tough that it could destroy anything. One would be able to break a Z-steel metal sheet with bare hands after practicing Jade Fist, so it was an amazing hyper-geno art. In addition, it was rather fast for one to practice this geno art. It would probably take 1 to 2 months for one to get somewhere and put it into use. Metal Kick was focused on the legs of the user. It could turn the 2 legs into heavy metal. When used well, the legs could function as 2 weapons to kick everything into pieces. However, it took much longer for one to practice Metal Kick. If one were to make the legs entirely metal, it would take one at least 6 months. As for the third option, Microcrystal, it was a hyper-geno art that could change the entire body. It could turn human body cells into microcrystal. When practiced well, the user's entire body would be turned into crystal. No weapon could injure the user, not even laser guns. In fact, most modern weapons would be useless in front of someone who practiced microcrystal. Of course, was very difficult to practice microcrystal. Without 3 to 5 years, one could not even get started with the hyper-geno art. Normally speaking, it took 1 to 2 decades to achieve anything. The reason that Daphne was carrying microcrystal and many crew members were practicing it was that microcrystal also gave its users some resistance against the destructive weapons in crystallizer rulings. That was why it was specially selected to be placed on Daphne. Many people who had been studying crystallizer ruins would practice microcrystal. However, because it took too long to practice it, only a few people had made some achievements with the hyper-geno art. Although there were not a lot of people who could go far with microcrystal, many experts and scholars in the expert panel were better at microcrystal, since they had practiced 2 or 3 decades or even longer. From a practical perspective, Jade Fist was definitely the obvious choice, because it could be put into use in 1 to 2 months. However, after some thoughts, Hansen used his license on microcrystal. The exploitation of a single crystallizer ruins often took years or even decades. Hansen did not know if he would spend his entire service excavating crystallizer ruins, so it would not hurt to practice microcrystal. After all, it was something the Alliance prepared for missions related to crystallizer ruins, and he might not be able to get this hyper-geno art elsewhere. In addition, Hansen had always tried to practice something that could change the structure of his body cells of all parts, which was why he always had a thing for microcrystal. As for other hyper-geno arts, he believed he could always trade for them later. Since he had many Ast class licenses, he could always trade with someone in God's sanctuary, which was troublesome but feasible. After Hansen chose microcrystal, Wang Ho got the news very soon. But he only snorted contentedly, "What's the use of microcrystal at this point? He will not get anywhere in 3 to 5 years. There is no way he could use it." Wang Ho felt Hansen's choice was too stupid. People who made choice like this were often perfectionists or obsessive. Although the future seemed to be bright, the practical value was so little that it was basically useless. Microcrystal was far less useful than Jade Fist. Hansen had no idea of what Wang Ho was thinking. After he got his hands on the microcrystal, he started to study it and saw the tutorial for 3 times. After having a brief idea about what it was, Hansen drank a bottle of Geno solutions designed for microcrystal and started to practice it. Feeling his body cells motivated under the effect of microcrystal, Hansen felt quite surprised. It was clearly stated in the tutorial that if he could feel something in the beginning, it meant the hyper-geno art was fit for him. However, even so, without 1 to 2 years, he would not see any effects. It was a hyper-geno art that took a long time to practice. If the progress was too great, the body would not be able to undertake the sudden change of the body cells, which would lead his health to collapse. Hansen watched every single detail according to the tutorial and ran the hyper-geno art through his body entirely. When he was ready to do it for the second time, something suddenly happened. Jade skin that Hansen had always been practicing suddenly became active at this point and joined microcrystal. More precisely, it swallowed microcrystal, making microcrystal a part of the coolness it was creating.